I said you better watch what you're doing, 'cause I ain't gonna stop when I'm moving. I'm headed to the top, I'ma do it. I'm headed to the top, I'ma prove it. And I could go all night, I'm sick of being nothing. All right, I'm gonna be something. I'll fight with every breath, trust me. I'ma be the one at the top, you can't touch me. I bleed with every word coming. I would rather die than be someone who's nothing. I'm the type of dude who will not remain nameless. I'm the type of dude who is headed for greatness. I'm the type of dude who could really make changes, 'cause I'm the type of dude that's becoming contagious. I'm the type of dude that will always be ageless. I'm the type of dude that will always feel shameless. I'm the type of dude that they say is fucking heinous, 'cause I'm the type of dude that you know is fucking dangerous.
You are absolutely right. The way he went about it was absolutely wrong. Like, so, like I said, I'm not
of my Jewish hatred that actually goes. Other than the fact that why are y'all popping out of the sewers in New York City?
Annunciation Catholic Church. You couldn't call it pronounced Catholic Church?
Yeah, pronounce the Catholic.
Sorry, everybody. Something ain't working right here. Rumble in the background says it's live, but it's not showing. I'm connected to the studio correctly. This is fucking wonderful. Huh. It says I'm live on here too. Okay, so it is going on the phone, so why isn't it doing it on my computer? I don't even know what the hell is happening. But whatever. Hey, everybody. We got a long one ahead of us here. We're just going to finish up from the Minnesota fraud one. And then we'll go to the DHS oversight hearing. But let's get going.
It's my understanding that in Minnesota, you as governor, you do not have the unilateral power to pardon those convicted of state crimes, but you and Mr. Ellison and I think one other person sit on a panel that can issue pardons. Is that correct?
Yes, with the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court.
Thank you. In your time on that panel, can you recall ever pardoning an individual convicted of fraud?
I can't recall. I can't say it either way.
Okay. Mr. Ellison, any recollection of that?
It's possible. I don't recall it, though.
Okay. I'm not sure if it's true in Minnesota, but at the federal level, if a convicted fraudster is pardoned, that pardon can wipe out their obligation to pay restitution to the victims. Are any of our witnesses familiar with this individual? I know you're far away. His name is Jason Galanis. Sound familiar?
I am not, Congressman.
Jason Galanis, according to the federal judge who sentenced him to 15 years in prison, is a serial fraudster and a con man who defrauded a pension fund in a Native American tribe of $80 million. I'll put it in simpler terms. He stole money from retirees. Do any of our witnesses know what federal prison Mr. Galanis is being held in?
I do not, Congressman.
He's not, because President Trump, our fraudster-in-chief, the namesake of the fraudulent Trump University, the fraudulent Trump Foundation, the fraudulent Trump Organization, pardoned him and relieved him of the requirement to pay restitution to his victims. A member of this committee, Mr. Jordan, recommended to President Trump that he be pardoned. Any of our witnesses familiar with this individual? His name is Jeremy Hutchinson.
I am not, Congressman.
Mr. Hutchinson is a former Arkansas state senator, Republican, convicted of a multi-million-dollar public corruption scheme, embezzlement, bribes, illegal campaign contributions, conspiracy to commit bribery. Mr. Homan might know something about that, for passing legislation that benefited an orthodontist who was paying him off. President Trump's Department of Justice in his first term prosecuted him. A judge sentenced him to 8 years in prison and ordered him to pay $355,000 in restitution to his victims. Any of our witnesses know where Mr. Hutchinson is serving that sentence today?
I have a guess.
I have a guess, too.
He's not serving a sentence because President Trump pardoned him, relieving him of his restitution obligation. A corrupt politician, prosecuted by Trump's Justice Department in the first term, pardoned by Trump in this term. Trump has pardoned fraudster after fraudster, denying victims, we talked about victims, taxpayers, senior citizens, children, the restitution they deserve. $1.3 billion. That's the total that Trump's pardoned fraudsters have been relieved of paying their victims. The chairman called this hearing because he's concerned about fraud, about accountability. I share those concerns. But where is the hearing on the $1.3 billion Trump has relieved his pardoned fraudsters from paying their victims? Did those victims get a voice in this Congress? There's a lot of outrage today. Raised voices
there isn't.
on both sides.
It's fake.
Will we
ass
raise
bullshit.
our voices on behalf of those who have been victimized by President Trump's pardoned fraudsters? Governor Walz, what signal would it send if you and Attorney General Ellison and the judge who sit on this panel were to pardon some of the fraudsters who have committed this fraud in Minnesota? What signal would that send? What impact could that have?
Congressman, I believe it would send a signal that we don't take it seriously, because you have to put these people in jail and they have to serve their lengthy sentences and they have to do restitution.
Well, then
And
go to
just
fucking
hypothetically
prison, then,
here,
faggot.
if you were to
Goddamn.
pardon one of those individuals, how would you explain it to the victims of that fraud, the taxpayers across the country, those individuals who didn't get access to the social services they need because the money was stolen? How would you explain it to them?
I don't believe I could.
I don't think you could either.
May I share,
Please.
Congressman, that generally when people get any kind of a pardon in Minnesota, they've done all their sentence. And Governor Walz is very careful to say, have you paid every penny you owe people?
Yeah.
So that's kind of how we do pardons in Minnesota.
Well, these folks have not paid their pennies, $1.3 billion worth
I
of pennies.
doubt that shit.
Would the gentleman yield
Not
a
a single
question?
goddamn person.
My time's expired, Mr. Chairman. So
I'll
it's your
give you
time.
more time.
Except for the
if you want.
feeding
I
our
mean, you
future
mentioned
people.
Jason
Not a
Galanis, and
single
that
other
piqued my interest,
motherfucker
and I'm sure it did Mr. Biggs
has
as
ever
well.
paid for their crime.
And I think, and you are correct, he did defraud an Indian or a Native American pension fund. Do you know who his partner was?
I know all the background of it. The point is he stole money from
Would you
people.
state who his partner was? It was Hunter Biden. And Jason Galanis served in prison for how long, Mr. Biggs?
2 years.
No, that's incorrect.
No,
That's
he
false.
served in prison
for
years.
Many years.
And they were equal
more than
partners. And Galanis blew the whistle during our Biden investigation, and he was raped. He was raped in prison right after that. So
That's correct.
Will the victims of his fraud get their money back? Why
I don't
did
know.
President
Maybe
Trump,
ask Hunter Biden.
Why
You all
did,
defend it.
why
But
ask
you weren't
President
here.
Trump?
You weren't
Ask
here. You're the
President Trump.
bitch. You weren't here
Ask
during the Biden
President Trump
investigation.
to get the
You've been
victims
here
their
about
money
3
back.
months, but you know more than anybody about everything. So, Chairman,
Mr. Chairman.
the chair recognizes Mr. Biggs from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm glad you brought it up, because of the 10 partners in that fraud that you mentioned, 9 of them went to prison. You know who the one partner was that didn't go? Your buddy, Hunter Biden. That's right. Hunter Biden didn't go. And by the way, you must not have been here. I don't think you were here when I introduced all these documents earlier before I had to leave to go to judiciary, talking about of the 1,500 criminals pardoned by Joe Biden in 1 week. 24 of them were fraudsters that had hundreds of millions of dollars of restitution forgiven by Joe Biden.
the
But I'm
gentleman
going
yield?
to go now to Mr. Ellison.
Will the gentleman yield?
No, I've had enough of you. Let's talk to Mr. Ellison. Mr. Ellison, isn't it true that when you were a member of Congress, you sponsored the Money Remittances Improvement Act of 2014?
I've had enough of
It was
you.
H.R. 4386. Remember that?
Congressman, I think that's accurate.
Yeah, I mean, I get you. We all introduced lots of bills. But that bill's purpose was to give more authority to states to investigate remittance payments. Do you remember that?
Congressman, I believe that the purpose of that bill was to facilitate financial transactions for Minnesotans who needed them.
Well, in reality, you shifted remittance payment investigations to the states, and that was supported by the Somali American Remittances Association. You may not remember that, but that was.
Congressman, could you remind me, did that bill ever pass?
H.R. 4386. So it was supported by Somali American Resistance Association, and it was so important to you. You said, quote, "This is a great day for diaspora communities around the country, including the Somali and Hmong communities." And that's something you said, and we know that the Somali population in Minnesota supported that bill. That bill was passed, I believe, in 2014. Minnesota started identifying large numbers of remittances payments going overseas. And isn't it true that within 4 years of the bill passing, more than $100 million had been flown out of the Minneapolis airport by Somalians? Do you know that?
I don't have the information on that.
And then over the last 2 years, the TSA has identified over $700 million being flown out and linked to Somali travel. Are you familiar with that?
No, sir, I don't have the data on that.
Under your tenure as AG, the amount of remittance payments going to Somalia, which, by the way, some estimates as high as 40% of all Somalia's GDP comes from those remittance payments, and roughly 40% of families in Somalia receive some benefit, economic benefit directly from some remittance payments. So, moving from that, do you know Salim Saeed?
That name is not familiar to me, sir.
Ikram Mohammed?
No.
Abshir Omar?
No.
Okay, so in 2021, you met with a group of Somali's business people. Those 3 people were there. Safari Restaurant, Partners in Quality Care, also known as Parties in Nutrition, some of their named partners, and Feeding Our Future representatives, including Abshir Omar, who said they were having difficulties because they were being investigated, and that conduct is very racist, xenophobic, and Islamophobic. Do you remember that meeting?
Oh,
Yes,
my
I do.
God.
And I'll tell you that these are people who were fraudsters. They lied to me. They lied to the judge.
Yep.
They lied to state agencies.
And, well,
that's why we contributed to them being convicted.
Well, let's go on from that, because you may not remember some of the things you said to them, specifically, and maybe we should play this video. I don't know if do we have the video queued up? If we have the video queued up, well, that's fine. Let's do it.
You call them and say, this is not in the right format. Not, you're out. You're done. Your contracts are over. And so this has my attention. I'm extremely frustrated by it. But we are in the middle of a battle with the agencies now. And I can tell you this. Walls agrees with me that this piddly, stupid stuff running small people out of business is terrible.
Because what you thought was terrible there was that these people were being investigated for fraud, and you later took $10,000 in campaign donations from these same individuals. Do you remember that?
I would disagree with that characterization entirely, sir.
I'm sure you would.
No,
because it's surely uncomfortable for you. But you took $10,000 from those same people that were ostensibly supposed to be investigated. Yeah.
No, that's actually inaccurate.
No, it's not inaccurate. Well,
it is.
First of all, you're entitled to say it's inaccurate, but the facts are the facts. And my time's expired, Mr. Chairman, but I do have some UC requests. Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Minnesota AG, who took $10,000 from convicted scammers, dismisses fraud scandal as political theater.
Without objection.
Amy Bach alleges Governor Tim Walz, Attorney General Keith Ellison knew of Minnesota fraud.
Without objection.
Walz and Omar using ICE operations to distract from fraud scandal.
Without objection.
Tim Walz accused of stonewalling Key Probe as Somali fraud sweeps his state.
Without objection.
Conservatives blast Dems. Walz for likening ICE agents to Nazi police force.
Without objection.
Tim Walz urges Minnesotans to resist federal occupation.
Without objection.
Tim Walz was a COVID-19 tyrant.
Without objection.
Anti-ICE agitators set up blockade on Minneapolis Street to check drivers' license plates.
Without objection.
Minnesota Attorney General's legal opinion could threaten some county agreements with ICE.
Without objection to what?
ICE restricted from Minneapolis-owned parking areas under Mayor Fry orders. Minnesota mom jailed over COVID accuses Walz of tyranny. Minnesota grandma jailed for defying Walz COVID lockdown order warns you do not want tyranny at this level. And mother ponders. And that's all.
Without objection to order. Chair, now recognize Ms. Presley from Massachusetts.
Yes.
I've been in Congress now for almost 8 years, and one of the most meaningful moments that I experienced
Most of this country does.
was in the Committee on Oversight and Reform under the great Chairman Elijah Cummings. It was the first hearing to take place that I introduced in the House of Representatives on the epidemic that is childhood trauma. Though I represent the Massachusetts 7th, one through line has remained true in my travels and conversations from Massachusetts to Minnesota to Illinois to Texas, and it is the devastating impacts of Trump's terror campaign on our nation's children. This administration's policies, including but certainly not limited to Operation Metro Surge, in my opinion, I would characterize as child abuse, child neglect, and inflicting childhood trauma. We are experiencing in real time the compounded adultifying of our children, where increasingly so a childhood is a privilege instead of a right. I'm reminded of a conversation I had recently at the airport where a dad approached me to talk about his 6-year-old son who returned home from school pleading and begging for his parents to give safe haven to his classmate, his best friend, for fear that if they did not do that, that he would be deported. No child should have those concerns or carry that heavy burden, but this is the reality for our nation's children under Donald Trump's America. Frederick Douglass said it is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. We are certainly not building strong children. In my district, the Massachusetts 7th, Eleni was only 2 weeks old when her father was wrongfully taken by ICE, a trauma that she will carry for the rest of her life. Again, so far I'm speaking about the pleas of a 6-year-old and the policy, the family separation of a 2-week-old. In Minnesota, Liam Ramos was only at the age of 5 years old, was detained by ICE and sent to Texas, and he'll carry that trauma for the rest of his life. There are the children that are directly impacted. Then there is that secondary trauma for those who have bore witness. While in Minnesota, I met with parents who have had to establish parental patrols armed with whistles and orange vests and their cameras to try to keep their children safe. Green Street Elementary, it was just across the street from one of the murders that occurred in broad daylight under Operation Metro Surge. Around the country, the children of Renee Good, Keith Porter, Geraldo Campos, and dozens of other children whose parents were killed by ICE agents will carry that trauma the rest of their lives. Trauma in their bodies, their classrooms, their sleep. It shows up in the ways they cling to their parents, the school drop-off, and the silence of a child who used to speak freely in nightmares that no child should be visited by. Governor Walz is a former educator and coach. You work closely with young people experiencing traumatic events. What effect does this have on them, their classmates, and community? And have you heard from mental health professionals or pediatric providers about how this is showing up in your state?
No. Well, thank you for the question, Congresswoman. First of all, I would say when I talk about Minnesota being one of the best states, if we're not first, it's usually because Massachusetts is. And I know that it is true because you care about this. And you mentioned it correctly. This is generational trauma that's been inflicted, whether it's learning loss that's happened or the trauma we've seen amongst our children. I say that as an educator, as governor of the deep concern, but as a parent of seeing this, what's happened to our children. We know that mental health issues will start to show up. We know that we'll see educational loss, and those have generational impacts on our economy and everything else. But I will note, your colleague mentioned me being a tyrant during COVID. We had some of the lowest deaths due to COVID. Tyrant looks like children being drugged from their parents. Old people being drugged out of their house without warrants. 2 dead on the streets. And your point...
Having people call into a hotline to snitch on people for not doing what the fucking the TV told them to do during COVID. Yeah, that's not tyranny. Having people shut down their businesses and bend to your fucking will and do everything that you want them to do, and if they step out of line, they go to jail. Yeah, that's not tyranny. That's not tyranny, right? Yeah. Deporting illegals is tyranny. What the fuck is this retard shit? What up, Spud?
The world saw a piece of it on TV. I can tell you none of us are going to be the same, Congresswoman. We are going to deal with this, and we are going to put money into social service programs to address it while we tighten up fraud protections. Because the idea is you have all these generous programs. Yes, and our people are healthier. Our people are more educated. Our economy is stronger. So thank you.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a February 2026 article from Hechinger report titled Parental Stress, Raids, and Isolation. How immigration enforcement traumatizes even the youngest children.
Without objection to ordered.
You know, as I close, I've always taken issue with the myth that children are resilient. It's something that people say because I guess it brings them comfort. The false notion that if you hurt kids, they will automatically heal. It allows policymakers to inflict harm and then to look away. But children are not collateral for reckless and godless policies, and they should not be ignored. Rather, we should center children to understand the impacts of all these policies. And,
but he had the lowest death count because
I'm sorry,
of it.
ma'am.
Okay, well, I yield.
He had the
Thank you.
lowest death
Chair now
count.
recognizes Mr. Sessions from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. To my two former colleagues, I would welcome you back, and I know that this is something that is not as easily done. And I recognize that. I want to thank our Methodist preacher for being here. I want to put in some context what you've heard today, and that is probably to both of you, not a lot has changed up here. We're still trying to play the gotcha game. We're still people are trying to do their job. That's what we are trying to do here. We come back and talk about children, yet we forget that President Biden, President Obama had tens of thousands, 800,000 children that were lost by them that President Trump is still trying to find. We talk about not trusting ICE, which is a federal component, and yet the Boston bombers caused chaos. I can't imagine why we wouldn't want to form up a relationship instead of saying ICE is no good, we don't want you. It is the federal component.
He already
So,
went off
with all
on
that
a
said,
newcomer.
in fairness to each of you, you've heard what we've said today. So I would ask you, Governor, and then I will say it right up front. I was kind of hoping that you might show up, or both of you might show up, because you're Methodist preachers here, and say, we didn't do everything right. We think there were a lot of things done wrong. We think we want to learn. We come and ask that you understand that this is something that happened in our midst. My Methodist preacher, I'm a global Methodist, my Methodist preacher meets with me pretty often and makes sure that he knows and I know I look for balance, I look for fairness, I look for objectivity, and I know you've not been placed in a very good position now, but I got 3 minutes left. Governor, what did we do wrong here? How do you want to set that record straight? Because otherwise it's going to be a he said against you guys, and I want you to tell me, where did we get it wrong on this side?
Well, Congressman, I appreciate that, and I do say...
And you and I are friends.
We are, and I've said it publicly before. We disagreed on some issues, but we had a lot of conversations on the floor. Look, I think I agree with you. As governor, I've taken accountability for this. I'm not going to run again. I need to spend the time fixing this. This does undermine trust in government. Do I wish there were things that could have happened earlier? Yes, but in this job, wish didn't do it. I'm looking into where I see it. I can tell you this, Congressman, that the safeguards we're putting in place are going to make a difference. I think other states can use them. I think one of the things is, I asked, if helping in the partnership piece of this, understanding that this happens in all states. I'm certainly not proud this happened. I certainly understand it happened on my watch, whether it predated me or not.
Level,
I think some
what
of the things
is
there's some legal changes we need around Medicaid eligibility issues that you're talking about that actually might get at this, because I would hope, Congressman, you and I agree, these programs are valuable and they need to go to the people who need them, and we need to stop the fraud that's in there. And I'm trying to explain to you what we did from the beginning. These people continue to be a moving target, and they are very sophisticated.
Is there still a problem?
Is there still fraud happening?
Is there still a problem?
The Somalians are
I think there's more work to be done.
What?
Yes, I will tell you that. And we're working on it. I have a package that I introduced last week. One of the things that I think is going to be helpful, and I know you're working on it up here, is the ability to use AI. It's the pre-screen. What you don't want to hear from us is, and I don't want to hear that we're arresting people after they did it. We need to stop it before it happens.
I agree with some of that. We do need to arrest them, however.
So I don't expect
to chasing our tails. Like I said, if you arrest,
I'd like to keep working with you, because we've got to stop this. And so
I would welcome that.
If you put together a list that we can send to other governors and say, here's what we did.
That's fantastic.
Congressman Sessions, let me just say thank you for your question. I absolutely think there is more that all of us can do to protect the public dollar and get the money where it was intended to go. There are all kind of ways to make sure.
Yes, but we're talking about the lessons learned. Are you going to show up today and take, as the governor did, and say, we made a mistake. I owe an apology to people. We believe that what you've tried to do today to defend, I'm not trying to put you in a corner, General. I'm trying to get you, because we're sitting here trying to get to where we're going to go.
I can assure you, Congressman, that I am here to work to improve this system, and there are improvements that can be made. And your offer to work on a bipartisan basis to solve this fraud crisis, I am all in. And if we can get out of fixing the blame and get to fixing the problem, that would be an enormous thing for me. And I thank you for asking.
Well, it's my hope that you will know that being here today, we're doing our job, other people are doing their job, but we've got to get to where we can then say, and here is the problem, and we'll take. So Governor did, I accept responsibility, and let's get on to fixing this, because tomorrow is a new day. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the time.
Yes, sir.
I give back my time.
Thank you. Chair recognizes my friend, Ms. Tlaib.
He says that, but then he cuts me off. Thank you all for coming here. I think it's really
What
important.
the fuck are
Reverend,
you crying about now, you stupid
I can tell
bitch?
that you care deeply about your community, and it takes courage to come before this committee, especially when you hear so much, to me, just misinformation, also embedded in racist tropes about your community. And so I wanted to ask you, I think a lot of Americans, when we think about what compelled you to speak out and join hundreds of other faith leaders at the St. Paul airport to protest against the violent ICE occupation of your community.
Thank you for the question.
Why
Yes,
is she
I
built
am
like a
here
blobfish,
just
though?
as I was that day at the airport because I am representative of so many Minnesotans who are actively engaged in the work of neighboring. And I'm also here as I was that day because there are so many Minnesotans for whom it is not safe to speak out today.
And I'll tell you, we're learning a lot. I think the whole country is learning a lot from all of you and your neighboring and showing love and showing up for your community. And I know it took a lot of courage for even some of the elected officials to stand up and say, not on our watch. We talk about the fearlessness that is needed sometimes to fight for our rights. And some people will continue to gaslight folks and call us domestic terrorists to surveil us more, to try to bully us and intimidate us to silence. And I just want the Minnesota people to know, I know my district sees you all, and we say continue it.
You know how that
you are
goes.
freeing all of us when you continue to speak up, and you're
your
protecting all
words
of us as
don't
well.
matter. How you feel about
in
this
response
doesn't
to,
matter.
of course,
You're-
powerful local resistance, one of the things
don't count.
they keep saying is it's ended, it's done.
You're an American. What are you
You
talking
heard my
about?
colleague from Boston,
damn sure don't
Congresswoman Ayanna
count.
Pressley, talk about trauma. It's not done. There needs to be a lot of healing, and I don't think they want to fund that or support that.
We need to listen to
But
the
I'm asking
babies.
just
We
as
need to
myself and many
listen
of us
to
in my
the
district are
illegals.
wondering,
We
is it
need to
truthful?
listen to
Are
the
they
people
done?
who are too goddamn stupid
Unfortunately,
to
it's
function.
not over. As we heard, there are still 650 ICE agents in Minnesota. That means there is still fear and trauma for our children and for our immigrant and refugee neighbors. And as Ms. Priestley named, the trauma will go on, and we have much work to do in
Ms.
healing and caring
Priestley?
for, especially those who've been most victimized in this.
So I want to talk
Priestley?
about intention. What's the intent of this hearing? What's the intent of all of it? I think intention is important because, for the chairman, if I can submit for the record article titled Fraud Focus, Why is Trump Granting Clemency to Convicted Fraudsters?
Without objections ordered.
Because I see this. And even though you're here, you have nothing to hide. These folks are not here.
God damn,
I don't get to
why
question
do
them.
you look like a
I don't get to say
pug?
to the guy that committed $200 million
You look like a
Medicare fraud who
pug's
just got pardoned by
asshole. How
Trump.
does
I don't
this
get
happen?
to ask Jared Kushner, why does your dad go from, literally in France, the title of the article is prison to Paris. Literally from committing fraud, he pardons
That's an
his
insult
son-in-law's
to
father.
blobfish
And now he's an
everywhere.
ambassador.
No, I mean, she is. She's
You
built
see
like
all
a
that happening. It's like,
blobfish.
well, what's the intention here? They're creating a world's largest paramilitary under the direct control of the president, who has made it clear that he intends to crush dissent, target entire cities, and rig elections. He literally is telling us he's going to send ICE agents
How much
out
time
on election
is
day
left for this hearing?
to intimidate and target our community. He's not lying. He's going to do it. And I think we need to be very, very much prepared. At the same time, intention. Governor,
How long
I've
of a
seen
break?
him in
Oh,
this
let's see, we
administration
go to recess.
freeze, funding freeze, and blaming all of these people. Like, I hope people don't
4:40.
blame my community for everything Trump's doing. Do you know what I mean? Can you imagine right now the impact that is happening? What impact is it going to really have right now? I mean, you're talking about today, this is cut off, and he's refusing to let
Back
go of
to
the money that,
6.
again, Minnesota actually is supposed to rightfully get appropriated.
About 2 hours.
400,000 children lose health care, pregnant women, and elderly and rural
1.5
hospitals will
speed, it
be
won't be
severely
so
impacted
bad.
and potentially close.
It's hard because I wonder if they would do that in Kentucky where they have fraud, in Tennessee where they have fraud.
Their own numbers show that our error rate is 2.1%. The national average is 6%.
Oh, I know. You guys testified about it. Attorney General, even though you gave everybody else 30 seconds, I need to ask you, I mean, you're here today. What could you be doing right now? You're Attorney General. What today, if you were at work instead of here, to be honest, I mean, can you explain what's back home that you have work to do at home? Like, what can you be doing instead?
Hey, microphone, please.
I have is a Medicaid fraud bill that I'm trying to get passed to increase
The legislature is in session.
The legislature is in session, and I'm supposed to meet with House caucus leaders tonight, hoping to make that so that we can do more to stop fraud.
Yeah.
So that's one thing I could be doing among 20 others.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm always reminded, and please bear with me, Chairman Cromer, our amazing, former chair,
I don't understand how
Elijah
her
Cummings,
nose
first
is
hearing I ever
bigger
had as a
than the
freshman,
frame of her
was on the high cost
glasses,
of prescription drugs.
and yet they
It was
still
incredible. It was
sit on
powerful.
the
It was real. The
very
intent there
edge.
was, let's make sure
I
people don't
don't
get sick or taken care of.
understand this.
I'm just so tired of these hearings that are just.
These glasses they have to be like tailor-made for this shit, because the frame is resting on every bit of her goddamn nose. Every bit of it. It doesn't just sit on the nose like normal glasses do. You got that those glasses piece right there that just kind of hangs on the bridge of the nose. No, this sits from the nose all the way down to the nostril. How you do that, I don't fucking know. But it's so goddamn weird. Now, here's the fucked up thing, go. She may have like some badass anti-glare lenses, but in her glasses, I've never seen a lens. Like, you can see my lens. You can see my shit. I've never seen it. Look, they're crystal fucking clear, guys. There's no distortion anywhere, even in the back end or nothing. No.
Politicized in a way that is not consistent. Because if he's doing this,
Either
why are you
she
targeting
don't
innocent people?
really need
Thank you.
glasses, and
Thank you,
that's a
Mr. Lee.
fucking
I gave you an
problem.
extra minute and 15 seconds to
there's
criticize
no fucking
criticize the chairman of the
lens in
committee.
that.
So, but I do like Mr. Lee. Chair recognizes Mr. Gill from Texas.
I know.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you
He's a
to the
pug-faced
witnesses
bitch.
for taking the time to be here. Governor Walter, are you familiar with the early intensive developmental and behavioral intervention benefit?
I am, Congressman.
Got it. It provides services for autism patients. Is that right?
That is correct.
Got it. And when did you become governor?
In January of 2019.
2019. Okay, so using 2018 as a baseline, do you know what that program paid in Medicaid claims?
I do not, Congressman.
It's about $671,000. Do you know what that program paid in Medicaid claims in 2024?
I don't have the number in front of me.
$342 million. That's about a 500x increase over 6 years. Was there 500 times the number of autism patients in that time period?
I couldn't speak specifically to it, but I will say, Congressman, that
doesn't sound reasonable, right? You don't think there was a 500x increase in the number of autism patients in 6 years, right?
Correct, and that's why we ordered on-site visits starting back in 2024.
So we agree that doesn't sound reasonable. Would you also agree that a single taxpayer dollar wasted on fraud is a dollar too much to tolerate?
Yes.
Yep. And would you agree that as governor, ultimately, you're responsible if tax dollars are defrauded?
Yes, I would agree.
Would you also agree that calling somebody racist is a serious accusation?
If they are racist, I think it's
I'm
probably
asking
accurate.
you, is that a serious accusation to make this about somebody?
I think it's just an observation of reality.
All right, well, let's go. There's a racist
It's
for a
not a
government
serious
official to identify
accusation.
fraud.
We don't mean it when we call you racist.
No.
No. Is it Islamophobic?
To identify fraud?
To identify fraud?
No, I don't believe it would be.
How come multiple whistleblowers have said that your administration told them not to say anything about widespread fraud across multiple agencies because doing so would be considered racist or Islamophobic?
We'll be here.
I can't speak to it because it's not anything I would say.
Well, that's what your administration has said and has told whistleblowers. And as you just testified, the buck stops with you. That's what you stated in your statement whenever you announced you weren't running again. Are you familiar with Faye Bernstein?
Yes, I'm familiar with the name.
She's a Democrat, isn't she?
I wouldn't know that.
She stated publicly that she's a Democrat. She's only voted Democrat in her life. She's also stated publicly that she was retaliated against and called racist and that her work responsibilities were diminished whenever she was highlighting fraud within your administration. Are you familiar with that?
I couldn't speak to specific allegations.
Why do you think she would say that?
I can't speak for what
you have
she
no
would
idea?
think. I do not.
You would agree that the tone in your administration comes from you ultimately, right?
The tone is that.
The tone of how you might deal with whistleblowers.
Right, and we protect them.
It doesn't sound like you're protecting them. We heard from Representative Kristen Robbins, quote, we have dozens of credible whistleblower reports saying the exact same thing, that people were told not to say anything because they'd be called racist or Islamophobic or it would hurt the state. Do you think it's racist or Islamophobic to highlight and try to stop fraud?
It is not, and I certainly
It's not, but that was the message your administration was sending to multiple whistleblowers.
I can't speak to that.
You can't speak to that. You don't want to speak to that, I think.
I have over 40,000
retaliated
employees.
against?
Pardon me?
Do you think whistleblowers should be retaliated against?
Absolutely not. They have strong protections in Minnesota and lots of paths. And the paths go
That's
through
not
the
what
OA.
we're hearing from whistleblowers. Faye Bernstein, who again has stated that she's a Democrat, she's only ever voted Democrat, says that she
doesn't
was
matter whether
subjected
she's
to quote,
Democrat or
a smear
Republican.
campaign for trying to make leadership aware of
Then
illegal
why do
contracting
you
practices.
always make it
Why do you
about
think that happened?
Democrat or Republican?
I can't
if
speak to that,
doesn't
Congressman,
matter?
because we don't do it.
You just don't know anything?
I do know that we have strong whistleblower protections, and I can't speak.
That's not what the whistleblowers are saying. According to another report, quote, there's just a continuous effort to stifle you, to shut you up, and it's impossible to overcome. Your administration's response to whistleblowers has also been described as, quote, nearly unbearable retaliation. We've heard claims that, quote, they've been denied vacations, promotions, and that it's hurt people's careers to speak out against fraud. Do you think that had something to do with the prevalence of fraud in your administration?
I can't speak to it, but
Are you going to take responsibility for this?
I supervise 40,000 employees. State agencies
You
have their own
supervise a lot of employees, and as you have said, the buck stops with you, and your administration has treated whistleblowers like absolute dirt, and that's a big reason why we've seen so much of our hard-earned tax dollars defrauded.
Yeah.
Look, Congressman, I told you we have strong protections. We have an office of
This committee has
legislative
spoken
auditor.
to nearly 30 whistleblowers,
And they
most
came
of which
to
are
the-
current employees in your administration who have intimate knowledge of what's been going on, who have all stated that they faced retaliation for calling out fraud.
I can't speak to them what they felt.
Your time is up. I yield back.
Recognizes Ms. Ansari.
Mr. Chairman, it's outrageous that this is what we're choosing to spend our time on the Oversight Committee. At the first
Fraud.
one,
What?
Fraud.
At the first one, yes, fraud, because let's talk about fraud. At the first one of these ridiculous series of hearings on Minnesota, I brought up the dozens of horrific ongoing corruption scandals in the Trump administration that I know are very scared of Donald Trump, so we won't be talking about those. But those are the things that we should be investigating on the Oversight Committee. Now we have
It's outrageous that we're talking about this because Trump fraud. You can't be talking about our fraud. You should be talking about the fraud we think you're doing just to try to flame somebody. You can't be talking about the actual fraud you have caught from us. You must be talking about the imaginary fraud that we make up in our heads just to make people look bad. Holy fucking shit.
another one. The Department of Justice was caught red-handed with holding explosive and credible FBI witness interviews of a woman who accused Donald Trump of sexually assaulting her when she was a minor. Shouldn't we hold a hearing on that?
How is this goddamn
Shouldn't Pam Bondi be
retarded
here for us to testify
cunt
why she is
whore
violating
in
the law
office?
that Congress passed, the Epstein Files Transparency Act, nearly unanimously, along with this committee's subpoena? But since the Republican
Whoever the fuck voted for this, yeah, you should have your voting rights actually taken the fuck away. We can't talk about your fucking money being wasted. Everybody's money across this fucking country being wasted, being willfully, fraudulently stolen from you because it's Democrats that are doing it. Let's talk about the fake ass bullshit fraud we think is going on that we make up just to make somebody look bad, but you damn sure better not talk about ours. We can steal your money, but we will try to put people in prison who we just want to make up about them stealing your money. We can steal your money because we're Democrats. We can do whatever the fuck we want because we got a D beside our name. But the moment, even if you live by the law, even if you live by the letter of the law, the moment you cause a problem, we will put your ass in jail for made up fake shit. But it's outrageous. It's fucking outrageous that we have to sit here and talk about the citizens of this country's money being stolen from them and sent to other fucking countries because some dude who wants to stick a tampon up his asshole to give him a good fucking pep in his step thinks it's a good idea and he gets a little bit of kickback from it. It is outrageous to her that she talks about our fucking money being stolen from us. It's outrageous that you talk about how we're stealing your money. Holy fucking shit. Can we look into how the fuck this bitch got elected? Let's seriously look into this goddamn shit.
Majority instead wants to have a conversation about Minnesota, then let's do that. The Trump-Epstein regime's deployment of thousands of ICE agents, Donald Trump's personal secret police force, is a fascist disgrace. These untrained agents terrorized the people of Minnesota, violated their rights, and even shot them dead in the streets. I want to remind us all about what happened to Alex Preddy, an intensive care nurse murdered by CBP agents while trying to protect a woman that the officers were assaulting. After his murder, Stephen Miller said Alex was, quote, a domestic terrorist who tried to assassinate federal law enforcement, a would-be assassin, and an assassin. Kristi Noem said Alex was, quote, committing an act of domestic terrorism. She said, I don't know any peaceful protester that shows up with a gun and ammunition rather than a sign. She accused Alex Preddy of brandishing a weapon, despite video evidence showing the gun never left its holster. Greg Bovino said, quote, this looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre.
How did the gun never leave its holster when the fucking, the agent that took it from him had it in his hand? Holy goddamn shit. And who, again, your retarded fucking cum stain, who in the hell walks up and tries to interrupt fucking federal agents, interrupt any kind of law enforcement whatsoever? Who in the fuck walks up to interrupt and intervene a fucking officer of the law with a weapon on them? Who in the fuck does that? Not a goddamn son of a bitch, unless you either want to use it on the officer or you expect that officer to fucking shoot you. You know, it's called suicide by cop. Those are the only people that do it, because anybody who actually owns a gun and knows what the fuck they're doing thinks for half a goddamn second about people who you claim are ready, willing, and able to just shoot motherfuckers for absolutely no goddamn reason, are going to shoot a son of a bitch that has a weapon on them while they're fighting with police. Holy fucking shit, you stupid fucking cunt. Your mother failed humanity big time by letting that defective sperm that was shot up in her fucking grow up into this stupid cum stain you are. What the fuck are you even trying to talk about? That son of a bitch deserved everything of what he fucking got. He puts every fucking legal, responsible gun owner, he makes us all look bad. Because this faggoty, retarded son of a bitch bought a weapon because he knew it was actually going to use it sometime against agents and took it with him to interrupt agents. You stupid fucking bitch. There is no point in your existence as a human goddamn being. You are too fucking sub-troglodytic to even be considered a fucking human being. There is nothing about your existence that says you deserve to be on this planet. Holy fucking shit. What are you talking about?
Law enforcement. And Donald Trump said Alex was, quote, a gunman whose weapon was loaded with 2 additional full magazines and ready to go. He said Alex was an agitator and perhaps an insurrectionist, obviously projecting about himself.
You're goddamn right, he
Dictators in
was.
other
A
countries
faggot
would
deserved
literally
it.
be impressed at how brazen these lies and propaganda spread by the Trump regime and Kristi Noem are. So Governor Walz, I want to thank you and Attorney General Ellison for putting up with all of the lying and hypocrisy from the Republican majority. Governor, is the Trump administration attempting to block Minnesota state and local police from investigating the murders of Alex Preddy and Renee Nicole Good?
I believe we're not getting any cooperation, and we were told we would not be part of that. Attorney
He's
General may
getting
know
a
more.
lot better.
Yes, Congresswoman, we have been told that we would not have access.
He's getting a lot better. When I first started actually recognizing him, I guess, it was because he was always saying, like, what is a woman? Are you a Nazi? Are you a racist? Things like that. And then he went from that dumbass commentary to what he's been doing now, where he's actually hitting hard. He's going after these points, and I'm impressed with his growth.
Access to investigative file, which would include evidence that would be relevant to the investigation in both cases. And even there's one shooting incident
If you're an
that
elected
was not
representative
fatal,
in Minnesota,
and that one
you
has
can be
also
killed by
been
people
frozen out on that
connected
one as
to
well.
walls.
So 2 follow-up
Had to go to court to get the evidence preserved.
Okay,
Yeah.
and 2 follow-up questions, and
What
whichever
about
one of
that
you wants to
senator?
answer. Why do you think that might be the case, and is this out of the ordinary?
It is wildly out of the ordinary. I can tell you that our local FBI, ATF, even before Operation Metro Surge, you heard about ICE matters, but you didn't hear about it nearly as much as we do now. This is an extraordinary departure from what we know. And we routinely work with federal partners. And we haven't never had problems until now like this.
I would just speculate that they need to take accountability for it, and I think they understood what the world saw, that this was improper, and it needs to have justice for these families, and it doesn't appear. I hope those questions are being asked of Secretary Noem today.
And Governor Walz and Attorney General Ellison, are you committed to getting to the truth about the murders of Alex
Yo,
Preddy
this
and Renee
fucking
Good?
retard just
Absolutely,
needs
yes.
to go to prison.
Yes, I pledge to their families we do that.
That's all it is.
Thank
This
you.
fucking retard
We need to
just
hold this
needs to go to
administration
prison.
accountable for these murders, starting by impeaching Kristi Noem for gross misconduct, lying to Congress, and failure to uphold the laws and the Constitution. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Grothman from Wisconsin.
Thank you. We'll go for Governor Walz again. A major focus of today's hearing has been the misuse of federal funds distributed through the Child Care and Development Block Grant. This program is supposed to be helping working families afford child care, and I think the taxpayers expect these programs to be protected from waste and fraud. Most states operate these programs responsibly. The national improper payment average is about 4%. As you know, I kind of watch what's going on in Minnesota because it's a state adjacent to Wisconsin.
I mean, we rail out about how the fact that people, don't know inferences and how there is no way in fuck that people understand this, don't know this information because it's it's the same thing here, Spud. I'm sorry. It's the same thing here, Jonah. For a man that's terminally on fucking line because he desperately wants people to actually do love him and praise him and all that shit, there ain't no fucking way he didn't see this shit. There ain't no way that he didn't see this information. It's what people are telling him? I don't know. It's what people... No, you saw it. You saw it. Be honest. Stand the fuck up and just say these things. That's what the people actually elected you for. That's why you springboarded into American fucking presidency your first goddamn term. You were saying it the way it was. Unapologetically, the shit was coming out of your mouth, and we elected him because of that. So this, I don't know, that's what I've heard. Stop kowtowing, stop being a pussy. Just say what you fucking mean.
And it's amazing if you're a congressman, the number of people who get Minnesota and Wisconsin confused. But when that number climbs above the national average of 4%, it should be a warning sign that oversight has failed. Minnesota's improper payment rate got up to 11%. It's not a small administrative mistake, over almost 3 times the national average. That is a system that's clearly not being monitored the way it should be. When Wisconsin had a similar program several years ago when I was in the state legislature, in 2010, we uncovered fraud in our child care assistance program. Wisconsin did not look away. We took responsibility, implemented serious reforms, and those reforms included expanding background checks for providers, creating a dedicated fraud investigation unit, strengthening eligibility requirements, and instituting a comprehensive audit system. That would have been when Scott Walker was governor. Because of these reforms, Wisconsin now has an improper payment of under 1%. So in other words, we almost totally wiped out the problem. Didn't happen by accident. It happened because Governor Walker took responsibility and acted quickly. He thought fraud was a problem. Governor Walz, Minnesota had similar warning signs. Investigators, auditors, even internal officials kept raising concerns about fraud in social service systems. And it didn't just cost taxpayers money. These programs are meant to help children and working families. When fraud drains millions of these dollars from these programs, that money is not reaching the people it was intended to serve. First of all, Governor Walz,
it's at
when your
1.5
administration
for me
first
right
became
now.
aware that fraud risks were escalating in Minnesota's child care assistance program, you were kind of an outlier in the whole country.
Well, thank you, Congressman. This dates back to about 2012. The action has been being taken, and as I stated earlier, on our first days in office, we started taking action. I would ask if I could on this. Anything that Governor Walker did, I would appreciate if you would show us what those actions were. We're more than happy to implement them, and that's what we've started over the last 7 years.
Reports indicate that some providers continued receiving payments even after the fraud concerns were raised. Was that a decision made by your administration, and who specifically you feel did not?
I can't speak specifically to which those were. Decisions are made at the department level, but I can't speak to what those allegations were.
We're told it was still 11% under your administration. When fraud indicators appear in a program funded by federal taxpayers, do you believe the responsible action is to pause payments until those concerns are investigated?
I don't think it's that simple. As I said, these programs provide a really important service, and child care is a critical one. The issue is trying to make sure the legitimate payments are made and that you're stopping fraud. So I don't think in all cases that pausing those payments is the right action.
Okay, just in general, I'll say when the fraud percentage reached 11% in Minnesota and we got it down under 1% in Wisconsin, I think it's a cause for concern. I'll give you another question because a little bit of this hearing wandered a little bit to what happened in your streets out there. When any agency comes to Wisconsin, any federal agency, I've talked to several of our sheriffs, could be ICE, could be Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, could be FBI, could be Secret Service. Our sheriffs always try to coordinate with the federal agencies, ask them what they need. You need us to set up a perimeter. Can we help you by transporting people to the local jail? Do you just want some squad cars parked around to presumably keep troublemakers at bay? That was not done in Minnesota like it's routinely done in certainly all of
I don't think that's correct characterization. I think Tom Holman indicated that those things do happen. And have been happening.
During the time in which you had the serious riots or whatever you want to call them in Minnesota, I believe that you did not reach out for your state law enforcement to help out federal law enforcement, in part because you're a sanctuary state. And
that is incorrect. Tom Holman indicated we are not. I don't know what to tell you, Congressman. We did. We want to cooperate. That's not what you saw on the streets.
Right. We did not see cooperation.
You saw ICE agents shooting people in the head. You saw little children being drug out. You saw ICE agents indiscriminately throwing smoke grenades.
We saw citizens that you rallied to fucking do this to. Sorry. We saw fucking civilians that you rallied attack ICE agents and try to kill them because you told them to get out into the streets and fight, faggot. You told them that it was okay. You took the police away from them. The police, any agency, could not help the federal fucking government as the fucking citizens tried to levy war against federal officers in the streets. What do you think's gonna happen, you retarded faggot? You think everybody's just gonna sing Kumbaya, smoke a fucking blunt together, and sit in a goddamn tiki or teepee tent? What the fuck are you thinking, you goddamn retard? You let people do this shit. You let them go out there and riot. You don't prosecute motherfuckers for attacking federal agents at all. What do you think's gonna fucking happen? While you're sitting there talking about how much you love putting tampons in your asshole, people are fucking dying out there in your goddamn streets. Because they're attacking federal agents, and federal agents are defending themselves. And they're defending themselves with more effectiveness than the fucking citizens are at trying to kill those officers. But look, lo and behold, Trump says, I'm going to move them out, and your fucking police force snapped too and started controlling these motherfuckers, didn't they? It's almost like you could have done it from the fucking start, but you didn't. It's almost like Renee Good and Alex Preddy are on your fucking hands. Their deaths, their bloods stain your fucking hands because you could have stopped it. You could have done something before it ever got to that fucking point, but your faggoty ass failed. You failed. Alex Preddy and Renee Good, their lives are on your hands because you wanted to put up a fight against the federal government that you thought was so fascistic And then you told your people, get out in the streets and fight. And now people are dead because you did it. That was on you, Walls. You retarded cum stain in America's fucking underwear. That was on you.
And I think what the world saw was peaceful resistance and a defense of their neighbors. So this is not about immigration reform. This was about an untrained force that came in, not with the intention of immigration.
I would say that you did not have the interaction between local law enforcement and federal agencies that is routinely seen around the country. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 13 months into the Trump administration, and this committee has
Ms.
failed to
Brown.
hold one hearing
That's
or
the one I was thinking
one
about
open
earlier.
investigation to hold this president
yesterday.
accountable. It makes you wonder, are we the Oversight Committee or the Overlook Committee? Because there is no shortage
was
of
Ms.
matters that
Brown
demand
in
our
the-
attention. I
the
can share a
Clinton
few that come to
hearing.
mind. This is a president who has turned the White House into an ATM. And in Trump's Washington, the fastest path to a pardon or a position is to donate to Trump's ballroom or inauguration. Last year, the Trump family added billions to its net worth through pay-for-play schemes and corrupt deals. Last month, the president surged ICE into Minneapolis in an abusive operation that led to American deaths and repeated
Trump learned
violations
from
of
first
constitutional
term, and
rights under the
Biden got
First,
that
Fourth, and Fifth
plausibility
Amendments.
done.
Also last month,
Deniability is
the
key
administration
when
struck
making
shady
statements.
oil deals
Trump
after
isn't
the
gonna get
administration
pinned down in the
invaded Venezuela.
comments, except for
2
the
weeks ago,
Truth Post.
the president blocked a Michigan bridge from opening after he
And that's a bitch move. Admit it, Jonah. That's a bitch move. You won't get pinned down to something you want to say. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just asking questions. Just like Candace Owens, right? I'm just asking questions. It's a bitch fucking move. Stand on business with it. Say it like it fucking is. Goddamn, don't play these games of, oh, no. That's not why we fucking elected you. That's not why we fucking did it. We didn't sit here and elect a motherfucker who said, hey, look, we're defending oil. Hillary Clinton would be in fucking jail for her crimes. We didn't elect the motherfucker because he said, I don't know. We elected the motherfucker because he stood on goddamn business, and now the fat fuck's sitting there saying, I don't know. I'm just the president of the United States. I don't know anything about anything. Shut the fuck up and stand on business again. What the fuck is this? I'm not going to defend him. I'm not going to sit here and let that shit fucking slide. I'm sorry if it pisses people off that I said something about Orange Jesus. Holy fucking shit. Stand on goddamn business. We got a goddamn country to fix. We got shit to fix. And all your bitch ass is doing is saying, I don't want people to be mad at me again for saying something they don't like. Fuck off. That's retarded shit and you know it, brother.
was reportedly lobbied by a wealthy businessman who owns a competing bridge. Last week, the president launched a war on Iran without the consent of Congress, without an imminent threat to our safety, and without any plan presented to the American people. And right now, hour by hour, this administration is engaging in an active and egregious cover-up of the Epstein files. Yet today, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are once again showing they are more interested in partisan politics than good governance. If you are serious about fraud, you investigate it, you prosecute it, you strengthen safeguards to prevent it. What you don't do is weaponize it. You don't denigrate entire communities with racist smears. You don't unleash abusive enforcement actions that undermine trust and due process. You don't illegally cut off all Medicaid funding, which will lead to innocent and sick Americans.
And you don't cry racism every goddamn time your pussy gets hurt because somebody does something about something that you are trying to gain money from. You don't sit here and cry racism every time you open your fucking mouth just because you're a goddamn black woman that thinks you can. You don't do it because racism means absolute goddamn dog shit now. Nobody fucking cares, and everybody actually wears it like a badge of honor if somebody like you calls them fucking racist. Because, god damn it, you're too fucking stupid to understand the fact that every time you pull this shit, you make another person feel a little bit more fucking racist because every single one of you dog shit eating motherfuckers are gonna sit here and cry racism no matter fucking what. It's always, oh, it's racist. It's racist if I, a black woman, can't do whatever the fuck I want to do, whenever the fuck I want to do it. And if you criticize me in any way, you're damn sure racist yourself. Are we done here? Holy fucking shit, we've been doing this for the past, what, 10 fucking years now? And you're still crying racism because your pussy's bleeding all over the place that you're not able to do whatever the fuck you want to do? Are we really going down this goddamn road every single time you open your fucking mouth, Miss Brown? Every time I have heard you speak, every goddamn time the word racism, racist has come out of your mouth. Every single fucking hearing. Without fail. Not a goddamn time have I ever heard you speak where the word racist never came out of your goddamn cock holster. You're a pathetic, worthless piece of shit. There is no point in anywhere, in any existence, that you need to be a representative in the halls of Congress if all you see is racism every time you open your fucking eyes. Because nothing will ever get done. And we are so fucking sick and tired of you saying that black people are so goddamn fucking pathetic. White people need to give them everything. And if they don't give them everything, they're somehow goddamn racist for not giving them everything, for being pathetic, worthless troglodytes. I am tired of hearing your fucking bullshit messaging about how you feel everybody's so racist just because you're a black woman. Shut the fuck up. Do your fucking job and prove that Democrats aren't right and black people aren't so goddamn pathetic they can't do a fucking thing for themselves. Prove it, bitch. For once in that pathetic existence you call life, prove it. Instead of crying about how much you think everybody else thinks that while your party's messaging sits there and says it every goddamn day. Prove you're not. Because I ain't heard a single fucking time you ever speak where you have proven to me that you have an IQ above room goddamn temperature. Your only argument ever is, oh my God, everybody's racist. You're fucking pathetic.
Americans dying. And you don't fire inspector generals and push out career prosecutors actively working to defeat that fraud. So, A.G. Ellison, the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota has at least 6 prosecutors resigned due to the chaos ISIS caused. Can you briefly describe how these resignations have affected our ability to prosecute fraud?
Thank you, Congresswoman. And in fact, it's a great deal more than 6 prosecutors. It's many more than that. In fact, one of the prosecutors who resigned in protest was one of the ones who helped to lead the prosecution of the Feeding Our Future defendants. They 57 have been convicted. So the loss of those people is dramatically harming our effort to prosecute fraud. Because in Minnesota, we have 87 county attorneys. The AG does Medicaid fraud, and the federal government prosecutes fraud that is germane in its jurisdiction.
Hold up, faggot. This has been going on since even before Wallace took fucking office. Wallace gets in, he ignores all this shit. Wallace has been in office since 2019. You stupid fat ass faggot piece of shit. You're going to sit there and tell me that out of what? 7 years? 7 motherfucking years, you ain't been able to do a goddamn motherfucking thing? But yet with the federal government coming in, with the federal government trying to do shit, with the federal government being involved in this, it makes it even harder. For 7 fucking years, we haven't been able to do a goddamn thing, but the federal government coming in to take over and actually look and see what's actually going on, stopping fucking the flow of our taxpayer dollars to your fucking state. Somehow it makes it even fucking harder for you to track down something you've never been able to fucking take control of in any way. Something you've never been able to even fucking prosecute correctly. Somehow it makes it even fucking harder to do your job for you. What the fuck are you even talking about?
It operates as a web together. So it's not like the feds are doing it and nobody else is. They're doing the ones they're supposed to do. We're doing the ones we're supposed to do, and the counties are doing the ones they're supposed to do. If you take the feds out, that leaves an enormous gap. And it means, and criminals are shrewd. I mean, the reality is that fraudsters are pretty smart, and some of them are clever and know that if there's no federal, the prosecutors' numbers are depleted, you're going to see worse behavior. And I do fear that, which is one of the reasons why we need to pass
prosecutors should have been doing their fucking jobs in the first place, right?
Prosecute Medicaid fraud.
Thank you. And there's deeper hypocrisy here. Donald Trump was found guilty by a jury of his peers on 34 felony counts of fraud. He has pardoned a businessman convicted of defrauding a Native American tribe to the tune of $60 million. He has pardoned a Florida CEO convicted of running $1.3 billion Medicare and Medicaid fraud scheme. He has pardoned a nursing home executive who pleaded guilty to a $38 million tax scheme. I could go on and on. In fact, over half of the president's pardons have been for...
No, I didn't miss the part of the statement. I didn't miss the part of the statement. It is a bitch-made fucking faggot-ass move that people say, oh, this is this. What's your, I don't know anything about that. Why, so they don't go back and run and say, and write some mean shit about you? Bitch-made motherfucker, they're gonna write mean shit about you regardless. They're gonna twist your fucking words regardless. They've been doing it for so goddamn long, and now you're just sitting here being a little bitch in front of fucking reporters? Holy fucking shit. No. No, stand on goddamn business. Say what the fuck you want to say. Say what the fuck you mean. The people are actually going to look. They're going to understand. And they're going to flame the fuck out of every single goddamn retard out there that tries to push the mainstream media narrative. They're going to be incinerated. Let the people do the goddamn work. Stop being a little bitch afraid of fucking reporters. And start saying shit the way it needs to be fucking said. That's the president I fucking voted for. That's the president I fucking want. Not some little bitch who's just gonna... I voted for somebody to say, shut up, piggy. Not, well, I don't know. You're gonna write mean things about me if I say something you don't like, so I'm just gonna say I don't know. Shut the fuck up. Where's the shut up, piggy? Where's the... well, you're just a vicious bitch. Where is all that? When he was going after the fucking media, where is that now? Oh, they write mean things about him. We're still dealing with it. They're still going to write mean. The motherfucker could say, I love every single person and I'm going to give everybody $1 million. And the goddamn fucking media would still try to eat him alive for that shit. So what the fuck is the actual point? What is the point of kowtowing and being a bitch in front of cameras and a bitch in front of reporters when all they're going to do is the same shit they've always fucking done in the first goddamn place? Stand on fucking business. That's why I fucking elected you. The things you were saying outright, that's the reason I fucking elected you. And now you're just like, nah, I'm not going to say anything to you. You're just going to twist it anyway. So, yeah, I'm just... Bitch move. Bitch fucking move. Really bitch fucking move. It really is. I'm not going to take it. You're going to sit there and... You were elected the first time because you were a bull in the fucking china shop. You got cheated out of the second fucking term. Now this term, your actual real second term, you wind up being like everybody else? Holy fucking shit, what happened? This is your second term. You're not supposed to give a fuck anymore. You're supposed to walk in and finish being that bull in a goddamn china shop. And that bull in that china shop has been reduced to a fucking mouse in a corner. All for what? He doesn't want the media writing bad things about him? Shut the fuck up with it. No, I'm not gonna have that as an excuse for it. I'm not going to sit there and, plausible deniability. He can't, no, fuck you. That's the president of the United States of America. There ain't no goddamn way in hell the president of the United States of America doesn't know what the fuck's going on. Because if there really was deniability, prove you didn't know anything about it. And then figure the fuck out why you didn't know anything about it. Figure out what agency kept information from the President of the United States of America. And then you get rid of that agency. You get rid of that rot. You don't sit there and use plausible deniability and, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Now I just look like a fucking moron in front of cameras because I don't know a fucking thing. I don't know why I bombed Iran. I don't know why I did this. I don't know why I did that. I don't know. Because the media is going to write bad things about me, so I don't know. No. Absolutely goddamn not. Absolutely motherfucking not. Plausible deniability, my goddamn asshole. I'm not going to. No. For my president, plausible deniability. The president of the United States doesn't know what the fuck is going on from something? No. No. Don't fucking believe it. I'll never fucking believe that. Every president knows what the fuck's happening. Every president knows what the fuck's happening. And if they don't know what the fuck's happening, maybe that agency doesn't need to exist. Because that's where corruption comes from. That's where overstepping your bounds comes from. That's where coups come from. That's where the overthrowing of a fucking federal government comes from. That shit. I don't believe it. I'm not going to believe it. And I'm damn sure not going to make excuses as for why we're not knowing anything any goddamn more. I'm not going to sit here and make excuses for why the asshole isn't being the asshole I elected. I'm not going to sit here and make excuses for him not doing a fucking thing about these goddamn people who are blatantly breaking the goddamn law. And he's just, oh, well, I guess just let the courts just be president then. Let these lower fucking judicial judges, let the janitors of the judicial system be the president of the United States, I guess. Okay. What the fuck are we doing? That's my problem. What the fuck are we doing? Plausible deniability? No. I'm sorry. You're just being the same goddamn shit we've been fighting for how long now? My entire life. That started beforehand. What, way back since at least World War II? The same fucking shit? You were elected because you were different. You were elected because you were doing things differently than every fucking politician we have ever seen. And now when you got 4 fucking years where you can be that vicious fucking asshole and get shit done. Oh, well, I can't do nothing now, I guess. I'm just gonna sit here. No. These judges who are making these fucking rulings, I'm just going to let them make their rulings, overstep their bounds, make a mockery of our judicial system because I can't do anything. Yeah, no. Fuck it. I understand why people are angry. I understand why motherfuckers, Republicans, and are just pissy about this administration and everything that's happening. I understand it. I get it, and I share that frustration too. Ain't a goddamn thing ever really being done. The only thing that is being done is through executive order. Once the executive orders run out, we're back in the same goddamn position, and nothing will be done. Why? Well, there are too many fucking people who are pussies. And by pussies, I mean there are too many people in office that won't look at the next person right beside them and say, bitch, if you make that fucking move, you're going to prison. How many motherfuckers are still in goddamn office for doing something incredibly goddamn illegal? And they stayed in office. They didn't even get a goddamn public finger wag because somebody else needed to be saved from a goddamn public finger wag. How many times have we seen it? I'm not going to sit there and let this some retard shit pass through just because it's, they're supposed to be Republican? No. I don't care if you're Republican. I don't care if you're Democrat. What I give a fuck about is the fact that you are actually talking about and have points that I like. The things to fix a problem that is going to actually help. I don't care if you argue about how you go about that, but as long as we are arguing about things that will actually fucking help, I don't give a fuck. Yet here we are, 10 fucking years later, we ain't made a single fucking move. We ain't made a single goddamn move. Except taking out Maduro and bombing Iran. We ain't gotten nowhere, brother. Not a damn thing has been done. These motherfuckers still flagrantly break the goddamn law. And, we tried. We made an indictment, and they said no. So we're just going to move on to the next fucking thing. Meanwhile, these motherfuckers are raising a goddamn army of retards out there, getting in the streets, killing motherfuckers, shooting motherfuckers, burning shit down, trying to start a goddamn civil fucking war. And here, what are we doing? Nothing. We aren't doing nothing because we can't even get an indictment. Shut the fuck up, sit the fuck down, and put a goddamn check. Put a motherfucking check on these judicial judges. Make a goddamn example out of some of these motherfuckers. No, where are we going? What are we doing? We have literally set up the world for fucking war for the past 10 fucking 15 years. We have been paying for this shit. Now the world is ready to go. I get why the fuck we're smacking everybody to fuck around with it now. The world's ready for war, and what are we doing? Oh my God. We need Congress to vote for war because Orange Man bad. We ain't done it since fucking World War II, but Congress needs to be the one to vote for war because Orange Man just used the powers we gave every other goddamn president and never complained about, but he's using it now, so we must just bitch and moan and complain and finally do our fucking jobs for once since World War goddamn II. This is where we're at. I'm going to give no clearance. I'm going to give nothing, not a goddamn thing to anybody, even if I like you. If I like you, I'm going to be more fucking harsh on you. But there is no goddamn way I'm going to sit there and make excuses for any of this shit. Plausible deniability. Oh, he's not saying anything because he doesn't want to be held down except to his own statements. No. Where's those fucking balls that I voted for in the first goddamn place that put you in office for the first fucking place? Where's that? Oh, they just fell the fuck off, I guess? Now we're back to the same old dumb shit? I mean, you got 4 years. You can use it however the fuck you want to. And what are we using it for? Bombing Iran? And what? Maduro? What? Our elections are still fucked. Our economy is still fucked. The tariffs are off the table so far. What have we done? Not a fucking thing. Sorry. That's the truth. So yeah, I get why people are pissed. And I'm pissed off too. And I'm not going to sit there and make excuses just because somebody I like is actually doing something or isn't actually doing something. I'm not going to make excuses for them. I'm going to be more hard on you. I expect better from you. And here we are through the same old dumb shit yet the fuck again. So no, I'm not going to give excuses for the damn shit. There is no reason on earth he needs to be this nutless and cowardice now. You don't have to be worried, or you don't have to worry about being elected. Just do what you need to do. The people are going to know what what the fuck's going on anyway. The people that are out in the streets that are fucking raging out and you're rioting and shit, they've been doing that for the past 10 goddamn years. There ain't a fucking thing you going to do about it. You can't change it. I mean, Jesus Christ, they rioted for black people, then they rioted for women, then they rioted for trans people, then they rioted for illegals. Now they're rioting because they're getting shot for not being able to kill fucking federal agents. They're going to do it regardless. Walk the fuck in, set the shit down, stop caring about, oh my God, he is the fucking tyrant. Be that piece of shit they made you out to be in the first goddamn place, and I guarantee you, your approval rating will skyrocket. The citizens of this country would actually fucking love you. You would get the praise you wanted if you were the motherfucker that they made you out to be in the first goddamn place. Because this wouldn't be in existence if you did. We wouldn't have to have Miss Brown sitting here trying to say it's racist to hold people accountable for the fucking fraud because Orange Man is committing fraud too. We can't be talking about our fraud. We got to be talking about that fraud. Don't look at us. We got to be looking back at you every fucking time. We wouldn't have this shit in office. We wouldn't have these fucking people sitting here making the laws that tell us how to live our lives being this goddamn fucking retarded. We wouldn't have it if he was that piece of shit that they claim he is. We wouldn't be dealing with this dumb shit. We'd be getting shit done with our country. Our economy would have been fucking great. We damn sure never would have locked down to ruin it in the first goddamn place, but our economy would be picking back the fuck up. We'd be marching the fuck on like it ain't shit. Why? Because we had somebody from the top down saying this is what we're going to fucking do. We need to fix this shit. And if you bitches don't want to, if all you bitches want to do is cry about it, get the fuck out. Because we don't need you. We need hardworking motherfuckers to pick up the pieces of what the fuck was broken and rebuild it. We don't need you pussy pieces of shit in this fucking country. I'd vote for a son of a bitch like that in a goddamn heartbeat. But yet, what do we get? We're going to deport people. We're going to do all this. We're going to do this. Oh, hey, cool. Check it out. First year, 2 million. 2 million deported. Check it out. You break down the numbers. 1.6 million of those 2 million were self-deportations. So you only got, what, 400 million or 400,000? You only got 400,000 people that are not self-deporting. Out of the, what, 20 plus fucking million here? You give them full authorization because these motherfuckers are getting attacked. And yeah, I get it. They're not supposed to shoot motherfuckers. But hey, what do you think's gonna happen when retarded shit stains do what fucking Governor Walz and Miss Brown say to do? Get out in the fucking streets and make this big fucking hoobaloo. What do you think they're gonna fucking do? That's why I'm not an agent, because I'd have mowed motherfuckers down by now. Throwing rocks, throwing frozen water bottles, throwing all different types of shit, trying to set shit on fire. Yeah, bitch, you're putting my life at risk. And I don't give a fuck if you're an American goddamn citizen or not. You're trying to kill me, bitch. That's the way I look at it. You're trying to kill me. So therefore, hey, I have the same right, don't I? I tell you. Come down on these motherfuckers hard. Make an example of some motherfuckers. Make sure that these people know that they're not going to get away with it. Because like that carpet munching fucking bitch's, Renee Good bitch's wife said, why the fuck were they using real bullets? Why were you using real bullets? It's a goddamn motherfucking game. It's a motherfucking game to these people. My life getting fucked up. My life getting fucking torn apart. Everything that I've done for this fucking house is still on goddamn pause. Could have fucking remodeled the house, had it done, enjoyed a nice, good looking fucking house. Nope, can't do that because we had a lockdown. And all of this time, all of this goddamn time, it is still here today. Why? That's easy. Why is it like this? Because our fucking federal government stole our fucking money out from underneath us. Our federal government made our money worth nothing just so they could tax us more. Should I kowtow to that? Should I acquiesce to that? The fucking federal government levied economic warfare upon me. And I'm supposed to be nice to these people? I don't give a fuck if I like the president or not. I don't give a fuck if I like the congressman or not. I'm going to be more harsh on the people that I care, or that I fucking like. Because you should be doing better. But to sit here and say, no, plausible deniability, I don't give a fuck. I don't want my president to say, oh no, in front of a fucking camera. I want that motherfucker to tell me what's going on. I want that motherfucker to tell me what we're doing. And I damn sure want that motherfucker to lead. Not try to play semantic word game bullshit. Motherfucker has 4 fucking years, and the only thing he's done in that 4 fucking years now, shut down the border. Executive orders go nowhere. Yeah, we're going to have a little bit of reprieve here and there for things like that, but that's the only thing he's done is shut down the border, right? No, I'm fucking done with this dumb shit. I'm done with it all. For 10 goddamn years. We've been doing this hearing shit for how long now? I mean, Jesus Christ, I've been listening for about 3 fucking years. I've been bringing them live at least a year and a fucking half. And every goddamn time, doesn't fucking matter what it is, every goddamn fucking time, nobody's got solutions. Nobody's held to account. All political theater. Somebody comes in so somebody can sit there and yell and scream and make themselves feel better and then go write a strongly worded letter as it continues to fucking happen. Why should I be nice to them? I'm done with this shit, dude. I'm not giving anybody any kind of credit. Plausible deniability, that's no. As a president of the United States, go fuck yourself. There ain't no plausible deniability. The president knows a lot. Maybe not everything, but you need to question why, as they don't know everything, and why agencies feel the need to keep information from a president, and why that agency should not exist if that is the fucking thing. Because the president can't make an actually educated decision if he doesn't have the information on hand. I'm done with it, dude. I'm straight up fucking done. I'm not going to be nice to these people anymore. I'm not going to sit there and let people have a reprieve and, oh, well, they're doing this because of this reason. And no. If I understand it, I understand it. But I'm damn sure not going to let you fuck up and continue to fuck up just because I like you. It's not how that works. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be a dick to you or anything. So my 16 cents today isn't actually 16 cents. Your 16 cents today tomorrow will probably be worth 15. That's how inflation works. They flooded the fucking market with printable money because the government had to shut down. They flooded the market with printable money, and now your money ain't worth what it was before. Because there's way too much of it. We are 38 trillion, $39 trillion in the fucking hole and still spending money out the goddamn ass like it's something to fucking do. And now these tariffs that were supposed to come in, no, none of that money fucking stands. We've got nothing to fucking back that up. We're supposed to be returning all that shit too, apparently, because some lower fuck ass judge that nobody wants to remove from the goddamn bench said so. We ain't done shit, man. Inflation is still rising. It's at a slower fucking pace, but inflation is still rising. Our money will always be worth what it is now, and it can only go down. Because nobody will have the fucking balls enough to remove money from the goddamn market to make it more valuable. Nobody's going to have the fucking balls to do that shit. They're just going to keep goddamn printing. Your 16 cents today is only going to be worth 16 cents today. Tomorrow, 15. 2 weeks from now, 10. And I'm supposed to be happy about that shit, right? I'm supposed to be... I am being facetious as far as time frame, but I'm supposed to be happy about that shit. All that money that I put in all my entire fucking life, I understand why my dad was so fucking pissy about goddamn taxes now. All that money I've put in my entire fucking life, those millions upon millions, okay, not millions of dollars. Probably around 300,000, 400,000 my entire life so far. No, man, no, it's actually probably close to $1 million now. I don't know. But the money that they've taken just from me that has been goddamn wasted. And for them to say, look, we burnt your fucking money. Now give us more so we can go burn it again. And all that time while we're burning your money, we're going to charge you more. Why? Because we need more money to burn. We're going to charge you more. Why? Because corporations need to pay us more money. We're going to charge you more. Why? Because everybody around the fucking world needs the $1 million that needs to come out of your pocket. That's what they've been telling you this entire fucking time. Ain't nothing changed, dude. Ain't shit really changed. It's the same goddamn storyline. The same fucking storyline, just faces change and the details are different, and somehow this is supposed to be a different movie to me? I can't. No. We need shit to change, and we need shit to change right the fuck now, because there ain't much more time left before everything goes to shit. Sorry here, Muffin. Do it and pull a Brandon with pardon of himself. You can't vote yourself out of tyranny. No, you cannot. I am not a fuck up. Fuck off, maybe, just a little sometimes. Like taking out a garbage, still haven't gotten to it. I'm not calling you a fuck up. I'm not saying that. I'm saying this administration is a fuck up. Like I said before, all those times, are you going to listen to this federal judge? Are you going to listen to that judge? Are you going to listen to all judge orders? Now you understand. Now you understand why that was so heavily fucking pushed before he got into his office for his second term. Because apparently every judge with a goddamn cunt is sitting here saying, hey, you can't do shit. I'm the president now. I own this country. I rule this fucking country just because I have a black robe on. And apparently we're just going to say, okay. Every fucking judge, every time their pussy gets hurt. Okay. We got to do that now. Okay. A judge, the equivalent of a janitor in the judicial system, is running the fucking country. Because nobody wants to smack a motherfucker down and say, go back to your fucking corner of the world. Either that or get the fuck out of your corner of the world. Those are your two choices. You either get back into the fucking job you're supposed to goddamn do, or we remove you from the fucking bench and you'll never hold that position again. Where's that? So we let janitors run the fucking country? We let janitors have the say of the fucking presidency? We let janitors tell us how to fucking run the country. Good job.
Wire fraud, securities fraud, tax fraud, bank fraud, and healthcare fraud. And several of these pardons have come after
I have
massive
no idea where
political
that rant
contributions
came
to the
from,
president.
but it needed
In many
to be
cases,
said.
these pardons meant victims will never see a dime of restitution. House Judiciary Committee Democrats estimate the pardons for fraud-related crimes could deprive victims of more than $1 billion owed to them and American taxpayers. So this president is pardoning his wealthy donors and taking money out of the pockets of hardworking Americans. He is handing out get-out-of-jail-free cards to fraudsters while shamelessly using fraud as a pretext to go after perceived political enemies. What I believe is simple. Whether you are a president, a billionaire, or a regular American who has committed fraud, you should be held accountable. And with that, I yield back.
Young lady yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Palmer from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing. I appreciate the witnesses being here. I do want to respond to something that was said earlier by one of my colleagues across the aisle about fraud in Alabama, and he actually raised the question, why isn't the governor of Alabama here? It's very simple. Alabama actually did something about the fraud and SNAP benefits.
Yes.
We acted on that immediately. I would argue that if the state of Minnesota had done that, this hearing would be necessary. So I want to ask you, Governor Walz, is it true that your Department of Education was sued by Feeding Our Future for racial discrimination and approving food sites?
I don't know exactly what they were sued for, but I know there was a suit.
Didn't the Department of Education have serious concerns about fraud, though, in Feeding Our Future and their sites as far back as 2020?
That's correct, Congressman. They brought it to the attention of the USDA.
And didn't your Department of Education determine there was fraud occurring because of incredibly large, implausible reimbursement requests?
Well, I think at the time during the COVID pandemic, there was how these meals were being delivered and what safeguards, because as you know, the USDA changed the rules on these to make it easier for food to get out.
Yeah, but one of the fraudster sites, Safari Restaurant, claimed that they served the same number of meals in 1 month as the entire St. Paul School District. In their transcribed interview, your Commissioner of Education said that this would be impossible. Governor Walz, you're an educator. Is it plausible for a single restaurant whose owner has already been convicted and is in jail for fraud was actually serving that number of meals?
I think that's why he went to prison, if I'm not mistaken.
But the question would be, why didn't the state of Minnesota? Wasn't that a federal conviction?
It was turned over by the state. It was the state that found it. It was the folks at the Department of Education turned it over with our federal partners. They prosecuted him.
Well, when we had the hearing with the state legislators, I mean, without exception, they all testified that that they were bringing this to the attention of the state, and the state wasn't doing anything about it.
Those legislators run the committee, Oversight Committee. They never held a single hearing until just very recently, and the chairwoman of that committee is running for governor. So I can't speak to why, but I can tell you that we certainly.
But you can't politicize this, something that was reported years ago. I mean, you could argue that she anticipated that you would resign or retire or however you want to characterize it, but I doubt that was the case. I think I want to be as respectful as I can be, and you know, we serve together. I'm not one of these guys that's trying to score political points. I try to solve problems, but I don't think we can have a transference here of intention for one legislator that you say is running for governor when these issues were raised years ago.
And prosecuted years ago.
Well, not all of them, because the fraud continued, and it's run into the billions of dollars now. I mean, the two people that were convicted in federal court, that was $250 million. That we now know that this has gone into the billions. And the question, and again,
Congressman, can you tell me where the evidence is on the $9 billion? Because we're looking for it. We're doing what we can. I mean, all the local press and all the folks in Minnesota are saying that's not the case. We certainly, you know, if every dollar you put out there, if you say it could be fraud, but there's no evidence.
There's no evidence of this $9 billion. There's no evidence that all these daycare centers that popped up, hey, we're gonna come check into your shit because this doesn't look right. Oh, never mind, we're just gonna shut the fuck down. And then the next day be up under some new name with the same goddamn government contract. None of that happened, right, Tim Walls? None of that happened. There wasn't $1 million goddamn dollars a day, close to $1 million, up to $1 million goddamn dollars a day that were flying out of commercial airports to Somalia for years on end, right? That didn't happen. Where's the $9 billion, you stupid son of a bitch? The $9 billion is gone because you let it. You let it go. Where's this money? I don't know. I don't see it. It's gone, faggot. That's why you're here. Holy fucking shit. You retarded cum stain. That is why you were here, because it's gone. It wasn't used by American citizens. It was stolen by people and sent to another fucking country. It was stolen by people who don't belong on there, that are of a certain, 87, something like 87% of all Somalians are on this fucking shit. It was stolen by them. So where's the $9 million? Faggot, that's what we want to know. Where did it go? Where did it go? Holy fucking shit. You cannot be this goddamn retarded and call yourself a good human being. What up, Jennifer? What's up, Adam?
That, and the problem with that is, and this story came out last week, people in the U.S. Attorney's Office said when you're putting out these numbers that aren't true, it undermines our ability to tackle the actual fraud.
I didn't say $9 billion. I said that I think it's run into the billions. And that's not just in Minnesota. We've had, during COVID, the fraud was massive throughout the country, particularly in the payroll protection plan and the enhanced unemployment. I think it begs the question, Mr. Chairman, why we haven't been more aggressive in going after this all over the country. The fraud that was mentioned by my colleague was SNAP benefits, and that's in California, his own state. It's $180 million, but to California's credit, they're doing something about it. So that's the issue here. I'm not interested in scoring political points. I'm trying to stop the fraud.
I appreciate
that. To get to a place where the public, at the state and federal, in terms of state and federal spending, has confidence that we're properly managing the money, and wherever fraud occurs, that we're aggressively pursuing it. I think that's the question that has been raised about how your administration handled this. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
If I just say, that's fair enough, Congressman. I think that spirit is what we're trying to get at. I do think it's nationwide. I think we should share information. I think we're being as aggressive as possible, but fair enough.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to seek recognition for a unanimous consent request. Ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a June 17, 2025 memorandum from the House Judiciary Committee Democrats titled House Judiciary Committee Democrats Memorandum regarding President Trump's pardons cheat victims out of an astounding $1.3 billion in restitution and fines, allowing fraudsters, tax evaders, drug traffickers, and keep ill-gotten gains, which estimates
the Minnesota fraud is happening because Orange Man is in office. Was Orange Man in office during the whole 4 years that Biden was happening and the Minnesota fraud was still going on? No. So what the fuck does Orange Man have anything to do with this, you stupid goddamn ridiculous fucking cunt? What the fuck? Oh my God. Trump. Made yourself, you stupid fucking whore. Made yourself, so we don't have to do it for you. Use Canada's maid service. Go ahead. I'm tired of the fucking dumb shit. I am tired of the retardation on a massive goddamn scale. Use fucking Canada's maid service and just get it over with.
That Trump's reckless pardons rob victims and let perpetrators walk away without paying $1.3 million in restitution.
Without objection to order. Chair recognizes Ms. Stainsbury from New Mexico.
Good morning. Good afternoon, as it is. Mr. Chairman, thank you for having this hearing. I know it's been a long morning for everyone here as witnesses today, and it's been a long several months for the people of Minnesota. We thank you for your service. Now, let me just start by saying at the beginning of my comments here what I said at the beginning of the last hearing that we had on this exact same subject, which is that we must unequivocally root out waste, fraud, and abuse and prosecute any crimes, wherever they happen, whether those crimes are happening in social service programs at the state level, or whether we have an out-of-control president and administration that is committing crimes, waste, fraud, and abuse inside the White House and within our federal agencies, including deploying thousands of armed agents into our communities, using per diems that are costing millions of taxpayer dollars every day to terrorize our communities, to violate their civil rights, to violate due process rights, and that have resulted in the murder of 2 U.S. citizens. And so my question is, why are we not conducting oversight over that? 2 U.S. citizens that have been murdered
Why are we not
by the federal
conducting
government. Renee Good,
oversight
a Minneapolis
over the
mom,
bullshit that
murdered.
I think we've
Alex
done?
Preddy, a Minneapolis VA nurse, murdered. Nurul Amin
Is
Shal
that a mop
Alam,
on her head?
a partially blind refugee in Buffalo, New York, dead after being left in a parking lot by DHS without even a pair of shoes on. The kidnapping of
It wasn't the fact that he was dead that she's pissed about. It's the fact that he didn't have shoes on. Yeah, I've been seeing that. The Rumble Shorts are doing something for us. The last one, apparently, I've pissed off like 4 fucking people with talking about just the bullshit that happens at Walmart. There's about 4 people in that. Oh, you're a hypocrite because you're in. Motherfucker, you see my goddamn face. You see my head. I'm looking around. I'm making sure. Oh, you talking about people standing in line in Walmart? Did you? Just shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. But yeah. Yeah, we're slowly getting there. Davey's going to be dying on camera eventually. Very, very soon, actually, because it's like 199. If we're at 801 now, it's going to be 199.
children like Liam Ramos, and an administration that has launched an unauthorized war in the Middle East with 6 service members dead and over 160 school children and their teachers dead and buried yesterday. Never in my life have I seen a greater disregard for the Constitution, for the rule of law.
Except for every goddamn time you have opened your fucking mouth, you stupid cunt. Now, I give you credit with your fucking Bill Clinton shit. You actually nailed Bill Clinton to the wall on that. And I can't believe I actually fucking gave you credit for that. You were the strongest fucking one in that deposition. But right here, you dumb fucking retard. No, this ain't it. This ain't it, you retarded fucking bitch. You are literally trying to say that nobody else, nothing else can ever be fucking done until Orange Man because ICE. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, a man ran from his child so immigration wouldn't arrest him because he had an order of deportation. A man ran from his child, and because that child was taken into custody and not left on the fucking streets to die. Orange Man bad. I'm so fucking tired of it. Renee Good. Oh my God, Renee Good. She should have been able to just abstract. She should have been able to attack. She should have been able to impede federal officers. She should have been able to run a motherfucker over. Alex Preddy, he should have been able to be there. He should have been able to obstruct. He should have been able to shoot a fucking ICE agent in the face with his gun. There's no evidence of that. Who the fuck brings a gun to interrupt any kind of agent or law enforcement for that matter? You would not have a gun on you if that were not your fucking plan. Here we go, you stupid fucking cunt. You need to be hung up with your children's entrails. You do. And you need to see that gutting first fucking hand. You need to see the preparation that goes into it. And it needs to be done publicly. Examples need to be fucking made. Holy goddamn I can't even stand this woman's fucking voice though, man. Her voice makes me irrationally fucking angry. Ice, oh my god. Republicans are missing. Shut the fuck up.
For the carelessness for human life and basic human dignity and senseless cruelty than I have seen in this administration, whether that is at home or abroad, and they can't answer the most basic questions about why. And meanwhile, people who should be investigating these crimes are partying and drinking on taxpayer dollars.
You don't
We've got
like
the US
the answer
DOJ,
to the
AG,
question.
refusing to release the Epstein files or even acknowledge their basic human dignity. And yesterday, the Secretary of DHS testifying and lying under oath in the United States Senate, refusing to acknowledge Alex Preddy and Renee Nicole Good's death, its murder, and the harm that she personally has caused by calling it domestic terrorism. That is what we should be investigating. And the billions.
Oh my fucking god. Using violence and political gain is the definition of terrorism, you stupid goddamn cunt. So when you use violence and intimidation for political gain inside this goddamn country, that makes you a domestic fucking terrorist. When you were using violence and intimidation to get your way, trying to obstruct ICE agents from doing their fucking job, that makes you a domestic terrorist. Oh my god, the damage that came from calling them a domestic terrorist. You call us Nazis on a goddamn daily basis, bitch. We have died because you call us Nazis on a goddamn daily basis, bitch. So if you want to cry because somebody said you're a domestic terrorist and the harm it does to that, I demand you and your entire bloodline be strung up for all the shit you have ever said about Republicans. You want to cry about how much your pussy hurts because somebody called somebody a domestic terrorist? I demand you strung up in the streets. You and your entire fucking bloodline strung up in the streets for the damage you have caused by calling everybody else Nazis. Oh, you don't like that, do you? You wouldn't like that, would you? Now shut the fuck up then. God fucking damn. There is no point in your goddamn existence.
Of taxpayer dollars that are being used to support this cruelty and out of control administration. Now, I know it's been a long day, and Mr. Ellison, I know you have had a long day especially. I want to say thank you for your service, Governor. You have inspired the nation.
Thank you for not
by helping
doing
to organize
shit
along
for
with the faith
anybody
community, our communities
and
in
taking
resistance,
every
in strength.
taxpayer's
And I
money.
agree with you, Reverend, that silence is complicity, and that is why we have to speak. And so, Mr. Ellison, I just want to ask you one question. What do you think Congress should
You
be
don't have to
investigating? What
speak,
should we be
whore.
investigating
You
here today?
shouldn't be speaking.
Congresswoman, I'd be very grateful if the committee
sound should
really
never
dug
be
into
coming out of
the
your
use force
cock
policy
holster
with ICE.
ever the fuck
I think
again.
it needs greater training. I think it needs clearly better guidelines. I think there needs to be a policy of cooperation between state and federal investigators in the FBI. And I think there should be a general policy that leaders not make statements about blame or guilt immediately after the tragedy. And they should try to wait and figure out what actually happened before they make those kind of statements that you identified.
Thank you, AG. And I'll just say this. I've heard a lot of political theater here today. I think it's disgraceful. Our job is the Oversight Committee. Our job is to oversee the administration and the agencies that it executes on. And we are
Your
failing
job
the American
is to
people.
be a
and this
servant
administration
to
is
the
failing
American
the world.
people.
With that, I yield back.
Good lady, yields back.
And
I might
you
add that
ain't
it's my
done that.
understanding the Homeland Security Committee is
So until
investigating.
you start
the
doing
two
your job,
deaths in Minnesota.
shut the
Chair
fuck
now
up.
recognizes Mr. Fallon from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Walsh, do you believe the 70,000 strong Somali community as a whole has made a positive impact on your state?
I do.
So you'd be the opinion, fair to say, that the Somali community has successfully assimilated and is making Minnesota better?
Yeah, I believe they're on that path, yes.
I'm just curious by what metric you'd come to that conclusion. I just looked at some hard data. And do you have any idea what percentage of the native-born Minnesotans, all races, live in poverty in your state right now?
I don't have specifically.
I'll share it with you. It's 8%. For the Somali community, it's 52%. How about receiving food stamps?
I don't know.
All right, I'll run it down with you. It's 7%, and then compared to 54% in the Somali community, and then don't have at least a high school diploma for all Minnesotans. It's 5%. Somali community, it's 39%. One family member at least on Medicaid. It's 18% for Minnesota, 73% for the Somali community, and receiving welfare of some form. It's 21%, and it's 81% for the Somali community. Governor, do you happen to know what the percentages of all those who have currently been charged in this staggering social services fraud scheme were native-born Minnesotans? What percentage?
I do not have that.
I think it was 85 out of 98, which comes out to 13% Minnesotan and 87% Somali Minnesotan. So I think this is an instance perhaps where we won't get slapped by data. Governor, there's been billions stolen over 7+ years right under your nose, and really there's only two explanations. It's either you were in on it or you weren't smart enough to see it. It's either criminal negligence or wild incompetence. And the only way this kind of fraud can reach this scale is if there's people in power that are colluding and collaborating and willfully blinding themselves to the realities around them. And in oversight, when we do investigations, it's rare for us to have whistleblowers because they face retribution and punishment and resentment, and they can be ostracized, and it's difficult and it's uncomfortable, and sometimes it's even dangerous. So when we have when we're having an investigation and we have even a couple of whistleblowers, it's very valuable to us because they provide invaluable insight. Do you have any idea how many whistleblowers are working from Minnesota or working with the Oversight Committee?
I do not. We have our own strong protections in the OLA.
Well, it's 30. I mean, I haven't seen that in 5+ years in Congress. 30. Governor, on September 16th, 2025, did you announce your re-election bid?
Pardon me?
On September 16th last year, did you?
I don't know the exact date.
In September, roughly the fall last year, did you announce you're running for governor again?
Yeah. I believe that's correct.
Okay. And then I think you said in your quote here, we've made historic progress, but we're not done yet. And then just 3.5 months later, on January 5th, you dropped out. I got to ask you why. I mean, were you tired of making historic progress?
No, Congressman, I think I've done the job for 2 terms, and I said talking with my family, and I said I want to focus on doing the job. Not
Did it have anything to do with this epic, historic, awful fraud?
It has everything to do with trying to do the job right for Minnesota.
How can you focus on doing the job of being governor of a state if you don't have the title of governor? How do you focus on doing the job if you're not even able to do the job? Not even able. I mean, we all know you're an incompetent retard. But I'm saying, you don't have the official title. You don't have the access that comes to that. You're not supposed to have any goddamn form of any kind of dealings with the state after the fact. So how the fuck are you going to do the job of the governor without being governor? What fucking retard shit is this?
The facts are your leadership, and really your lack of leadership, has been responsible for one of the largest ripoffs of the American taxpayer in our history. And you traded, I believe, political expediency, the currency of political expediency, for your integrity. And, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you know this, but it's been widely reported that in 2008, when Barack Obama was choosing his vice presidential candidate, he had 3 criteria. He wanted to make sure he picked somebody that wasn't as smart as him and had less talent and charisma and couldn't possibly outshine him, so he picked Joe Biden. And then Joe Biden in 2020 used the exact same criteria. He wanted to make sure he picked somebody who wasn't as smart as him, had less talent and charisma, and wouldn't outshine him. And he picked
That's
Kamala.
because they give it to you
and then in
automatically
2024,
if you
Governor,
check some
I think it's very
volume in
evident
the race
why Kamala
box.
Harris
Yep.
picked you. The talent pool, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, the talent pool in just shallow, brother.
Cyber attack
we
on
have
the
hit the shore.
Minnesota
And I
state
yield back.
system in Ramsey County.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes
Yeah.
Mr. Superman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have some concerns about not just the tactics of ICE in Minnesota.
But then again, Muffin, there was, oh my God, I'm having an encoding error, encoding overloaded, whatever. There was what was that? Hold on. Bring it back up. What was that one? I know I put it in here. Yeah, here we go. FBI investigating suspicious cyber activity on system holding sensitive surveillance information. Suspicious activities on an internal system that contains sensitive information related to the surveillance operation and investigations. The Bureau is working to determine the scope and impact of the problem, according to a notification sent to the members of Congress that say the unnamed culprit is using sophisticated techniques to exploit FBI network security protocol. The motherfucking FBI has been hacked. The motherfucking FBI has been hacked. This is from March 5th of 2026. That was not that long ago. And they came across sensitive information relating to surveillance operations and investigations. I wonder why. I wonder why. Looks like somebody got into some information that they knew the FBI had. The only thing I can say is to delete that, so nobody can be brought to justice, because you wouldn't have surveillance information and sensitive data on prosecutions. But yeah, you're right. You're right with that one. Nobody did talk about the cyber attack on the Minnesota state system.
everywhere. I have concerns about the fact that Renee Good and Alex Preddy were killed, and there has been no real investigation by federal law enforcement and federal authorities. And so I would ask Attorney General Ellison, do you know if the FBI is actually investigating what happened?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. To the information we have is that there was an affirmative statement by Deputy AG Todd Blanchard. They were not investigating the Renee Good matter. On the Alex Preddy, we received information that that was similar and that there might be an investigation, but that the state would be excluded. So in the first one, they're not doing an investigation and we can't have the information. And the second one, they might be doing an investigation and the state cannot be part of it.
And I know this is asking for your opinion, but why do you think they would want to exclude the state in the Alex Preddy investigation?
Because the state would try
I don't
to
want to
fuck it
speculate
up
as to what
to
somebody's
cover
motives
their
might
own
be, but I
ass.
can just tell you this. It is a sharp departure from the norm. Normally, we investigate these things jointly, and when somebody doesn't want another investigator there, sometimes you might wonder if there's something that they don't want to come out.
And it's my understanding that the federal government is better positioned to do such an investigation and to be able to prosecute.
The state wanting to be involved in an investigation of a woman trying to run over a federal agent. You would wonder why state investigators are crying because they're not involved in a federal agent being run over. Oh, well, he shot her, so the state should be able to investigate why, so the state can muddy it up and try to get the federal agent who was assaulted by a car arrested for a blatant act of self-defense. You shut the fuck up, faggot. You shut your fucking mouth. Every single fucking one of you. I am so goddamn tired of hearing these fucking ridiculous ass retarded arguments from you sacks of shit that make no goddamn fucking sense whatsoever. Because all I'm hearing from you sacks of shit is I should be able to do whatever the fuck I want to do and you ain't going to be able to do a damn thing. Because you don't believe what I believe. That's all I've ever heard from you. What up, Colty? Hell yeah. Appreciate it. Oh, that's going to the Rumble wallet. 5 to the Rumble wallet. Appreciate you, brother.
Such crimes because there might be federal immunity. It's my understanding federal agents are typically immune from state prosecution if their actions were directly tied to official duties. What is your understanding of that?
So my understanding starts with the Supremacy Clause in the U.S. Constitution, and then there's a line of cases. The first one is something called In Re Nagel, and then there's a number of cases after that. What it says is that
was almost
if
a hard R.
Federal agent arguably commits a crime and is indicted or charged, that the federal agent would have a affirmative defense of saying that I was doing my job and I was doing it in a necessary and proper way. What I was doing was necessary and proper. If they can meet both of those criteria, a court might grant their motion to dismiss. If they cannot, the matter is going to face a jury. As a matter of fact, there was a case involving, you may remember the case involving Randy Weaver in Idaho. That case actually was cleared by the Ninth Circuit to go to trial, but the local authorities decided not to pursue it.
And to prosecute Renee Good and Alex Preddy, you would need evidence, right? Has the FBI or anyone given you or been able to cooperate with you on any evidence in this case?
No, at this point they have precluded the state from access to the evidence, but there's a lot of other evidence out there, and we're also pursuing all options to get access to the evidence.
Do you think with what you have now, you could prosecute Renee Good and Alex Preddy at the state level?
I think theoretically it's possible, but I would think it would be imprudent until you see the federal file, because when you're a prosecutor, you should know the whole file. You should have evaluated all the evidence before you make a charging decision or bring a matter to the grand jury.
Because my concern here is that not only are these terrible things happening to U.S. citizens, but there's no accountability, right? There's no mechanism. There's a cover-up for the people who are at ICE and other law enforcement who do the wrong thing, and it's making everyone at those agencies look bad. It's making our country look bad on the international stage. And so, we have legislation at the federal level. I'm a co-sponsor of the Stop Excessive Force and Immigration Act. We're trying to do things tangibly to make things better. We need some support on the other side of the aisle, but certainly we're going to push forward anyway. I guess I would end by saying, what would you ask Congress to do to help get the accountability that we're looking for? And I'll ask either one.
I think that for anyone, Republican or Democrat, hoping to get public trust restored to immigration agents, there must be clear protocols regarding recruitment, training, and protocols on use of force. There must be an investigation. States must be involved, and there's more to be discussed.
Governor Waltz, you have 5 seconds.
I would agree with the Attorney General that it's about restoring faith, that people don't trust what they're doing, and we need them to be able to do their job.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'll now recognize Mr. Burleson from Missouri and then Mr. Timmons from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Waltz, we already know that the Minnesota Medical Assistance gives taxpayer dollars to people that are not here legally, illegal aliens, and we know that in large part, your sanctuary city policies or sanctuary state policies have exacerbated the fraud that we are seeing in Minnesota. We know that just from conservative estimates alone, that during the Biden administration, we had an estimated 15 million people come here illegally. Within your state alone, the estimates from the Migration Institute and Pew Research is that it's at least 130,000 people that are here illegally. And we know that $250 million was stolen for the Feeding Our Futures program. Are you familiar with the fact that those working for the program and individuals later convicted of fraudulent crimes met with Mr. Ellison in the what has been talked about, the recorded conversation?
I believe the Attorney General just testified to that, yes.
It was a 54-minute conversation, and in it, the conversation was recorded and as an audio file secured by, there was a request to get that information. He can clearly be heard pledging his support to individuals who would soon become his family's campaign donors and later Feeding Our Future criminal defendants. The ask occurs around minute 43:30. Specifically, the request for him is in the AG's statutory role as the attorney for state agencies to intervene on behalf of these frauds. And at 44:26, Mr. Ellison assures the fraudsters, quote unquote, "Of course, I'm here to help." And at 45-minute mark, he says, quote unquote, "Let's go fight these people." These people meaning the agencies that were looking into the fraud. Have you listened to this audio?
Today was the first time I've heard it. I'm familiar with it, and I don't know if I can validate that characterization.
If this is true, do you have concerns?
I'm not going to speculate on like I said, I can't characterize what it was.
Certainly, you've heard the allegations that Mr. Ellison was working with individuals and that people were trying to reach out to him to try to avoid any kind of prosecution.
I don't know if I would characterize it like that. I couldn't do that.
How would you characterize it?
I don't know. I wasn't there. I just heard the clip you had.
How much fraudulent money has been recovered?
Oh, I don't have the number in front of me, but
I've heard the highest number is $80 million. I mean,
that could be. I can't verify that.
So it's reported that it's at most it's $80 million, and as we know, the amount that has been attributed to fraud in Minnesota alone is estimated, I think, on the low end, the conservative side is $9 billion. I think the Trump administration says $19 billion.
Congressman, I don't see anything to show that, but what I've acknowledged is $1 too much. I think the local people and the folks who are taking count of this show it just at about $271 million.
Do you think the effort to return the money has been successful?
Oh, I can't speak to that. I don't have any part in that.
I think that returning $80 million out of let's say, assume it's just $9 billion, which would be 0.08%, less than 1% of the money has been gotten.
Congressman, no one's saying the $9 billion other than a potential for that, and that would mean every dollar that's out there. And I think that was characterized last week by the U.S. Attorney's Office as saying that caused problems because there's no evidence to back that up. But I want to be clear. That doesn't make it any better. I just want to be clear.
God.
I hear you on the $300 million.
There's more work. Would you agree there's more work to do? If you're at 1% or less than 1%, there's more work to do.
I think if it's 99%, there's more work to do.
Last week you stated to the press that you have fired people who weren't doing their jobs. Is that correct?
What I stated was that people have been put into new positions, that we removed people from positions.
So you did not fire anyone?
People
you just
stepped away.
Shuffled the decks on the Titanic.
I think they left state government.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Timmons and then McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. Governor Walz, under your leadership, Minnesota has become the poster boy of fraud in America. Between the Feeding Our Future scheme and massive widespread fraud in autism and child care programs, your tenure will be defined by immense negligence, costing taxpayers at least hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars. In 2019, in the first months of your administration, your legislative auditor found serious weaknesses in the child care assistance program, including inadequate attendance verification, repeat bad actors cycling through the system, weak enforcement, and employees who feared retaliation for raising concerns. Those warnings were specific, they were actionable, and they were documented. And you were already in office at this time. If, as you say, the buck stops with you, Governor, it's unclear when the buck actually stopped. In your written testimony, you listed multiple actions you have taken to curb fraud, yet clearly they were insufficient. As Minnesota ended up with 14 Medicaid programs deemed high risk, representing over $18 billion in spending. The buck didn't stop when whistleblowers were silenced years ago. It only stopped when you realized the fraudsters were drawing attention from people that you couldn't intimidate into silence.
I'm getting all
fraud
kinds
of magnitude does not happen overnight. It builds slowly, and it's the result of institutional failures and poor leadership. So, Governor, my question is simple. If the buck stopped with you, as you said, who failed between 2019 and 2022, and why were they not held accountable?
Who failed in what, Congressman?
This fraud has been growing until recently, and you have been governor for many years.
No, well, thank you for the question, Congressman. And I would disagree with your characterization, obviously. And the legislative auditor, I don't know what the time period they investigated. Those are usually come months after they did it. We took office in January 2019 and immediately started acting on what the OLA, the Office of Legislative Auditor, independent branch, started asking us to do, where we started changing the programs.
That's not what the record reflects. The record reflects that there were all of these whistleblowers and they were being intimidated because alleged racism was the motivation behind the degree of enforcement.
Congressman, I've never got a chance to speak to these folks. What I will say is that in my time in Congress proved that strongest whistleblower protections we can possibly have. We have plenty of opportunities.
We're not talking to every other state. We're talking to Minnesota because of the rampant fraud. So look,
is there no fraud in any other states?
3 members of the Minnesota State House of Representatives who all served on the Fraud Prevention and State Oversight Policy Committee gave transcripts.
Why am I here? Why are you crying about all the fraud in my state? Because you let it happen. You continue to let it happen, and you're a disgrace. What about all the fraud in every other state? Alabama has a lot of. Yes, and our governor has been doing something about that. Yes, our agencies have been doing something about that. As a matter of fact, our agencies have been screaming about it under the Biden administration, and they were fucking silenced. Yes, that is a thing. We know. Oh my God, the fraud in every other state. Stop looking at me until you clean up everybody else's shit. Shut the fuck up, faggot. Just shut up. Oh, it's only projected to be 9 billion. 9 billion. There's no evidence for that. What, you think it's $2? That story where damn near $1 million a daily was flying out of Minnesota back to Somalia. Yeah, but there's no evidence that it's 9 billion. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, again, there's no evidence because the money's fucking gone already. I'm so goddamn sick and fucking tired of these word games with these motherfuckers.
Interviews that confirmed that your administration was aware of the fraud happening in the state, yet chose not to act due to fear of political repercussions and intentionally silenced whistleblowers who have tried to come forward.
Well, that's
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to insert this in the record. Roadmap to Program Integrity and Fraud Prevention. It's a report, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This report relays that several current and former Department of Human Services employees have described messaging from DHS leadership that emphasized compassion over compliance. So the former leaders have said that DHS should be guided by 70% compassion and 30% compliance. And then in 2023 DHS public presentation, leadership encouraged employees to embrace a 60-40 mindset. Again, that's 60% compassion and 40% compliance. I want to have as much compassion for people that need social safety nets. Like, I want to have 100% compassion, but we also have to have 100% compliance or work as hard as we can to get there. And as you sit here today, and after acknowledging how widespread and pervasive fraud is in Minnesota, how should your state employees prioritize program compliance? What is your message to people now relative to this compassion compliance ratio?
Well, I think I agree with you on this, Congressman. I don't think it's an either or choice. We need to make sure we're not going to stop these programs. We're not going to stop being the top state for children in the country, but we need to make sure if we're going to continue those programs that we need to have fraud prevention and program integrity in. So I agree with you. It's not an either or and it's not a percentage.
Then why the fuck are you allowing it to happen?
Most, we have to be good stewards of tax dollars.
That's right.
And for every dollar that is stolen through waste, fraud, and abuse, that is a dollar that cannot go to people that need it most. So we need to prioritize compliance, make sure that we have the least amount of fraud possible. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I agree, Congressman.
Gentleman yields back. Next is Mr. McGuire from Virginia, then Ms. Luna.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to our witnesses. Governor Walz and Attorney General Ellison, what year were you made aware of rampant fraud in your state?
Well, Congressman, I think
the committee has spoken to nearly 30 whistleblowers, most of which are current employees in your administration. Based on these transcribed interviews, you were both made aware of the rampant fraud in your state around 2019, 2020.
Did they make
Governor Walz, do you know who Janelle Sky Hansen is?
I do not. I was going to ask you.
Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record article from CARE 11 titled CARE 11 investigates evicted homeless paying the price for Minnesota's fraud crisis.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Walz, Janelle Hansen, who goes by the name Sky, has autism. In June 2025, Sky, who was living in an apartment paid for by Integrated Community Supports, was evicted by police because her caregivers, American Home Healthcare LLC, who were subletting her apartment, stopped paying their rent. This provider claimed to provide this woman with 12 hours of daily individual services and billed ICS on an average of nearly $12,000 a month when she only interacted with them 2 hours per day. Because of this fraud, the woman has been homeless for 8 months. In fact, while Sky is homeless, the owner of American Home Health Care LLC lives in a high-end Maple Grove home, which has an indoor basketball court. State Medicaid billing data shows since 2022, American Home Health Care has been paid more than $2.2 million in public funds. That is $2.2 million that was taken fraudulently from the taxpayers to pay for a man to live in a lavish home while people like Sky are left to live on the street. Governor Walz, this is despicable. You have a duty to serve the Minnesotans. You failed, and you failed to protect these individuals like Sky who needed it the most. I've had constituents tell me that after seeing all the fraud that has come to light in your state, that they aren't sure if they're paying taxes or if they are paying criminals. Governor Walz, Attorney General Ellison, yes or no, does your administration take whistleblower reports seriously? Yes or no?
Yes.
Governor Walz and Attorney General Ellison, yes or no, do you believe that when faced with a whistleblower, the correct course of action is to retaliate against them and suppress their concerns?
No, of course not. It's illegal to
Governor
do so.
Walz, yes or no, are you aware of any instances of employees in Minnesota's Department of Human Services being threatened and intimidated with military surveillance to ensure they stay quiet about fraud?
I am not.
This is a picture of an email from Emmanuel Nwala at the DHS manager who has since been promoted to the leadership role. This email shows clear proof that the threatened employees with military surveillance, including, quote, I did intelligence research with the Army and give them IP addresses and email addresses to track specific locations. Governor Walz, yes or no, are you aware of this email?
I am not.
Governor Walz, Mr. Nwala stated in the email that he was asked by upper leadership to hold off as they are doing their own thing on it. What did that mean? What did they mean by that?
I couldn't say. I'm unfamiliar with
Was
it.
upper leadership doing their own military surveillance on whistleblowers to intimidate employees and to stay quiet about rampant fraud?
I do not believe they would.
Moving on, Governor Walz, yes or no, do you agree that it would be intimidation to confront a whistleblower with photographs of their car,
gotta know
their
what they're
house,
saying.
and monitor their phone and computer and ask which
All
schools
the
their children
time,
go
though,
to?
it does get hard, I will admit
Governor
that.
Walz, yes or no, did the DHS investigators direct you to participate in these intimidation tactics against whistleblowers?
It does make you want to...
Could you restate the question, Tom?
Were you directed to intimidate these whistleblowers?
Of course not, no.
Governor Walz, who is
It does
Shireen
make
Gandhi?
you want to do things
She
you
is the
shouldn't
current
be doing.
commissioner of the department.
In her transcribed interview, Ms. Gandhi confirmed that DHS used outside entities to investigate DHS staff. Governor Walz, I think it's clear to the American people that your administration didn't take whistleblowers seriously and even further cultivated an environment of fear to intimidate employees from going public with the truth about the rampant fraud in your state and under your failed leadership. Governor Walz and Attorney General Ellison, your incompetence and inaction to stop pervasive fraud when you were first alerted was not only defrauded taxpayers of $9 billion, but you have also failed to protect those who truly needed these services, such as Sky. Because of your failed leadership, that woman was evicted from her apartment and homeless on the street for 8 months. Leadership matters. Now, Governor, you abandoned your troops before deployment. Right before the deployment, you told your law enforcement not to cooperate with federal agents, which led to a lot of the problems in your state that you don't see happening around the country. And you abandoned Minnesota by allowing this fraud to continue. And so I understand I'm so glad that you have decided not to
Congressman, that's
run
untrue.
for re-election as governor. With that, I yield back.
Congressman, did you do 24 years in the military? Because I did.
What's that got to do with that?
I'm sorry, you're now interfering with my time, but as a veteran, he's a veteran too. I don't think that you need to compare service. No one's discrediting your service, but I think they're discrediting your ability to lead your state and
My
protect
credit was
against
being
fraud,
questioned, and I did.
So if that, Chairman, I'd like to have my
recognizes
time.
Ms. Luna from Florida.
Thank you, Governor.
Chairman, I would
Walz.
ask
So
the
my line of
ability to-
questioning is not for you. Please do not interfere with the witness's time. It's for your Attorney
He didn't
General.
ask a question, so it is Ms. Luna's time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to be very clear about why we are here today and why both of you should be concerned. I've already sent criminal referrals to Attorney General Pam Bondi recommending that both Governor Walz and Attorney General Ellison be investigated and prosecuted under 18 U.S. Code 371 and 18 U.S. Code 2. The U.S. Attorney Office estimates up to $9 billion in taxpayer money has been stolen on your watch, Governor Walz. Not a rounding error, not a typo, $9 billion, and both of you know. Mr. Ellison, there's a widely reported recording of a meeting between you and Feeding Our Future on December 11th, 2021. At that meeting, those individuals that you were speaking to told you that the state investigators looking into fraud were acting in a, quote, racist manner. And your response was, and I'm quoting directly from the recording, let's just go fight these people. I want to ask you, what do you mean by fight these people?
Congresswoman, first of all, this matter I've responded in writing to this committee. I've written an op-ed about this matter. I have gone through several committees, one in the state, one in the Fed, one in the Senate, now here today, and it's very clear that these people were clearly liars. They were lying to me. They lied to judges. They lied to the state agencies. They were fraudsters. Everyone agrees that they're fraudsters. And
if I could, just because I'm a limit on time, though, I want to see, and I understand what you were stating. You're saying that you were essentially lied to. But in responding to them, and the reason I'm questioning on this is because I had the privilege of questioning some of your state legislators that were Republicans, and they did feel that both you and the governor were covering up what was happening with the fraud. So I want to specifically just, who are you referencing when you said fight these people? If you could, just keep it short. Was that your own state?
Congresswoman, these people represented themselves to be business people who were having difficulty with the bureaucracy.
Who are
They
these
contacted
people,
me and they wanted
bitch?
to know what, can you possibly help us? What I did is investigate their claims and then work with federal authorities to see 57 of them convicted of crimes and about, I think, more than 80 now indicted. So these people presented themselves as someone needing help and honest business people. They were not what they claimed to be,
So just-
and we helped them get convicted as they well
clarifying,
should
but just
be.
to be clear, it would be the bureaucracy, would you say, within your own state? Is that you were saying fight these people as in the bureaucracy within your own state, correct?
Congresswoman, I was in Congress for 12 years.
Thank you for
and I
serving
did
in
I did
Congress.
constituent services all the time.
Okay, so I'm not going to get
working with
anywhere on this
people.
question. That brings me to my next thing. Do you believe that it is racist to investigate someone of fraud because they are of Somalian descent? Yes or no?
Ma'am, I believe that anybody who commits fraud of any background should be investigated and held accountable.
Okay, well, I would actually agree with you on that one, so thank you for clarifying. But to be clear, those individuals that you told the Department of Human Services were basically, it was racist, and if you were looking into it for fraud. You took that meeting, you made that promise, and then it turns out that the billions of dollars in fraud continued. And I hate to bring this up because I am a parent, but your own son also received donations from those same individuals. Imam Omar, the man that you invited you and is listed a partial owner of an entity that was used to launder over $40 million in Feeding Our Future funds. I would say that you did mislead the public, whether or not you at the time realized what they were up to. The fact is that you were then presented with the evidence, and it does feel, and according to your own state legislators, that you did not take that seriously enough. In my opinion, if you
I
have
would disagree, ma'am.
I'm telling you what my opinion is. I don't believe that that was a question, but I do believe, based on the recording, based on the fact that you were personally tied to it, and based on the fact that your family then had ties to it as well, seems a little sus. Aside from that, though, you're telling the American people essentially that maybe you didn't know about it when dozens of your own employees were afraid as being labeled as racist or Islamophobic if they stayed silent. And so I just want to be clear about something. You stated and you agree that anyone should be investigated based on, regardless of their background. But the fact is that your own employees came forward and were actually afraid of actually looking into that fraud because they did not want to be labeled as Islamophobic or as maybe xenophobic. So you dismiss this, as President Trump said, as politicizing the issue when $9 billion is not a political talking point. It's an embarrassment. The American people see what's going on, and this is fraud. I would say, and I would also advise the Attorney General to look into our criminal referrals. I do not believe that you guys could say that you didn't know what was happening, because frankly, even if, let's say, giving you the benefit of the doubt, you might not have known, you guys still chose to turn a blind eye to it. Thank you, Chairman. I yield my time.
Gentlelady yields back. And before I recognize Mr. Langworthy, our last questioner, I want to say Congressman Jack is on the Rules Committee, and everyone knows that they put in long hours. He's actually managing the floor. If he doesn't make it back in time after Mr. Langworthy, I want to put into the record Representative Jack is leading debate on the floor, but will submit his questions for the record. So with that, I recognize Mr. Langworthy from New York.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Governor, you have served as governor of the state of Minnesota for nearly 7 years. Why did it take you until 2023 to launch an investigation under an inspector general into this massive fraud that's been uncovered?
I don't believe that timeline's correct, Congressman. As I said, we were making changes, and this has been being worked, and these cases have been brought forward years before.
But your administration did hesitate for years to fully investigate this fraud. Was it because you were concerned about you're the de facto leader of the Democratic Party of Minnesota as a governor? Were you concerned about the political consequences within the Minnesota Democratic Party's voter coalition? Did that lead to you making that mistake? Because trying to listen to the answers today and come up with a conclusion as to why you would turn a blind eye to this for so long, when so many people from your partners in government across the aisle, but also people at the street level, saw this fraud going on in plain sight.
Well, we did not, and I know that the rest of the country saw this recently. And what I would ask you, Congressman, is what benefit would there be to that? Just assume there's no ethics involved, which I have a long history here of doing that. There's certainly no benefit in taking money from programs that I've advocated for that make Minnesota the best state to live. And so we worked it from the beginning. And look, these folks continue to move. They're a moving target. We went back to the legislature asking for more tools. We went back last year and asked for more tools. And now what's great is Republicans are actually supporting those things that we put forward. So as soon as
Governor, Republicans came to this committee last month and testified the fact that they've been trying to get people's attention in power in Minnesota for a long time.
I would disagree with their characterization.
Well, so you state that unequivocally there was no political consideration based on constituents in the Democratic Party that turned a blind eye. Now that's interesting, that, Governor, because your first reactions in December 2025 were to call taxpayer conspiracy theorists and dismiss concerns about the $9 billion in fraud as white supremacy. And on December 23rd, you stated, this is what happens when they scapegoat, and this is what happens when you no longer hide the idea of white supremacy. You immediately went there. And
I believe I was speaking about the ICE invasion in Metro Surge. I'm unfamiliar with where you're quoting from.
This is when this fraud was uncovered. Knowing now that those people were correct, would you apologize to those constituents for classifying them?
I'm unfamiliar with what you're asking for. I've heard today attacks on the Somali community that I would view as racist trope thrown at the Somali community.
Okay, Governor, I understand you need to deny and deflect, and your stories are pretty legendary at this point. But while you were looking the other way at fraud that took place on your watch, you and your ticket mates in the Democratic Party in Minnesota get somewhere between 80 and 90% of the vote in Somali-heavy precincts. In your election, re-election, the gentleman sitting next to you won his last election by a mere 21,000 votes. It seems to me, in conventional wisdom here would be, that you were willfully ignorant to these crimes in return for a community support.
That's totally false, Congressman. That accusation is totally false. I won by, I don't know, 10 points, hundreds of thousands of votes.
He won by 21,000.
But that accusation, throwing that around, we came here to help and work with you to try and find solutions.
We're talking about $9 billion in fraud. Your entire state budget's only $65 billion. I mean, this is a massive.
Do you have the spreadsheet on that, Congressman, on the $9 billion?
You've rattled off about 10 different numbers today. You clearly don't have a handle on the numbers either, and you need a serious accounting effort in the state of Minnesota right now.
Okay, Congressman, I've given you the numbers
to the best of my ability. Do you believe that you're in action in the first term to prevent fraud in the childhood nutrition and child care assistance programs, gave the green light to other scammers,
and that's why
to commit housing and Medicaid
retarded.
fraud in your second term?
No, I don't believe that.
Holy shit.
And once again, your words say one thing, your actions say something different. You came into office after several multi-million-dollar fraud scandals on the heels of a 2018 report alleging that over $100 million was being defrauded from taxpayers annually, and you did nothing. And in 2020, after hearing about potential fraud with Feeding Our Future, you did nothing. And Governor, you knew and did nothing to stop autism payment fraud. Its annual expenses inexplicably increased from $6 million to $192 million in just 5 years. And you did nothing to stop housing stabilization, Medicaid fraud, which has topped $100 billion. And you did nothing to stop daycare fraud, an issue that's already costing taxpayers millions when you were sworn into office. Are you familiar with Article 8 of the Minnesota Constitution?
I am not, Congressman, but I will give you this. Doing nothing, you're in the right job for that in this Congress. I disagree with that entire characterization. No, I'm unfamiliar
It seems
with
like you've created a state of Minnesota that you're free to come in and set up shop and make fraud.
It ranks at the top of nearly every category in quality of life.
A real big, bold one after what we've uncovered here today. Article 8 states that Minnesota officers, including the governor, may be impeached for malfeasance or non-feasance in the performance of their official duties. Well, billions of dollars of taxpayer money were allowed to be lost to fraud. Whistleblowers were ignored. It's extremely well documented. And those people were punished. And you had a direct political benefit to this fraud. That's an impeachable offense. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and I think you heard the bell. I know votes are being called, so the ranking member and I have deferred any closing statements until we come back. I want to thank our witnesses for being here. We appreciate your testimony. Hopefully, you all will read the committee report and protect the whistleblowers, and hopefully we can hold some people accountable who have committed fraud. Pursuant to the previous order, the committee will recess for floor votes. We plan to reconvene right after the vote series. The committee stands in recess. Thank you all.
You want us back?
Yeah, the witnesses can be excused. Thank you all.
Thank you.
I know you have
Thank you, Chairman.
planes catch. We really appreciate you all being here.
Thank you, Chairman.
All right, so all
the
those
motion is
votes to
debatable.
subpoena
Do any
people?
members seek recognition on the Christopher?
All those motions to subpoena people, they're voting on them now.
But we're going to go ahead and go through the bills, and then we'll vote on them if there's any debate. First motion is a Krishnamurti motion pertaining to the Homeland Security Secretary. The motion is debatable. Do any members seek recognition on the Krishnamurti motion? Anybody seek recognition? Chair recognizes Mr. Biggs.
This is for Secretary Noem, is that correct?
This is for Secretary Noem.
So she's been testifying down and is continuing on in judiciary, and it is quite frankly hard for me to imagine that there'd be anything new that my colleagues across the aisle would want to ask her. So it just seems to me like this is.
Would you yield to a question, Mr. Biggs?
Yeah, sure.
Did anyone during your judiciary hearing today ask about Minnesota and all of that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, to both of those, Minnesota and all of that.
Okay.
So
she answered all those questions.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, she did. I thought, and I thought she was also cooperative because a number of my colleagues across the aisle asked her for more information. She's going to provide more information, and it just seems to me like this is deleterious and duplicative, and it'll be a waste of time. So with that, I would oppose this subpoena and yield back.
All right, gentlemen, yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Krishnamurti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I think that in this committee, we've obviously touched on topics that are covered in other committees, including immigration, including other matters that have overlapping jurisdiction. But what has happened with ICE and CBP and DHS, not just with regard to excessive use of force and the Operation Midway Blitz or Metro Surge, but also the waste of money and government resources merits its own kind of examination in this committee. So that's why, of all the committees, I think this one has the broadest jurisdiction and the one that is most concerned about rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. And we've seen that in the DHS.
Okay. All right, gentlemen, yields back. Next, going to recognize Ms. Luna, and I think she may have an announcement.
Well, thank you, Chairman. First of all, I think that we are the greatest committee in Congress, and so I think that we have purview over every single branch, division, et cetera. So I want to talk to everyone, and I think that these are all valid concerns for members of Congress who want to speak directly to the secretaries. But I did also do what some people don't do in Washington, and I picked up the phone and called Homeland, and Secretary Noem has agreed to have us, all the members, over to Homeland to answer any questions that we may have. So that option stands, and I will be taking full advantage of that, not next week as we're out of session, but as soon as we get back. And so with that being said, I think that pretty much says that there's no need for a subpoena. She'll come in, she'll answer questions and or have us over there, and you have stated that you would coordinate. So
very good.
I yield. Thanks.
Chair recognizes Mr. Burchett from Tennessee.
I was going to ask Ms. Luna, will there be food?
I think we can arrange something. Maybe
right,
Chick-fil-A, if everyone's tired
No,
of
I'm
Chick-fil-A.
so dadgum tired of chicken. Give me a
maybe
pizza
some
with some
vegan.
meat on it.
Vegan's good, you know.
No.
Any other members of recognition on the Krishnamurti? All right. We're going to, all those in favor of the Krishnamurti motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Yeas and nays, please.
Okay, recorded vote has been ordered. All votes will be rolled to the end of this debate, which hopefully will be pretty soon. Next motion is the motion by Ms. Mace to referencing Pam Bondi, the Attorney General. This motion is debatable. Do any members seek recognition? I'll comment on it. Did you want recognition? I was had a phone call with the Chief of Staff for the Attorney General, and the Attorney General has offered to give members a briefing, a few at a time, to come into the Department of Justice and get a briefing on
why the hell is it having so much problem?
Where they are with respect to Epstein documents and anything.
Why is this having so much of a problem now? Hold on. How is my browser using 100% of my... How is my... No. OBS is using 50% of it?
Anything else pertaining to that? So I'm certainly interested in getting a briefing from the Attorney General.
I also think that maybe we have questions about Anthony Weiner, but that's separate.
That what?
Chairman, Anthony Weiner's laptop?
Me?
Just in general.
Okay.
I think she'll be willing to answer any questions. So.
All right.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you. I want to support
Representative Mace's motion for the Attorney General. Look, the American public have significant questions about the DOJ and their process for releasing of the files. I think the Attorney General has gone to speak, obviously, to other committees. I think it's important that she is in front of our committee. She can directly answer questions about the release of the files, about transparency, about ensuring that victims and survivors are protected. And so we certainly support Representative Mace's motion as it relates to bringing the Attorney General here to have a hearing in this committee. And if there's other opportunities to speak with her, we would welcome those as well.
Any other members seek recognition? Seeing none, all those in favor of the Mace motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The motion is not agreed to. Recorded vote has been ordered. All votes will be rolled to the end of the debate. Okay. Now the next motion, number 3 of 4, is Ms. Mace. The Mace number 2, pertaining to her issue, and I'll yield to Ms. Mace.
This would be a subpoena for information on the sexual harassment slush fund. That's really, I want those documents and information related to it and members that were included in it.
Chair recognizes ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have some comments on Representative Mace's motion, and I want to offer just a slight amendment to it, which I think would help protect certain staff. And I just want to kind of clarify. First, I want to appreciate the actual effort. I think that obviously there shouldn't be funds to protect any member of Congress that's been engaged in any type of sexual harassment or abuse of anyone. So I do appreciate that effort. Now, we have heard some concerns from the Office of General Counsel that the breadth of this motion, covering members, senators, staff, Library of Congress staff, GPO, GAO, Capitol Police, and other entities and employees covered within the actual motion, makes it more likely that the Office of Congressional Workplace Rights could push back based on some confidentiality language. It also, there's been concern from our members that it does not protect staff enough, that there could be a chilling effect on staff. I understand the intent of the motion. So, Congresswoman, I just want to add, if you'd be willing to accept this amendment, we think this would clarify this. Mr. Chairman, I move the committee issue. I'm sorry, let me look here.
Can I get a copy of the language? Because my language redacts names of victims and witnesses.
Correct. There is still some concerns. Let me just offer the amendment to see if you're amenable to it. Mr. Chairman, I move the committee issue. I'm sorry, 1 second. Where did it go? Over here? Here it is.
They're trying to cover for the
at the end of your motion,
just now.
So, Representative Mace, at the end of the motion, we would add this language, and I'm happy to pass this out, which we're putting out right now. At the end of the motion, we would add, the awards and settlements will be limited to a payment made for an award or settlement in connection with the claim alleging a violation committed personally by an individual who, at the time of committing the violation, was a member of the House of Representatives, including a delegate or resident commissioner to the Congress or a senator. Are we okay with that?
I'm fine with language.
Okay, that is something that we believe that we could support. This amendment would limit this, of course, would limit this to members, senators, and we would, with that, I would recommend that we vote yes to support this amendment.
Officially making an amendment.
That is the amendment to add to the motion.
Mr. Garcia would like to amend the motion, basically to exclude staff.
So we can actually focus this on who I think the representative is trying to get to, which is members.
Mr. Chairman, he's using language out of basically Rule 23 of the House rules, so I'm fine with that. Limiting it to House members, Senate, et cetera. I'm good with this.
Okay, so the amendment has been offered. I guess the debate is now on the amendment to the motion. I saw Luna, then Biggs. Luna?
All right. I support Representative Mace's subpoena here, as well as the amendment to it. And I just think it's really disgusting how this institution protects itself, because y'all just half of them voted to send this stuff to House Ethics, where you know it's going to die. We know that members of Congress are using taxpayer dollars to pay off sexual harassment. We just had a member of Congress literally sexually harass a woman that then lit herself on fire, and you guys all protected him. Yep. You guys all protected him. My own side, your side. And so if you guys want to talk about victims, if you want to go out and virtue signal, and then you guys are going to kill her stuff on the floor and then try to pass it, yeah, of course we should subpoena all of this stuff. But just, I'm not going to sit here and play games. I think it's a complete fraud. I think that's why the American people hate us. I think the midterms are coming up, and everyone should go on record for this. And I hope that members are exposed for this. I hope it goes back, I think, to the 70s, because it's wrong that it's happening. It's wrong that we cover up for it. It's wrong that we can't censor our own side because people are busy making deals because you guys want to censor your side. It's a deal that's being cut. People hate us for it. So yeah, support it.
Yeah.
Chair recognizes Mr. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question because I want to make sure that I understand it. On the second line of the motion, where it talks about for the awards or settlements paid, that seems to me that it would exclude allegations which have been unproven or unsubstantiated or unresolved through an award or settlement. Is that right?
If we're using the word, yes, the word allegation would include allegations, yes. Not just things that have been completed, it's allegations.
But it doesn't say that. It says, and
oh, it's just final settlement.
yeah, it says awards or final settlements. I just want to make sure that that's the case.
Correct.
Okay, I'm all in on the underlying, and I'm actually okay with the amendment, although I do think it narrows it more than perhaps I would like it to see. But I'll yield it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Khanna, then Ms. Boebert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to recognize Representative Mace's courage first in standing up for the disclosure of the Epstein files so we don't protect pedophiles. And now she's saying the same thing. Let's not protect people who sexually harass in the United States Congress. And she's saying, let's have Pam Bondi tell us why half the files are still hidden. I don't understand how anyone on this committee can't vote yes on both of those motions. It's about transparency. It has nothing to do with being a Democrat or a Republican. It's about going after predators and people who are sexually harassing, and that's what the American people expect. And I appreciate Representative Mace's commitment to that transparency.
Chair recognizes.
Thank you, Mr. Khanna.
Obert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank Congresswoman Nancy Mace for introducing this privileged motion. I think at this point, this is something that should be introduced on a weekly basis. I'm absolutely disgusted that we couldn't even get to 50 members of Congress who want immediate transparency. Don't we all campaign on transparency? Don't we all go out and tell the American voters that we are leaders and that we are going to get justice for them, that we are going to do right by them? And then we hire their daughters to come work for us. And your tax dollars, millions and millions of dollars, has been used in this slush fund as hush money to silence victims who have been sexually harassed, sexually abused by members of Congress. And then Congress is going to do exactly what it does best, investigate itself. And we know that none of that ever goes anywhere. The American people demand transparency. And this doesn't just pertain to a ranch in Arizona or New Mexico or an island down in the Virgin Islands. This is happening right here in our nation's capital. And we should be held to the highest standards. And to every member who voted to send this to committee where you know this was sent to die on the House floor just moments ago, I hope you have a darn good reason to tell your constituents why you are not going to stand up for the victims. And I'm glad that we are doing something about it here in the Oversight Committee. I'm glad that this motion was made here so we actually have another chance at transparency. But again, these are your tax dollars. These are your tax dollars that were used to silence victims. They have been settled with victims. And to the members who voted against this, go home and tell your daughters what you did today. Go home and tell your daughters what happens in the workplace, no matter where it is, in your hometown, in your nation's capital, and tell them what you did to help continue to cover up decades of corruption. I am absolutely in favor of this motion. Thank you, Congresswoman, for bringing this up. I yield.
Chair recognizes Mr. Donaldson Mace.
Thank you, Chairman. It's really more a question on I'm assuming an amendment to the motion.
This is the Garcia amendment to exclude staff.
All right, so I guess my question for Mr. Garcia is why are we going to make a limitation on staff? If congressional dollars have been utilized for the purposes of essentially trying to cover up or cure harassment that's occurred, why are staff members being exempted from that level of transparency?
No, I think that's a good question. So in our conversations with the Office of General Counsel, I think the one concern, and it's been brought up by some members as well, is that there are some staff in congressional offices and other places that have made settlements for a variety of different reasons. And the concern is that they, in a process of disclosure, could be unprotected from their settlement process that they agreed to. And the Office of General Counsel is unclear that they would be protected in those cases. And so that is the concern. At the end of the day, I think the intent is this is for members of Congress and for senators. So that's the one thing that we're trying to clarify.
The ranking member yield for a question.
Hold on. And I appreciate that, but I guess what I'm trying to understand is if that's the standard for a staff member, that there was a settlement based upon the reasonings that you said, but that same level isn't for the staff member, whether they're a current member or a previous member that's been in this body. I'm just trying to understand what the limiting principle is for what we're trying to accomplish. Because if the goal is transparency to make sure that harassment that has occurred on Capitol Hill is now transparent, but that's only for elected members, current and past, but doesn't deal with staff members, both current and past, then I fail to see how the level of transparency is being arrived at with the motion.
No, I appreciate that. One more thing. I think this is a good back and forth. I think the other issue is there's some concern that staff members that have on their own agreed to a settlement, and if there is additional disclosure in a settlement that they negotiated for a variety of different reasons, if they were the actual victim, that this would cause a chilling effect in small legislative offices.
No, I understand that, but by that logic, that would occur throughout the entire Capitol complex under that logic. Because if you're going to say that in a small legislative office, where let's be clear, half of the House has small legislative offices, if that's the case, wouldn't that same logic proceed to the floor of the House and the floor of the Senate? And mind you, I'm in favor of the motion. I'm in favor of transparency. But I'm trying to ascertain, are we trying to create a limit to that transparency for the stuff that, to be blunt, is just hot topic? Or are we trying to have transparency?
No, can I say one more time? So I actually think this is an important debate, a piece of this. I'm going to support the motion. We want to support the motion as Democrats. We believe that Representative Mace is, we know what she's trying to get at here. We want to support it. What we're trying to do is address a real concern of some of our members and the offices that we're talking to about could this have a chilling effect on certain small offices that have gone into settlements. That's what we're trying to eliminate. I think the focus here is on members of Congress and senators. I think this amendment tries to address that.
I mean,
either way,
that's
we're
the
going to support
point,
the final motion. I certainly am, and so I just wanted to pass it along.
Mr. Donald, would you yield for a few seconds?
Yes, sir.
I just want to say I agree with you. I think if we're going to do this, we don't exclude anyone. If we're going to disclose the settlement, let's disclose every penny where it went, even if it went to staff. Because at some point people are going to say the amount of money that was paid out, and I have no idea how much was paid out. I don't know a single person that was paid other than maybe the former member from Texas a few years ago. But they're going to say a dollar amount, and everybody's going to assume it was all members. Well, it could have been 25% members, 75% staff, or it could be 100% members. I say disclose the whole thing. So I oppose the Garcia amendment. But I yield back to you, Byron.
I mean, Chairman, I guess my question would be for the original sponsor of the motion, Ms. Mace. Is this? I guess I'm trying to understand where we're taking this. And it's, when it comes to the transparency aspects, I'm 100% for that. We should do that.
Then vote for it.
But Nancy, I'm not saying I'm voting no. Like, I'm for it, but I'm trying to understand why is it okay to say just the members and not
Congresswoman
staff?
Mace, I do have a title like everybody else in this room.
Come on, Nancy. We're just trying to have a conversation. I'm trying to get an assertion.
Congresswoman Mace, I have earned a title, and I watched the majority of men in this body just vote down a measure
Nancy,
to not
She's going to go the route of MTG now. And there was no reason to be like, it's Congresswoman Mace. She's trying to have a conversation with you. I have earned a title. She's going the MTG route.
Congresswoman Mace, I've never disrespected you at all. I'm not being disrespectful. I'm trying to get an assertion. No, I did not. You're taking it too far. I'm trying to get an understanding of what we're doing here. That's all I'm saying.
Taxpayers pay our salary. And taxpayers paid out
the
these
core question,
settlements.
reclaiming my time now.
Well, you're
the core
over time
of the
now.
question is, why is it okay for a limitation just to members if these dollars have been paid on behalf potentially of staff, both currently on Capitol Hill and previously employed on Capitol Hill?
Look, I'm in favor of full disclosure, but if the other side of the aisle is concerned about legal limitations and disclosing it not working, then I'm okay with focusing on just on members of Congress of both bodies, the House and the Senate. If you would like to do your own amendment or do your own subpoena afterwards, then do that too. But this thing has to pass. I mean, the American people, we expect the American people to be held accountable to a totally different standard. And now we're saying, because we don't have staff included, we're just going to vote this thing down. I'm talking about members of Congress, bodies in this House, bodies in the Senate. That's where the focus should be because the taxpayers are paying our salaries. And if this thing fails because of a technicality, then that is a failure of the American people is where I'm going with it. I want this thing to pass. I would like it to be unanimous. I would like both parties to vote for it, especially after the abject failure we just saw.
I'm a minute and 30 over, so I'm going to reclaim. All I'm going to say, if there's a technical concern, then what we're saying also is that the technical concern is not universal. That we're now picking and choosing what the technical concern is. And if we're going to now slay motions for this transparency, I would just say we should actually examine, according to what the chairman is saying, are we going to be consistent or are we not? That's all I'm saying. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Mann from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a brief comment, and I don't particularly have any skin in the game on this one. I voted no on the motion to refer earlier, but I would just say there's a very clear difference between those of us who are members and our staff, which is we are public figures. We run for office. Our staff did not choose to be in the limelight. They did not choose to take on this burden. So when you look at what private companies do, what government officials and staff do in other situations, they're typically not disclosed in the way this bill would do. I think we are unique in that we are running for office every 2 years. I think that we have additional responsibilities and a higher moral calling and a higher moral level we have to adhere to because we are so powerful. So I support the motion because I think there are legitimate legal issues with disclosing staff. At the same time, I support the base motion whether or not this amendment passes.
Will the gentleman yield?
I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes, I think, Dr. Fox, then Clay Higgins.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
As someone else said, I don't really have a big dog in this fight or anything, but I have if Mr. Garcia might take a friendly amendment to his amendment. If there is concern about transparency related to non-members, could we ask in the amendment that we get a report on an amount of money that might have been given out in relationship to non-members, and then if there seems to be a real problem there, that could be then looked into by this committee.
I don't have a problem with that at all. I think that's a fair request. I think that gives the committee an opportunity to take a look at that number and see if there's other action that needs to be taken.
So let me get this straight. You are going to make an amendment to the amendment, and your amendment is that we have to disclose how much money was paid out to staff.
Correct. And then if this committee thinks that's a sizable enough
I think that's good. If you would yield, I think that's good because I don't want a number to come out and everyone to assume 100% went to members. It could be 100% members,
Well,
or it
to
could
Mr.
be.
Donald's point, my staff just told me that a fair share of the settlement funds were for non-members.
Okay.
I don't know if it's 50%. I didn't have that information. With Capitol Police settling sexual harassment claims, allegedly. I have a sheet in my office from Ms. Fox after this that goes through. This only goes up. This is what everybody knows. This only goes up to 2018 because this program was ended after 2018. So this is more historical. But my staff just told me a fair share of the settlement payouts. In some years, it was 4 or 5.
But it's not. These are lawsuits. This is a slush fund for sexual misconduct against women or against staffers, really. It's about lawsuits. It's about money. It has nothing to do with throwing them in prison. It has everything to do with money. Because people will fuck these high-ranking officials and then claim, oh, he raped me. Or, oh, she raped me. And then they get money for it. It's about the money. Not about holding those accountable. It's the money.
$5 million or for people who are not members of Congress. So I just got that piece of it.
So you support the Fox amendment to the amendment?
Repeat it again. What was the amendment to the amendment?
Well, what I'd suggest, Ms. Mace, Congresswoman Mace, is that in order to sort of deal with the transparency issue, I'd like transparency too, but that we go forward with the Garcia amendment, so we're focusing only on members, but we ask whoever it is we're asking to provide the total amount of money that had been paid out.
I'm fine with that, and I actually have that list. I have that list by year, but I'm good with that amendment. If you want to do an amendment to the amendment, I'm fine with that. And I have a spreadsheet. So
We would support that.
Okay, and we're drafting the amendment up.
Walk humbly, Mr. Donalds.
So we're gonna
Walk
move.
humbly.
If anyone else wants to talk about the amendment to the amendment, I will recognize them. It's going to take staff a few minutes to draft this up. Mr. Burleson.
Getting a little bit confused, but I just want to make sure, and I don't know who would be able to answer this, but as long as, and I didn't even think about this until this conversation happened, but as long as the public is able to ferret out whether it was the member who was the one victimizing and the reason for the harassment, or a staff on staff situation, I think that's probably, I just want to make sure that is able to be ascertained in whatever is released. Mr. Garcia, you understand my question?
I do, and I think that is why we're making the amendment as well, is we want to be very clear this is about members of Congress and senators, and I think that Ms. Fox, Representative Fox's amendment clarifies that we would get a report on all other settlements with numbers so that we can then have information to make any additional motions.
I do think that's good, because if you have a continuing problem in an office, even if the member is not the one doing it, but they're not having oversight of their staff in a proper way, then that's a problem. But I just want to make sure it's transparent, whatever we're releasing, that it, whoever the victimizer is, whether it's the member or their staff.
Okay. Any other members? So, do we have it typed up yet? I know we don't. Could
The
we
victimizer.
amendment? Can we do that or not? Does anyone object if we go and discuss the Bell motion? We're gonna. This isn't. Do you object, Mr. Lee?
No, just for clarification.
We're trying to type it up. That's why we're
No.
okay.
Are we exempting chief of staffs and things like that? Some of these as an attorney that worked on these kinds of cases, sometimes it's management positions that are considered staff, but the member looks the other way, kind of thing. So I'm just cautiously saying that I think Congresswoman Fox is right in looking at amount, but really should it be based on an amount, or should it be based on whether or not this person had a supervisor position that is supervised by a member? Does that make sense? So the member is fully responsible for their chief, right? And I just feel like some
There's
of the
still staff,
stories I've
right?
heard is a member knows they kind of look the other way and allow the person managing their staff get away with it.
Management is still staff, then,
It sounds
correct?
like.
Then
I'm
yes,
also
they're
supporting both
covered, you
amendments, but support the
stupid
bill.
fucking
No, I
piece
support
of
it.
shit.
I want to do it.
I think most
But
people support the bill. I'm just saying that
as
you oppose excluding staff.
Well, this is the
And
thing.
if you-
As a
and I
person that
feel that way too.
that was sexually harassed at work, I had a supervisor who reported back to someone else, and I probably, if I had known it would get information, I probably wouldn't have reported it. And so I get what our ranking member is saying, because especially when you're younger, okay, we're at a time in our lives for my fellow sisters in service here. But for younger staff members, this is scary to think about any of this
It's
information coming out, because
2026. This is
no matter
just
what you all
now
think,
an
it will
issue.
impact their
Shows how
future
corrupt the
prospects.
capital
They don't,
is.
and especially if it's a
Yes.
small staff, they're going to figure out who it is. It's just a ripple effect. So I just want, as we draft this, be very cautious and making sure we're not protecting people. The
doing
goal
my
is to have
job
people
for
that are
your
fully
paid
ones responsible
service
and making sure and
rendered,
preventing this from
you
happening,
would
and that
lose
is the
it.
member, the senator and the House of Representatives member. But we got to make sure that, in other situations where a lot of this stuff can be enabled by the member and not addressing these issues. But at the same time, Chairman Comer, I do worry about victims and folks coming forward not wanting to come forward because of what we're trying to do. And we're trying to do this because people are getting away with it. And Congresswoman Mace is right. People are getting away with not being held accountable and paying off folks and looking the other way. And again,
Well, by
probably
showing
repeating
his
their
card,
abuse
he
afterwards.
actually made her reveal her whole hand.
Now that Mr. Lee yields back, the amendment is typed up. Everyone should have the amendment to the amendment, and I will read it. The Fox amendment. Included will also be an annualized list of the amounts of awards and settlements paid to
Huge
or on behalf of
lazy
non-member
lesbians.
staff. So that's the amendment to the amendment. Does anyone else want to debate the amendment to the amendment? If not, Dr. Fox?
Well, the only thing I'd like to say is I think Ms. Tlaib is right about threats to younger women. And if a report comes back that has a lot of money attached to it, says there's a lot of money, then this committee can go ahead and do some investigation. My point was, let's give an opportunity for the committee to do more if it needs to, but I think Mr. Garcia's amendment's a good amendment to narrow it now so we can move on. I think it's the best of both worlds.
Okay.
I hope.
So, seeing no more, we're going to vote on the...
Mr.
Yes.
Comer, can I just say thing about the whole, are we voting on the whole thing right now?
No, we're voting on the amendment to the amendment. That'll be the process. Were you seeking recognition, Clay?
Yes.
Okay. So, all those in favor?
I was
you
seeking
have it. Go ahead.
I'd just like to remind the committee and those
He
present
just
that
said yes, and you're just like, all
we
right,
are once
whatever.
again presenting to the American people that this is the way the Oversight Committee pursues a subpoena. And this is not the way the Oversight Committee pursues a subpoena. We are the majority, and we generally will work with the minority party for an appropriate subpoena to be presented by this committee. And this, like every time we have a hearing now, an opportunity to be recognized is going to be some sort of grandstanded subpoena, whether by the majority or the minority. And I think it's beneath the dignity and the procedures of this subpoena process that is long-standing, established by this committee, and the hard work that the committee staff does to accommodate the desires of a member on either side of the aisle to pursue a particular subpoena. This is not the way we normally do it, although this is becoming the norm. And let me say that this amendment, as it's being pieced together, is poorly assembled, and nobody really knows what this thing is, or what the impact will be. The good lady stated that there could be absolutely some impact on staff, and people will figure out who's who because of small staffs and when the incident took place. And finally, let me say that the original motion to subpoena references a date of December 12, 2018. Let me clarify. I had to ask, what was the significance of that date? Because that's when a law was passed that changed the process to what we have right now. But Americans watching this are saying, oh, you mean there's no process in place on how to appropriately handle a complaint like this? And there is. It's an administrative process that goes through general counsel, set up by the House since 2018, that handles this. It's very, America, the members basically not involved. Now, I've never been sued like this. I've been sued one time or through the administrative process here in Congress is because I escorted a little fella away from a press conference one time. It wasn't a complaint from it wasn't a complaint from a staff member. So I don't have intimate knowledge of the way this mechanism works, but I do know that members have very little to do with it. It's handled by general counsel. And then it will go to a district court, maybe, if it passes through the preliminary review, that's what it's called right now, by general counsel of the House. Then it can get to a district court where a member may have his day in court to defend himself or whatever. So I'm opposed to this process, Mr. Chairman, of just thrusting subpoena upon the committee for debate like this. That doesn't have to happen, and I think that I understand that people have different motives going on with why they support this, and I don't know how I'm going to vote, but this thing is woven together from three different pieces right now. You have the original motion, which nobody really understands the impact of. You have an amendment to the motion, then there's an amendment to the amendment of the motion, and we're not sure what we're voting on right now, but we know we're all supposed to vote yes, because it's been thrust upon us like this. I yield.
Mr. Chairman.
You got a point.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm
like
supposed
to
to recognize Krista Morte next.
Okay.
Krista Morte.
Mr. Chair, can we vote?
I would love to vote, but we have more members seeking recognition. Does any other member seek recognition? Mr. Turner, and then Mr. Dunn. Okay.
I just want to affiliate myself with Mr. Higgins' statement. I was resisting saying anything about this whatsoever, but this is a circus. This process degrades valid legislative processes. It reduces what is supposed to be substantive legal processes that were debated and adopted by Congress without any reference to any historical, substantive legislative processes that have happened before Congress. And this is
So
not
who did you
how
harass that you're
subpoenas or
trying to hide
legislation is supposed to be
the
amended or
information
addressed.
about
now,
coming out?
Regardless of whether any of these issues in the end are valid or substantively important, this is not how they're to be handled in addressing them. This becomes a circus. If this committee is going to take up amending this legislation or addressing this issue as addressing, we should be having a hearing on them. We should open it up. We should not be doing it in this manner. But we're at this point now, Mr. Chairman, and we're well down the road. But this has become a circus, and it is unfortunate.
Well said.
Sexual harassment is pretty unfortunate, too.
Chair recognizes, I think, Mr. Timmons.
Mr. Chairman, this is going to re-victimize victims. It's not possible to redact the information to a point that would preclude anybody that has half a brain about how this place works of figuring out who the person was that got the settlement, whether it was the member or the chief or some other staffer within.
It's going to
I don't know what the answer is to this.
re-victimize
I'm all for
victims.
transparency,
So
but, I mean, if somebody is living their lives, this goes back 8 years. So you got somebody that something happened to 10 years ago, and now they're going to have to start answering questions for it. They probably want their lives to just go on as it is. I mean, we didn't take the necessary steps, and a number of victims were re-victimized because of how we went about with the Epstein files. So I think maybe we should learn from that and just get this right. I don't know what the answer is. I'm all for whatever transparency. If there's a victim out there that would love to make a big deal about this 10 years later and hold somebody accountable further, great, knock it out. But I think for every one of those people, there's going to be another person that would prefer to never think about whatever happened again and enjoy the money they got. So I don't know what the answer is, but I don't think voting on, I mean, this is going to create more problems, and this is, I will definitely affiliate myself with Mr. Higgins' remarks. This is not how this is supposed to happen.
Well said. Any other, Mr. Donalds and Mr. Sessions?
I actually have a clarifying question on the Fox amendment, because as I read that to amend the Garcia amendment, in my reading, and I'm not a lawyer, but I'm trying to understand this on the fly, it actually invalidates both amendments, and we're back to the original motion. Because if we're not going to produce a list of the awards paid to or on behalf of non-member staff, which non-member staff I'm assuming would be any other employee in the Capitol complex not in a member office. That's what that says to me in lay terms. I think what we're actually doing is we're getting back to the original motion of Ms. Mace. So I'm trying to get clarity on that, Mr. Chairman, before we vote this thing out.
I can't clarify. I agree with some of the earlier statements. This is not how we're supposed to operate, but Chair, it's still Byron time. Are you still talking, or are you?
I just want to know if somebody wants to answer that.
Anybody
Any thoughts on that? Anybody?
If I could just say, I think they're going to print it out and vote your conscience, but I say don't support sexual freaks or deviants and support the amendment, and let's get it passed. Thank you.
But let's
no freaks.
Hold on. Now, here's what we're going to do now. I think it's important to understand exactly what we're releasing. Like, I was fine with the original Mace motion, and then we were told no, we can't do that because it's a chilling effect. But the Fox amendment now kind of undoes some of the chilling effect, that language that the Garcia amendment does. So I don't think it's just as simple as saying, well, just vote it out and be done. I think if we're going to do this, members have to think very clearly about what we're actually letting through. I'm fine with the original motion as it is. That's my position.
Right.
I just think that both motions really countermand each other to a degree.
Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Fox.
I'll yield to Mr. Biggs.
Yeah,
Okay,
this
Mr.
is
Biggs,
kinda-
there's still 3 minutes. Yes.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, trying to see if I could help clarify that if you deleted the term non-members and you just put behalf of staff of members of the Senate or House of Representatives, you're talking about the staff of members. Would that assuage your concern? I mean, I get what you're saying, and this does kind of get messy, I think, but I do think, I do think the lawyer in me is saying, well, maybe we should get some precision in speaking, and this might be a little bit more precise than the generic Fox amendment. So anyway, yield back to you.
All right. Ms. Mace, would you add, Dr. Fox, do you have anything to add, Dr. Fox?
Well, I would just say, I think Mr. Garcia's amendment's pretty clear. It's going after information about a settlement made on behalf of a member of Congress, whether it is to a staff person of a member of Congress or anybody else. I don't think you have to say that it's a staff person. Here it just says alleging a violation committed by an individual who was a member of Congress or a delegate or whatever. And then all I'm doing to assuage the concern about whether or not it casts too wide a net in terms of people other than members is to say, okay, well, we'll get a list of amounts of money paid out to other people, not staff members, and then see if it's warranted to proceed. I'm just trying to move us off the dime we're on right now and then see what else needs to be done. Nothing precludes further investigation.
Chair recognizes Mr. Sessions. Did you take recognition?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, probably only.
I saw the look in her eyes. She's like, these people are dumb.
Some 10 years ago when this was a big issue. Oh, Andy was here. Okay. Well, it was a very difficult issue. It was in the papers. It was cost members their jobs. Some of it was true. Some was untrue. It really didn't matter if you were guilty if your name even appeared anywhere near it. There were some good people who got hurt in that. They took their lumps and they moved on. But there was an agreement that if you could, and this was by men, women, both sides, that if you could engage in this without public scrutiny. I think the fear at the time was it would hurt someone that claimed this, and you wanted to protect them also. And I just think that we should get into a circumstance, perhaps like Chairwoman Fox has said, let's go in and take a look at this to where we know what we're talking about before we do it. But I don't think in any way that I would be for protecting someone if they shouldn't be protected. But there were things that happened that we learned about at the time that were unintended. And even the person who was harmed said, well, he may not have meant it and maybe he didn't, but I took it that way. And so I'm just simply saying, I just think we ought to have a better idea about what we're talking about here before we go in and assume that there was a right and a wrong, because it was meant to protect people at the time. It was not a compromise. It was by agreement. That at the time we did this, that there was agreement to it. So I think that Virginia, I would yield.
I just want to point out that Congresswoman Mace thought that it was appropriate to say, with only redactions allowable for the personally identifiable information of victims, alleged victims, and witnesses. That is an illusory caveat, because any settlement that was made, you're going to have the quarterly disclosure of the office. You're going to see who was there for one quarter, then who wasn't there the next. So this is an illusory protection of victims and alleged victims, and I just think that we need to be aware of that. If we're going to do this, I mean, this is going to re-victimize victims, and that sentence shouldn't be in there because it's pointless, and it doesn't actually do what she's trying to accomplish.
And I think that's correct, and with great respect to Nancy, she just learned some things today about the motion, the issue, the ideas that she's pushing, and I think it ought to be thought about a little bit. And I think that we should revisit it, but with some facts and factors that are known and understood. I watched good people on both sides that got caught up in this. And it is, we tried to work out of it by agreement, not because we compromised. I yield back.
Yield back. Any other members seek recognition on this, or we're going to vote? Ms. Mace, you want to speak on the amendment to the amendment, or you wait? We're going to vote on the amendment. Okay. Are you good with that? I want you to be happy. All right. All those in favor of Dr. Fox's amendment to the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion or the amendment to the amendment is agreed to. Now,
apparently,
we will vote on the amendment as amended, the Garcia amendment as amended by Dr. Fox. All those in favor of the Garcia amendment as
Giving
amended
them
by Dr.
money
Fox's
is
amendment,
what they
signify
mean
by
by
saying
made
aye.
whole.
All those opposed, no.
Fucking
No.
disgusting, but hey,
In the
whatever.
opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment as amended is agreed to. So now we are back to voting on the Mace number 2 amendment as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Now, the last vote is the Bell motion. Mr. Bell, you want to explain your motion? I don't even remember what it was.
Yes, Mr. Chair. My amendment was to bring in Gregory Bavino to this body. We think it's about accountability. It's about exactly what this committee should be doing.
At somebody.
There are operations in Minnesota that all of us should have questions about, and I think this is a no-brainer. This is exactly what we should be doing as an oversight, getting those questions
I think
answered.
it would be. Come to think about it, I actually like the thought of Greg Bivino coming in, because I'd like to hear what was actually going on. I'd like to hear what was actually happening on the ground throughout his shit. I actually like the thought. I want him to go in there, and I want him to be a prick to these people. It'd be great to hear.
Anyone else think? Ms. Mace? They passed. Okay. Anybody else recognition on the Bell motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the Bell motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. All votes will be rolled to the end of the debate. Now it's the end of the debate. We can vote on the bills, right? All right, vote on the motions. Okay. So the question is on motion number 1, the Krishnamurti motion. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will now open the vote on the Krishnamurti motion.
He is the crack itch. Oh my God. Hold on.
Have all members voted?
There we go.
Who wish to vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the vote and report the vote total.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 19, the nays are 24.
The nays have it, and the motion is not agreed to. Okay, the question is now on motion number 2 from Representative Mace. This deals with Attorney General Bondi. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will now open the board. Have all members? How's that? And remember, the Attorney General has offered to come in and give briefings.
Briefings or hearing?
Briefing.
Come on, Pam Bondi needs some scrutiny,
Okay.
but
Have all members?
Oh,
have all members?
It's not. There's no command for it to come in, as far as I understand it.
Holy shit! 22 to 21. There's no microphones on, but it's still rolling.
Are we not closing the vote because you don't want the Attorney General to come in front of the Oversight Committee? Because it's pretty rudimentary.
Just shut the fuck up, Stansbury. Just stop fucking talking, you stupid cunt. You're an embarrassment to mankind. Look at this. 23 to 20. 24 to 19. Holy shit, people are changing. Obert, Burchett, Cloud, Mace, Perry. Luna said no. I figured Luna would have some questions.
Have all members voted who wish to be recorded? Does any member wish to change their vote?
Holy shit.
The clerk will close the vote and report the vote total.
We're good. What's done?
Close the vote. Report the total. Come on. I want to get the fuck out of here. Go to the other one.
The vote total recorded.
In our new committee room last September. So.
So we are this pathetically worthless?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 24, the nays are 19.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. The question is now on motion number 4 from Mr. Bell. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will now open the vote on the Bell motion.
Looks like Bondi's going to get subpoena.
Thanks for
This one's not passing.
Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Does any member wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will now close the vote and report the vote total.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 19, the nays are 22.
The nays have it, and the motion is not agreed to. In closing, I want to thank our witnesses once again for their testimony today. Also, the next item of committee business is ratifying. I ask you to ask consent that the committee approve the. With that. Ratifying the subcommittee.
They need to use an ID to vote on.
The next item of committee business is ratifying the new subcommittee roster. The clerks have distributed the roster electronically. I ask you to ask consent that the committee approve the appointments and assignments as shown on the roster. Without objection, the subcommittee roster is approved. With that and without objection, all members have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials and additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses. If there is no further business, without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
I mean, if he's not going to fire her after the last one where she was sitting there trying to deflect with the stock market and shit, you know damn well that ain't going to happen. But let's find out why Kristi Noem had to change positions. She wasn't fired. She just changed positions. Let's find out why.
And pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll begin with opening statements and then get right to the Secretary's testimony. The Chair will now recognize himself for an opening statement. 3 years ago, Secretary Mayorkas sat at that table and told this committee the border is secure. 8 to 10 million people entered our country in a 4-year time illegally, record levels of fentanyl smuggled in, stories of women and children being harmed and abused. And we all remember what we saw, whether it was the bridge in Del Rio, all the thousands of people waiting to be processed there when we took trips to McAllen. I mean, we all remember what we saw. Agents had become processors and chauffeurs for the Biden administration's open border policy.
Yeah.
And Secretary Mayorkas told this committee in that same chair that Secretary Noem sits in now that the border is secure. Kind of reminds me of that now somewhat famous moment on television where the CNN reporter is standing in front of the burning building and saying, it's a mostly peaceful protest. I mean, it was just ridiculous what the Secretary said. And Secretary Mayorkas didn't stop there. Remember when he went after Border Patrol agents, said they were horsewhipping migrants trying to come in? Remember that just completely made up story? Remember when we asked Secretary Mayorkas how many illegals, again, sat right in this committee here and we asked him, how many illegals on the terrorist watch list have been released into the U.S.? How many have been released into the country? Anyone remember his response? I don't know. And we're like, man, you're the Secretary of Homeland Security. That's probably something you should know, particularly when you come in front of the Judiciary Committee and we ask you that question. Remember when days before a hearing, subsequent hearing, because we got tired of the I don't know response from Secretary Mayorkas, we sent him a letter with questions we were going to ask him so he couldn't say I don't know. Basically like a professor giving the students here's the exam, here's the questions on the exam, be prepared to deal with these at the appropriate time. When he got to committee, we asked him those questions, and again he said, I don't know, I'll have to get back with you. And of course, he never does, never did get back with us. Remember when Secretary Mayorkas wrote the memo, the Mayorkas memo? aliens removable under the Immigration Nationality Act. He said the Immigration Nationality Act should not alone be the basis of an enforcement action. Really? The law shouldn't be the basis for an enforcement action? It should be something else? It should be your memo? That was exactly the policy. A whole new standard the last administration set. They let 8 to 10 million people in, a whole new standard of how you were going to deal with people who were in violation of federal law. And remember when Secretary Mayorkas went even further.
It's king of the very harsh letter.
Areas memorandum. And this is the situation when you're trying to follow federal law, trying to enforce federal law. He said you can't apprehend an illegal migrant, maybe one who's been charged with another crime and been released in a sanctuary jurisdiction, something I know some of these angel families know something about, been released in a sanctuary jurisdiction, you can only apprehend them at certain locations. So in other words, think about it. It says, in or near certain protected areas, you should not apprehend an illegal migrant. A school, preschool, primary school, secondary school, place of worship, place where children gather, such as a playground, recreation center, all these restrictions on federal law enforcement being able to enforce federal law. So think about it. Some sanctuary jurisdiction, illegal migrant's been charged with another crime, maybe a crime abusing children, is released because the detainer is not honored, he's not turned over to ICE, is released to the streets. You're not allowed to go get a guy who's been charged with harming kids if he's near a school, if he's near kids. That was how ridiculous,
Yeah, that
everything
sounds
was
kind of
in the
fucked
last
up, right?
administration. But here's the good news. Secretary Noem has rescinded the Mayorkas memo, has rescinded the protected areas memo. Under Secretary Noem, fentanyl coming into the country is down, women and children are safer, and most importantly, under Secretary Noem and President Trump's leadership, the border is now secure.
I will say
Remember
yes.
that moment? We all remember the great speech the president gave last week at the State of the Union, but the joint address he gave the year before, one of the best lines I remember of that address was he said, people said you need a new legislation to secure the border. Turned out all you needed was a new president. Remember that line? It's true. New president with the secretary who was doing her job. In 1 year's time, 700 people have been deported under Secretary Noem's leadership. Nearly 3 million people have left the country. 1,400 known or suspected terrorists have been arrested.
And that's what they're crying about.
Not Secretary Mayorkas telling, I don't know, the status of people we've encountered on the border on the terrorist watch list. It's an amazing record, Madam Secretary, but there's still one big problem. Oh, one other thing. Another thing that's not going on at the Department of Homeland Security now, no more disinformation governance board. No more bureaucrats on the board telling Americans what they can say, what they can tweet, what they can read, what they can post. No more censorship going on at the Department of Homeland Security. But there is still one big problem. And I know the Secretary wants to deal with this, and we're going to deal with this tomorrow with legislation that we plan to mark up in this committee, and that is the sanctuary jurisdiction policies that are happening all over the country. Left-wing political officials in state and local government telling their local law enforcement, do not work with federal law enforcement when it comes to enforcing federal law. 1/3 of the country, almost 1/3 of the country lives in a sanctuary jurisdiction. 18 cities, 11 states, 3 counties, District of Columbia, but they're big population areas. 31.5% of the country lives in a jurisdiction where that is the policy. That may be the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And we talked about this individual case last week. Abraham Gonzalez, September 20th, 2023, is arrested by Border Patrol for illegally entering the country. Of course, the Biden administration released him. 5 months later, he's charged with assault. 2 weeks after that, he's charged with motor vehicle theft. He stole a car. He's arrested by Denver police 9 days later, placed in the Denver Justice Center. 6 days after that, ICE sends a detainer notice to the Denver Justice Center. And all the detainer notice is give us a heads up if you're going to let this guy out. Just give us a heads up. But instead of doing that, instead of doing the common sense thing, in Denver, sanctuary jurisdiction, they give the federal government the finger and they release them to the streets. Release them to the streets. It's right here on the form. Denver Sheriff Department ICE notification being released to the streets on 2/28/2025. And here's what's interesting. This guy, they knew how bad he was because while he was in the Denver Justice Center, they have on the form, he's been violent to staff, keep him separate from all other inmates. So he's so dangerous, staff can't be around him, other inmates can't be around him, but they're going to release him to the streets instead of turning him over to ICE. Again, dumbest policy I've ever heard, but that is what the left now fully embraces. Let me give you a more recent example. Marvin Morales Ortiz. This is just next door, Fairfax County, Virginia. Detainer is sent, but the Fairfield County Justice Center says we will not honor the detainer. They tell him that on September 14th, 2025. They release Mr. Ortiz on December 18th, 2025. The next day, he kills an American. Next day, he kills an individual, murders someone. That is what happens in sanctuary jurisdiction. That is why tomorrow help is on the way, because we're going to mark up legislation that will deal with this. And I believe it will pass our committee. I believe it will pass the House. We'll get it to this. I want this to become law. I think most people with common sense want it to become law. The Shutdown Sanctuary Policies Act, which will give the people, one thing in our bill that we're going to have in the bill tomorrow too, be in the legislation, it will give the people behind you, where that scenario is played out, your loved one has been harmed by someone who should have been turned over to ICE but was released. It'll give you a private right of action for these angel families. Private right of action where you can go after the government who engage in that stupid behavior. So, Secretary, I want to thank you for your work. I want to thank you for being willing to come today and answer our questions. And with that, I will yield to the gentleman from Maryland, the ranking member, for his opening comments.
Well, thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Secretary Noem. We're glad to meet you, even though it's been 13 months since you took office and more than 5 weeks since 2 American citizens were shot dead in Minneapolis. Renee Good was a 37-year-old poet, about 20 years younger than you are now, and like you, both a devout Christian and the mother of 3. She's on her way home from school drop-off when she encountered an ICE operation, and one of your agents shot her dead, shot her 3 times. She bled out in the driver's seat of her car after your agents refused to let a doctor or EMTs approach her. You expressed no sympathy for her family and no regret for her killing by an ICE agent. You ran a smear campaign against Renee Good. You called her a domestic terrorist. Alex Preddy was also 37 and, like you, a federal worker. He was an ICU nurse at a VA hospital, outstanding in his job, providing comfort to many of our vets in their final hours. He was standing on a street corner filming your agents as they roughed up peaceful protesters. Americans have a First Amendment right to record government agents in public places, as 8 different federal circuit courts have unanimously found.
You don't have the right to
but your
attack
agents
a federal
pepper-sprayed Alex
agent.
Preddy for helping a woman that they had pushed to the ground. Then they threw him to the ground. They beat him up. They stripped him of a lawful firearm he had never touched. And then, after confiscating it, they shot him dead with 10 bullets. Before his body was even cold, you launched a smear campaign against him, using the same language, asserting without evidence that Alex Preddy had committed a, quote, act of domestic terrorism and intended to kill law enforcement. This disturbing video tells the true facts. You tried to cover up with propaganda, and we can play it only because other brave Americans used their phones to capture the actual reality of this horror.
Deadly ICE-involved shooting out of Minneapolis. The Minneapolis police chief says a woman was killed after being shot in the head by an ICE agent.
Renee Nicole Good was a 37-year-old U.S. citizen and mother of 3 who moved to Minnesota just last year.
It was an act of domestic terrorism.
Breaking news in Minneapolis and another deadly shooting involving a federal officer in that city. This video shows the incident from this morning with officers surrounding a man before taking him down and shooting him during a struggle. Officials later said the man had died. Minneapolis city officials said the man is a 37-year-old white male, a resident of Minneapolis. They also say he is believed to be an American citizen and that he was a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry.
This individual who came with weapons and ammunition to stop a law enforcement operation of federal law enforcement officers committed an act of domestic terrorism. That's the facts.
That is.
Madam Secretary, you've provided no evidence to back up your defamatory lie against either of these American citizens. There have been 3 homicides in Minneapolis in 2026. Your agents committed 2 of them. Rather than work with state and local authorities to solve these homicides, you barred Minnesota's investigators from the crime scenes. You're denying them access to all the evidence that you have about the deaths of their citizens. It smells like a cover-up, and it makes me wonder who the real domestic terrorists are. But you didn't just lie about Renee Good and Alex Preddy. In dozens of cases, federal judges have found that your officials lied to them in court. A Reagan-appointed judge rejected the testimony of your acting ICE director as, quote, disingenuous, squalid, and dishonorable. Another judge called that.
What does being Reagan appointed have to do with the goddamn thing, though? What does that have to do with anything? It's just, oh, what? He's Republican? A Republican said something bad about a Republican? Okay, so what the fuck does that have anything to do with any goddamn thing, faggot?
Affidavit of a top ICE official, quote, the sorriest statement I've ever seen, adding she was shocked when she saw it, and that if you were asking to get a warrant issued on this, I'd throw you out of my chambers. Here are a few more examples of the many scores we found in the case books. Yesterday, you insisted under oath to the Senate that you follow court orders, but that's not true either. Just last month, your lawyers were forced to admit that you had violated immigration court orders more than 50 times in 10 weeks. And that was just in New Jersey, one of 94 judicial districts in America. In Minnesota, Judge Patrick Schultz, a George W. Bush appointee, concluded, quote, that ICE has likely violated more court orders in January of 2026 than some federal agencies have violated in their entire existence. And while you make a daily mockery of our courts and our Constitution, you're treating the billions of dollars our colleagues showered on your department like a personal slush fund. You budgeted an astonishing $220 million for media consultant contracts so you can star in self-promoting photo shoots and lavish ad campaigns like this one of you riding horseback at Mount Rushmore, which was shot during last year's government shutdown. You're living rent-free in the official waterfront residence reserved for the commandant.
I mean, that is a good point, though, isn't it, Muffin? That is a good point. Why hasn't Mayorkas come back in? I mean, he had that one right before his impeachment, and then the Senate's just like, yeah, this doesn't rise to the level of high crimes and misdemeanors. Therefore, it's unconstitutional, and walk the fuck out. Where's he been since? Motherfucker ain't been seen. Where is he?
Of the U.S. Coast Guard. You spent $172 million to buy not one, but 2 luxury jets for your travel, and now you're using taxpayer funds to lease a 3rd jet, a $70 million luxury 737 MAX with a queen-size bedroom in the back, a deluxe serving bar, and 4 flat-screen TVs. A big, beautiful jet paid for by the big, beautiful bill. Yesterday, under questioning the Senate, you said you plan to refurbish this jet to make it into this kind of airplane, which is what's actually being used for deportations in order to save the taxpayers' money. In other words, you're saying that's actually a deportation plane. But wouldn't it have been cheaper just to buy a deportation plane in the first place? It's like buying a Rolls Royce to turn into a Metro bus. I was almost prepared to buy that story of how the jet was both for executive travel and mass deportation. And then I heard about an airborne episode of entitlement, arrogance, and contempt that I could hardly believe. Apparently, when your special blanket, your blankie, was left on one of the government jets and not transported over the new one, your special government employee, Corey Lewandowski, chivalrously stepped forward to fire the pilot midair, a 2003 Coast Guard Academy graduate and distinguished U.S. Coast Guard commander in Air Station, Washington, D.C. But then he had to be rehired immediately because there was no one else who could fly the two of you on the rest of the journey back home.
Okay. Look, I'm sorry if that's actually true. Even if it's half as true, even from the way he characterizes it, that you got fired because she left her blanket at home. And she blames you because you took off. Holy shit. Yeah, I'd be kind of pissed about that too. That'd be going too far with it. If it's true, I doubt it is. Not to like something like that, but oh god damn. How funny would that shit fucking be though? Hey baby, how was your day? Well, I got fired. Why? Because somebody left a blanket at home? What? No, check out this stupidity. Oh shit. Oh god damn it. That would be great. That would be one hell of a story to tell, wouldn't it?
Secretary Noem, you're flying high now, maybe even a little bit too close to the sun. But with all these free planes and houses and pilots, you've traveled a long distance from your actual job and the things you should be doing as head of Homeland Security. Your agency is charged with protecting the homeland. It includes FEMA, TSA, the Secret Service, the Coast Guard, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, as well as ICE and CBP. Yet you've hollowed out the national security mission. You redeployed thousands of people responsible for tracking terror financing and fighting cyber threats to go work on your mass immigration roundup. You reassigned to the roundup agents working a key national security probe into Iran's terror financing, paralyzing that investigation. And to run what's left of Homeland Security's ruined terrorism prevention office, you actually installed a 22-year-old intern whose chief listed qualification for the job was that he had participated in a model UN club his junior year of college. Through FEMA, you're supposed to provide disaster relief to our communities. Yet last summer, as floods devastated central Texas and killed 135 people, including 25 girls and 2 counselors at a Christian summer camp, you withheld crucial support, including search and rescue teams, for 72 hours. Why? Those were 3 crucial days during which people drowned and died, waiting for bureaucratic approval. You promised to use ICE and CBP to expel the worst of the worst. Undocumented immigrants guilty of committing violent crimes, like the people responsible for murdering the children of these angel families, these angel moms and dads who've joined us today. Instead, your masked agents have been indiscriminately rounding up any and all immigrants.
Yeah, he had crickets for Mayorkas, of course. Oh, don't get me started on Mayorkas, FEMA. Mayorkas was a major fucking failure. His shit's wife works for immigration policy organization. You buy stock, then convert it to needs. Oh yeah, House of Representatives are allowed to lie. I get you. I understand that. Yeah, the speech and debate clause needs to be changed, but I'm sorry, I read chat and it threw me off. Hold on. What was this motherfucker saying?
Promised to use ICE and CBP to expel the worst of the worst. Undocumented immigrants guilty of committing violent crimes, like the people responsible for murdering the children of these angel families, these angel moms and dads who've joined us today. Instead, your masked agents have been indiscriminately rounding up any and all immigrants and citizens who your agents think look like they might be immigrants. They've arrested kindergartners, daycare teachers, and parents dropping off kids at school. They drag grandparents out of their homes in their underwear in sub-zero temperatures and rip children out of their beds in the middle of the night or use them as bait to arrest their parents. Just last month, your agents picked up Nurul Shah Alam, a severely disabled and nearly blind Rohingya refugee, lawfully in America, who didn't speak English. You claimed your agents dropped him at a safe, warm location. Again, not the truth. They dropped him off miles from his home in the dark at a closed coffee shop in sub-freezing temperatures. And now, because of this cruelty, this man too is dead. You have 250,000 employees and a budget larger than that of 150 countries. You command over 80,000 sworn law enforcement officers, more than the number of police officers in New York, Chicago, LA, Houston, DC, Las Vegas, and Dallas combined. On top of that, our colleagues have handed ICE an additional $75 billion by slashing funds for Medicaid, children's health insurance, and rural hospitals. Secretary Noem, your job is to protect the homeland, but the most precious possession that we've got in our homeland is our freedom, and the Constitution and the Bill of Rights that protect it. You seem to have forgotten what our most precious possession is. The billions of dollars showered on your department have paid for violence and chaos in the American heartland and a sweeping assault on the basic rights of the American people. But the heroic citizens of Minneapolis have shown America how to fight back against this reign of terror and win with the truth, with solidarity, with mutual self-help, with creative joy and humor and music, with mass nonviolent assembly and protest, and with irrepressible love of children and kindness towards animals and other living things. You've turned our government against our people, and you've turned our people against our government. But the people are winning today, although we know we must continue to wake up every day like the people of Minneapolis and go out and fight for constitutional freedom. We are clearly in the fight of our lives, and we obviously have very serious questions for you today about what you are turning our government into. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back without objection. All of the opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witness, Ms. Noem, who served as the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security since January 25th, 2025. She previously served as the governor of the great state of South Dakota and was our colleague here in the House of Representatives. And we welcome our witness and thank her for appearing today and for the work that she is doing. We will begin by...
I mean, it is funny how he was going bald and his hair was very thin, and then he put on a do-rag and said he had cancer, and then all of a sudden, a couple of months later, his hair is thicker on top, except for, you know, where the tiny hat sits. That's still bald. But his hair is thicker, and he slicks it back to make it look like it. Yeah, it's a shit show up there, you know it is. But he slicks it back, and he paints it all fucking paints all of it black. He does not have black hair. He does not have black hair. It's a reddish brown. But he paints it all fucking black. So you don't see that they're short and curlies. He put pubes on his head. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. He's a fucking faggot. He put pubes on his head. If you see them when they're not matted the fuck down, they look like pubic hair.
Swearing you in, you know how this works, Madam Secretary. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record show that reflect that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony. And Madam Secretary, you are recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Raskin, for your opening statements. And I look forward to discussing the work that the Department of Homeland Security does each and every day to defend our homeland. I also want to take a personal privilege and thank my husband for being here, too. He's going to have to go catch a flight in a few hours, but I'm glad he could be here today. And then I want to remind you of why we're all here. Like, I've had people ask me over and over again, you know, Christy, why did you say to President Trump that you would do this job? And I said, because this is going to be a difficult job. It's going to be a hard job. We're going to have to secure our border and make sure we're going after dangerous criminal illegals and remove them from our country. And every day, we're going to have to make tough decisions to uphold the law, but to make sure that the consequences for breaking the law are put in place as well. The one thing I would say is I wasn't quite prepared for was the heartbreaking stories I would hear. The families that have lost their children, their brothers and their sisters, to dangerous people that came into this country that never should have been here to begin with. They never should have been here. And then they perpetuated violent crimes against these people. I heard one story, I'll never forget hearing Rachel Morin's mom tell the story of how she was killed. And to listen to a mom talk about how her daughter was slammed into her head exploded. And then he raped her and left her dead, knowing that Rachel had 5 kids too, that now didn't have a mom anymore. And that individual should have never been in this country. So the reason that I do this job every single day is for that. Is that somebody has to do the right thing and tell the stories of these families and make sure that we don't sit around here and make political potshots on falsehoods and lies like I just heard from the ranking member. That instead, we do the right thing to defend these families and remember their children. Behind me are families with children. These are the children's names that we've lost. Weston Funder, Megan Booz, Carlos Wolf, Sander Cohen, Ryan Lang, Drew Swan, Sydney Shurkin, Jesse Bira, Heaven Lee Nelson, Dana and Ricky Keem, Austin Babcock, Michael Bowden, Logan Harris, Leo Toe, Haley King, Rain Reese, Wesley Green, Krisha Odette, and we are still very blessed to have little Miss Delilah with us. Delilah's right behind me, and she and I are good friends, and she was hit by a vehicle, by a truck that was driven by someone who's in this country illegally and had an illegal CDL. That accident should have never happened because he never should have been in this country, and he certainly shouldn't have been behind the wheel of an 18-wheeler. But she's still with us, and she's doing good, and she's telling her story with her dad and her family and continuing to make sure that we do the right thing here on Capitol Hill. Listen, the Department of Homeland Security was established after the attacks on 9/11. It was established to defend our homeland, to put all the agencies together that have that mission, and that's what we do each and every day. We make sure that we enforce the law and that we protect our homeland and that the families that live here, the American citizens, are our number one priority. For 10 straight months, Border Patrol has released 0 illegal aliens into this country. In President Trump's first historic year back in office, over 3 million illegal aliens have left our country. We've arrested 700,000 of them and detained them and removed them from the country, but over 2.2 million of them left voluntarily. You know why? Because we told them to. We marketed to them. We ran a media campaign. It was the most effective media campaign in the history of this country. $39 billion of taxpayer savings because those people left and got off of our programs, and we didn't have to deport them at a cost of $18,000 because they went on their own, and it saved the taxpayers $39 billion because we told this country and the 8 countries they were coming from that we were enforcing our laws and you couldn't stay here illegally anymore. ICE has arrested over 1,500 known or suspected terrorists. 1,500 that Joe Biden let in over that open border during that invasion that we found and we've removed. And we're going to continue to do that work because we don't know how many more there are still here. Over 7,700 gang members. And Mr. Chairman, Joe Biden lost 450,000 children that they allowed the cartels to traffic over the border. They used them, they abused them, they put them with government sponsors and paid government sponsors to abuse them and traffic them. We have found 145,000 of them, but I'm not going to stop until we find them all. And we'll continue to do that. Fentanyl trafficking over the southern border is down 56%. Because of President Trump. We continue to stop drugs. 1.7 lethal doses of drugs have been stopped from coming into our country in the last year. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. It's amazing to me how once President Trump came into office, they quit talking about the drug epidemic. The media doesn't cover it anymore, do they? That's because there's 1.7 billion people that are still alive today in this world because we stopped them. And that invasion over the southern border made those cartels rich. You want to know why they're so sophisticated now, why they have high-tech weapons, why they have drones, why they're able to be so successful? Because they were allowed to do whatever they wanted to for 4 years. And Biden enriched them, and the Democrat Party enriched them so that they could perpetuate violence against the United States. Mr. Chairman, I could go on and on, but I will look forward to the conversation today, and I look forward to continuing to fight for America. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you for that opening statement. We will now go to gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, for a 5-minute question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, I couldn't be happier that you're exactly where you are. Many of us had the honor of serving with you when you were in the House, and candidly, when I hear the jealousy of the ranking member for the job you're doing and his inaccurate statements, that's all I hear is, you know, you were better than this body, and you're proving it every day, you and President Trump. You know, the ranking member is entitled to his opinion and to that dialogue berating you and everything the administration's doing. He's just not entitled to his facts. And I'd like to spend my time concentrating on a few of those.
What's that?
Madam Secretary, were any laws changed significantly between the time of, let's say, President Obama or President Clinton and their enforcement of the border and Joe Biden's 4 years?
No, there wasn't, sir.
And were any laws changed between the time that Joe Biden let 10 million plus people into the country, including the worst of the worst from around the world, and the time that you and President Trump began working?
No, there wasn't.
So it's not about laws. It's not about the calls of things being constitutional or unconstitutional.
They
Isn't it true
from Ukraine.
that every president except President Biden spent...
Don't forget about Afghanistan as well there, K-Bean. You remember all that military equipment we left because it would be cheaper to build it than it would be to bring it back home? Don't forget about that, too. I mean, where'd that go? I think most of that went to China, didn't it?
A lot of time, energy, and public relations letting people know that the border was a place to be respected and that we would deport particularly criminals coming to our country.
That is correct.
So regardless of what the ranking member says, all you've really done with gusto, with tenacity, and with all the funds you've been able to have is you've done exactly what President Clinton did or President Obama or any other president who respected the Constitution and the laws we've already passed.
That is correct.
So I want to touch on a personal note, though. You've been to the White House. You've been to the vice president's residencies. Both of those exist as working places, but they exist as places to protect people who, in fact, would be attacked. Is it fair to say that you and your family are at greater risk because of the job you're doing than anyone who's had your job perhaps since 9/11?
Yes, sir. I can't speak specific to the threats, but
and so when the ranking member spends so much time talking about your being in a protected housing, by the way, one that is under your authority and one that the head of the Coast Guard normally would be in, I'm just going to make a statement, a view, an opinion, and hopefully the ranking member will agree with this opinion. The chances that the commandant of the Coast Guard is going to be attacked for the job he's doing, and the chance that you will be attacked causes both of you to be in protective housing. You're simply in the housing that he historically had, and I want to thank the administration for recognizing the threat on you and your family for the work you do. Yes.
Let me clarify a couple things. I'm not in the commandant's house. I'm in a Coast Guard house, but not the commandant's house. The commandant is in his house. And I will also tell you that I rent that facility. I rent where I stay and pay personal dollars to do that.
So I'm hearing the ranking member making statements that aren't true, but they're his opinions. I want to thank you for correcting that. I apologize for not knowing it's the commandant's residence. I have been in that in the past, and he does use it for both official and unofficial. It's the reason he has it. And the CNO is also housed in an alternative. And by the way, that alternative, just for history, we moved the vice president under Gerald Ford to that residency, and Congress did it and has made the decision that protecting key people and their families so they can do their job is important. And I want to make that point clear today. Now, the ranking member will doubtlessly be the next person, and you will have to put up with 5 minutes and 1 second of berating again. So I want to give you this last 50 seconds to talk just once more about the families behind you, because he implied that he was compassionate for those families, that he understood it. I'm looking at them, and Madam Secretary, I don't see them as being here in support of those 4 years of Joe Biden and the ranking member's administration.
No, and it's interesting because when President Trump was here in his last term, he opened up an office at ICE to help these families, to give them information on support, mental health account that they might need, or also knowledge on court cases of the individuals who had killed their children. And when Joe Biden came into office, he closed down that Voices office, completely shuttered it, because that office also tracked how many victims there really were in the country that had been affected by illegal alien crime. So when I came in, I didn't have any data set to use because Joe Biden and his administration had completely quit keeping track of the amount of victims here. We're grateful that they're here today. We're grateful that the Voices office is back open again, and that these families now can know where their children's killers are. They can follow that, and they can make sure that they hold people accountable to not enforcing the law.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Noam, we have seen a consistent pattern of lies and deceit from the Department of Homeland Security under your leadership. I'm not just talking about the false claims that you and others at DHS have spread in attempting to smear Alex Preddy, Renee Good, and other victims with ISIS deadly tactics, all of which are well known. I'm talking about the dishonest deception that has become commonplace throughout your agency.
I mean,
one of the most brazen incidents occurred last week at Columbia University, where 5 DHS agents found their way into a university-owned apartment building at 6 a.m. They were pretending to be police officers searching for missing.
Yeah, there's there's about 3 of the Hunger Games movies now, but I've only seen the first one, and I'll say, yeah, it's worth watching. Don't think anyone dislikes him. He has been in office a long time. He has been even keel. Who? Oh, Isa. I thought you were talking about Raskin or Nadler there. I was like, no, there's a lot of people who hate them. But yeah, you're talking about Isa. I don't know. I think people are just indifferent about him.
Child. But this was nothing more than a ruse to gain access to the apartment of a student originally from Azerbaijan, Eli Agayeva, a senior studying neuroscience and politics. A public security officer on the scene asked for a warrant, but none was produced, and they proceeded to arrest Eli. It is black-letter law that a government agent cannot lie about searching for a missing child to gain entry to a residence. It's literally the example they give in the criminal procedure textbook. But your agents deliberately misrepresented themselves to gain access to Eli's apartment. Fortunately, hours after Eli was taken into custody, following a public outcry and a meeting with Mayor Mamdani, President Trump intervened and secured her release. If Eli had been among the worst of the worst that you claim to target, surely the president would not have pushed for her release. But this is just one example of an out-of-control department under your leadership. My own office was the victim of your agents' deceptive tactics last year, when DHS agents entered my office under false pretenses, claiming that my staff was, quote, harboring rioters, when video clearly showed this was not the case. A statement issued by DHS claimed the agents were doing a, quote, security check. And yet the video that has been released shows them handcuffing a staffer, demanding access to non-public areas of my office without a warrant, denying that they even needed a warrant when challenged by a member of my staff, and never once asking about the safety and security of my staff. More lies. Although both of these incidents are traumatic for those involved, at least everyone is aware of them. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for Nurul Amin Shah Alam, an elderly, nearly blind refugee from Burma living in Buffalo. 2 weeks ago, he was left abandoned by U.S. Customs and Border Patrol agents outside of Tim Hortons coffee shop an hour after they closed, in the cold and in the dark, with no shoes on, miles away from his home. 5 days later, he was found dead. Mr. Shah Alam escaped a genocide in his home country just to die here because Border Patrol did not be bothered to take him home or to tell his family where they had released him. When the story came out in the press, DHS claimed that they had dropped Mr. Shah Alam at a, quote, warm, safe location near his last known address. Your agents also claimed Mr. Shah Alam showed, quote, no signs of distress, mobility issues, or disabilities requiring special assistance. These were obvious lies. The coffee shop was closed. It wasn't safe and warm. He was nearly blind. He required special assistance. But your agents callously left him to defend for himself with deadly consequences. This is a clear case of your officers failing to fulfill the basic duty of care, and as a result, this man is dead. So, Secretary Noam, I want to know if there will be any accountability for the incidents I have described today. Will the agents who lied at Columbia face discipline, or the officers who forced their way into my office? What about the officers in Buffalo who abandoned a barefoot blind refugee in the middle of a freezing night miles away from his home? Will any of them face accountability?
Well, sir, you talk about several different specific cases. What I would say is some of your facts are wrong in some of those cases, but also that they are all being reviewed. We do have a review process in the ICE agency within that department that goes through and does an OPR, which is the Office of Professional Responsibility, make sure that all protocols were followed in every single case. In the case of the Columbia student.
Reclaiming my time, we know that in the cases of Renee Good and Alex Preddy, proper protocols were not followed. Now, Erie County is currently mounting an investigation. Will you, at the very least, commit today that DHS will cooperate with the investigation by local authorities in New York of Mr. Shah Alam's death? Yes or no?
Which case are you talking about, sir?
Shah Alam, the one who was
We will
released.
certainly look at that, but I want you to know that the investigations...
Will you cooperate with the local authorities? Yes or
I don't
no?
conduct the investigations that are outside of within the umbrella of ICE and CBC.
I'll take that as a no.
The FBI leads
I'll take that as a no. Unfortunately, that has become a pattern we've come to expect in this administration. Secretary Noam, your agents are running amok, and you're doing nothing to hold them accountable. Everything that we are seeing, the
Mr. He's just reading that,
cruelty,
so
that is all happening on your watch
it was
and in your
written
name.
to say, I'll take that as a no.
Gentlemen,
This
back.
motherfucker's so goddamn pathetic, he can't even say that on his
Immigration
own.
is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we have a number of
Holy
angel
shit.
families here today whose loved ones were killed because of the open borders policies of the Democrats. Could I ask them to stand for a moment, be recognized, so that we can
Where's
honor their
this-
loved ones and get a
Where's the
sense of the human
accountability for
toll
the
that 4 years of
67
open
illegals
borders took on
does
our
under
country?
Obama?
Thank you.
God bless you all.
Yep.
Thank you.
We
Madam
can't be
Secretary, the
talking
Democrats
about that,
told us that the only way to secure our
'cause
borders
Obama
was
is
we had to grant
God.
amnesty and citizenship to the millions of illegals that they had allowed into our country. Was this true?
No.
And how do we know it wasn't true?
Because we enforced the law and sent the message that in the United States now our border was going to be secure, and we would ensure that, and it happened. People quit coming. They quit coming to that border because we told them it was closed, and we made sure that when people did cross the border that there was consequences for breaking federal law.
During the Biden years, approximately how many foreign nationals illegally entered our country, either as gotaways or through the CB1 app or the catch and release policies of Biden?
We don't necessarily know, Congressman. We don't necessarily know because the invasion was facilitated by the federal government during that time. And while all of our CBP agents were pulled to process people, to make sandwiches, to take care of the masses and thousands of people crossing the border, huge swaths of our border were left unsecured.
So
and the
we don't
cartels
know.
took advantage of that to
We
try
don't
to-
know how many millions of illegals. We know at least 10 million because we watched them either cross the border or we released them under the Biden administration. But the Inspector General reported that they also approved entry visas for 13 million foreign nationals without conducting any interviews or background checks as required by law. Do we know anything about those 13 million visa approvals that were given without any kind of vetting?
We don't. We're going back and tracking ones we have documentation on, but most of them are not at the addresses that they left, the contacts that they may have done. And all of our programs under the Department of Homeland Security were violated and abused and perverted as well. For example, when we came in, there was 400,000 asylum cases. That was a year before we came in. When he abused it so bad during that invasion that when I first got sworn in as secretary, there was a backlog of 1.5 million asylum cases.
And
that all need to be reviewed.
Do we know how many are still in the country?
No, we don't.
How many criminals were allowed in?
Oh, thousands of them. We know for a fact that other countries emptied out their prisons, their mental institutions, encouraged people to go, and those individuals who would pay a cartel member to move them across the country certainly came into our country, broke that first law, which made them a criminal, and then after that, many times.
And could you tell us again just how many illegal aliens have been deported under your leadership or have been self-deported?
There's been over 700,000 that have been detained and arrested and are being deported. I want to remind everybody at this committee, too, that every single one of these individuals that's detained has final orders of removal. They can leave today.
And by the way,
as soon as they get to that detention center,
how
they
many
have
of
the
those
option to go home.
that you've deported now have records of a criminal arrest or conviction?
70% of those in our detention centers have criminal records.
So roughly over 500,000.
Yes.
So you've effectively removed more than 500,000 criminal illegal aliens from our streets and sent them back to their own countries or detained them.
Yes.
And what's that done to our crime rate?
Oh, our crime rate has been phenomenal. In fact, we have the lowest murder rate in our country that we've had since it's been recorded. Over 125 years, our murder rates are at the lowest that it is. The drug epidemic is getting better and improving. We need it to do more so we don't lose more of our children. But we specifically under ICE as well and HSI target human traffickers and child pedophiles and those that would perpetuate assaults against our children.
The chairman said there were 11 states refusing to enforce federal immigration
That
law. I
would
think
be
it's worth noting there were
talked
also
about
11
more if
states
that
in the
were a
old
thing.
Confederacy. And they, too, asserted the doctrine of nullification, that states could ignore or nullify federal laws that they didn't like. That's fatal to a federal republic like ours. Abraham Lincoln understood that. Andrew Jackson understood that. Donald Trump understands that. It's what lit the fuse for the Civil War. How do these sanctuary states thwart enforcement of our federal immigration laws?
They don't cooperate with us. They don't share
That
background
border wall
information
does
or
need to
arrest
come up
information
there,
or when they're
doesn't it?
releasing someone from their prisons or jails. They turn them on the streets, and then when we're out doing enforcement actions, they don't help us with security. Many of these local officials, driven by political leaders, governors or mayors, don't come when we respond, when we ask for backup for our law enforcement as well.
And what's the purpose of these so-called sanctuary cities and states? Are they protecting all illegal aliens or only those illegal aliens that have been arrested for other crimes?
I would say they're protecting them all. They're allowing them to stay on their programs and to live in their housing and facilitate it and to be on benefits programs that take taxpayer dollars out of their communities away from American citizens and facilitate a way of life for people that didn't follow our legal process. I know that they're very concerned, the Democrat Party is very concerned about illegal aliens in this country. I will tell you, as a Secretary of Homeland Security, it's my job to get up every day to be concerned for American citizens.
Well,
they are my priority.
Thank you for the job you're doing.
Concerned about them. They
Somebody
want
else
them
back, Mr.
here.
Coleman, I should have said this earlier. If you need any help or a little break, and want to go in the back room with Delilah, that's fine. I see Delilah decided to take a nap. Let the record show, I think she fell asleep during Mr. Nadler's question, not Mr. Clinton. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary, for being here with us this morning. There's an old adage that states there are no bad dogs, just bad owners. One of the questions we have is, are there bad agencies or just bad owners and bad leadership? And so, I have a concern about much of what's happened in the enforcement region internally in the United States. And I'd like to show a video, the video number one, if the staff could play that. Now, this was in January. ICE agents forced their way into the home of a United States citizen, Mr. Scott Dow, without a warrant. As you could see from the video, they pulled him into sub-freezing temperatures in his underwear, held him for a number of hours, and finally released him. You know, the Fourth Amendment says the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. It provides for a warrant requirement to enter a person's home. Now, that was bad leadership, in my judgment, because not in your part, the Attorney General has issued a memorandum asserting, I think incorrectly, I mean, obviously incorrectly, that no warrant is required to break into somebody's house, contrary to what the Fourth Amendment provides, and that an administrative warrant, which is basically note to self, go ahead and break into anybody's house you want, is what's sufficient. So my question really is not about the illegal breaking and entering into that U.S. citizen's house, but what is the policy about taking an old man in his underwear out of a house in sub-freezing temperatures? Do you train agents not to do that, or are they trained to do that?
All of our law enforcement officers go through extensive training. Our ICE officers go through 58 days of training and 56 days of training. They have 28 of those on the job.
Okay,
but
so
beyond that, they are trained in constitutional law, which you referenced. So they all.
The question was about manhandling an old man in sub-freezing weather. So they're trained to do that?
They're trained in how to interdict someone, to detain them, and to take them.
Well, this man had done nothing. Let me show you another video. Show another video.
Wait. Are they trained to pull people out and detain them when they're in their underwear? Yes. Yes, because they don't let you put your clothes on. They don't let you go to another room and put something on to detain you and remove you from the premises, to lock down the premises. So yes, they are trained to pull somebody out if they're in their underwear. What the fuck kind of dumb question is that, Lofgren? Are you really that goddamn retarded you don't understand that?
So this disabled woman, she's a U.S. citizen, Miss Raymond, she wasn't protesting anything. She was on her way to a doctor's appointment. She has a traumatic brain injury, and as you can see from the video, your agents surrounded her car, they pointed their weapons at her, they broke her window, and they dragged her from the car. Let me show you another video.
Oh, what? Y'all some crazy. I got no heart, for real. No heart. No heart.
Now, in this video, masked agents blocked the road with their SUV and used it to hit an American citizen driving in the right lane on her way to work after dropping off her child. As you can see, they drew their weapons, they drug her into the street to arrest her. She didn't know they were federal law enforcement because they were wearing masks. So the question I have is, are agents trained to break the windows of people whose cars they encounter and drag them out?
She didn't know they were federal law enforcement because they were wearing masks?
Is that their training?
No.
Congresswoman, our officers are all trained for situations to where they're interacting with the public and where they are detaining someone or arresting them. What I would say is they always goes with their presence is when the enforcement action begins, the officer's presence, and then verbal commands. If an individual doesn't respond to verbal commands, then they go to soft techniques, which you see utilized throughout the country, and our officers follow that protocol and are trained in that protocol. You talked earlier about administrative warrants. Administrative warrants are the tools that you gave us. Congress gave us that tool in immigration law to use to go and detain individuals who are in this country that have had final removal orders.
I will just note that is garbage law. The Constitution
the Supreme
trumps.
Court backed it up.
You're incorrect. There's a long line of cases, Mr. Chairman. The real
No,
lawyers
she's
on
not.
this committee know that the Fourth Amendment
how you want,
provides for
but
a
it is the
warrant
law.
requirement.
It is federal law. The gentlelady's time has expired. The chair is now recognized.
Mr. Chairman, can I just do a UC request?
Gentleman is recognized for unanimous consent.
This comes from The Guardian. Worst of the worst, most U.S. immigrants targeted for deportation in 2025, 73% had no criminal charges. Documents reveal.
Without objection, the chair is now recognized. Madam Secretary, how many detainers in 2025 did ICE issue to local law enforcement?
It was 201,340.
And I just want to be clear, that means over 200,000 individuals are in the country illegally. You have a notice, final order to remove those individuals. They've been charged with an additional crime, some other crime, harming kids, stealing stuff, armed robbery, maybe even something worse. They're in a jail or detention center, and you send a notice, a detainer notice to that jail or detention center saying, if you're going to release this individual, give us a heads up so we can come apprehend him at the jail. Is that all accurate?
That is accurate, yes.
Okay. Now, and in 68.5% of the country will work with you on that. Most of the country, 2/3 of the country. But a third of the country won't because they're run by left-wing, crazy elected officials. And they say, no, we're not going to work with ICE. So how many times in the same time period, how many times last year, 2025, were your detainers not honored?
17,864 detainers were declined.
Declined. And now some of them,
Holy shit.
they may have declined early, but many of those people are out on the street.
Right.
Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
So in these jurisdictions, they say, we don't care that federal law says there's a final order of removal for this individual, and we don't care that this person's been charged with an additional crime. We're going to turn them out on the street, release this individual out on the street, and make you send 6 agents, 12 agents, whatever, to get the bad guy on the street when you could have sent one to the jail and just made it easy. Is that right?
That is correct.
And let me just ask this, is that the dumbest thing you've ever heard?
It is a dumb. Well, I've heard a lot of dumb things.
Well, I've heard a lot of dumb things from the left as well, but that is certainly near the top, right? Now, here's what's interesting. They don't want it just to remain 1/3 of the country. They want it to apply everywhere. And you know how we know that? 1 month ago today, Leader Hakeem Jeffries and Leader Schumer sent a letter to Speaker Johnson and Leader Thune. And in that letter, they have 10 demands that they want. That's why they shut down the government, they're saying. One of the reasons they shut down the government is they want that policy, which only applies to 31% of the country right now, to apply nationwide. And I just want to read it, because it's point number 4 in their letter 1 month ago. Protect sensitive locations, prohibit funds from being used to conduct enforcement near these sensitive locations. So after they release them, they don't want you to be able to arrest a guy who may have been charged with abusing kids, the detainer wasn't honored, who's released to the street. They don't want you to arrest him near medical facilities, schools, child care facilities. So if he's hanging out near a child care facility, he's been charged with abusing kids and he's here illegally, or a school, you're not supposed to get him there, according to what Leader Jeffries and Leader Schumer said. And I'll ask you the same question. Is that the dumbest thing you've ever heard?
Yes, that is one way to encourage criminals to congregate where children are, is to say that a school would be a safe zone.
And what happens when they don't honor detainers, they release bad guys who were supposed to, according to federal law, be turned over to ICE and you're supposed to remove them. They release them. What happens is exactly what I talked about in our opening statement. You have guys like this Ortiz fellow, right next door in Fairfax County, Virginia, who was here illegally. You all sent a detainer, and they said last September, nope, we're not going to honor it. They release him to the streets, and he kills someone when it could have been easy. Someone would still be alive today. And as I said before, there'd be one less angel family in this country if they would simply do the common sense thing. But no, they want to expand it, and they want to put back in this protected area. Here's the other thing that's interesting. They all defend what happened in Minneapolis when all the protesters and rioters, or whatever you want to call them, went into the church. So they're allowed to go into the church, and somehow that's fine. They can disrupt the church service, but you're not allowed to go near a church to arrest a bad guy who's been charged with another crime and released to the street. Again, unbelievably stupid. And that is why tomorrow, the House Judiciary Committee is going to mark up the Sanctuary Shutdown Act of 2026. And hopefully, we can pass that, get it to the Senate, pass it, and get President Trump to sign it. Because it is the right thing to do. And anyone with common sense understands that. I apologize, I went too long. I'll give you the last 20 seconds.
No, I just appreciate that, and I agree with you wholeheartedly that a lot of what comes at us for criticisms is simply not truth. Every day, and it's interesting, Chairman, as you were talking, I was thinking about the last committee hearing I was at just a couple months ago in December, that all the Democrats held up pictures of illegal aliens and were defending illegal aliens and talked about them. Now today, they're defending citizens because they know they shouldn't be putting illegal aliens in front of citizens. They've changed their method. Now they realize that when they're fighting for people who shouldn't be in this country to begin with, that's a losing statement with the American people. That common sense would tell you somebody who lives here that is a citizen should be prioritized over someone from another country.
Well, but
that's common sense.
Secretary, they're not only fighting for people here illegally, they're releasing the bad guys to the streets, for goodness sake.
They are.
That is the problem. With that, I now recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're fighting for American citizens, Madam Secretary, because your ICE agents shot them in the face and killed them, and each person you see up on this dais today represents 800,000 American citizens. And you should know that as a former member of Congress. Now, her brother said that Renee Good was someone who could make you believe things were going to be okay despite all the hardship because she chose optimism. Alex Preddy was a Boy Scout, a choir member, an outdoorsman from Green Bay who lavished attention on his beloved dog, Jewel. His sister called her brother someone who had a way of lighting up every room that he walked into. But only a few hours after they were gunned down by your agents, you called Renee a domestic terrorist.
She is.
You said Alex committed an act of domestic terrorism.
He did.
Alex's parents responded to your calling their son a domestic terrorist. They said, the sickening lies told about our son by the administration are reprehensible and disgusting. And I want to give you a chance before the entire country to correct your false and defamatory claim. Based on what you know today, Madam Secretary, were Renee Good and Alex Preddy domestic terrorists?
Congressman, what happened in Minnesota in those two incidents was an absolute tragedy.
Were they domestic terrorists, as you said to the country?
My condolences to their families, because I know that their lives will never be the same after that happened.
Is that an apology for what you said?
We, in those incidents, offer as much information as we can from officers and agents on the ground in a chaotic scene that gets...
I'll repeat my question, reclaiming my time. Based on what you know today, Madam Secretary, based on what you know today, were Renee Good and Alex Preddy domestic terrorists?
As you know, there's ongoing investigations that are being led by the FBI.
But you didn't wait for the investigation, did you? You didn't wait for the evidence. You proclaimed that they were domestic terrorists at the time. Why did you do that?
And you didn't wait to attack our law enforcement.
Why did you do that?
We're going into a dangerous situation.
Why did you call them domestic terrorists?
Our ICE officers and our HSI officers that day risked their lives to protect that scene. So evidence could be reclaimed. So it could be used in the investigation. Because those violent rioters that
So you're proud of the fact that you called them domestic terrorists? Is that what you're telling America?
HSI officers put their lives on the line to protect that scene, so evidence that we could have.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. But you told a lie about them. You said that they were domestic terrorists. Do you regret that?
I offer my condolences to those families. And
based on what you know today, were Renee Good and Alex Preddy domestic terrorists?
There's ongoing investigations, and so
you still don't know. You think that's an open question?
I would think you would want there to still be investigations going into these situations.
Well, you stated the conclusion 2 hours after they were killed that they were domestic terrorists. I wanted to give you an opportunity to correct the record, not just for their family, but for everybody in America who believes in the truth and fairness and honesty.
In every situation, as facts come out, we relay.
No, your acting ICE director, Todd Lyons, came before Congress. He said he had no knowledge whatsoever that Alex Preddy and Renee Good were domestic terrorists. None. This is your guy. He said that. He admitted that that was wrong. Why won't you admit it?
I will tell you the investigation is still ongoing, and we'll.
So do you regret speaking before the investigation?
I would say that in those situations,
you regret that?
chaotic scene on the ground, we relay information to the American people that they're asking for. And as things change, situations change.
People were asking you whether they were domestic terrorists, and you decided that they were before the investigation?
As we learn more, we.
You don't want to say anything to their families?
I did. I said I condolences.
For what? How about an apology for what you said about their loved ones?
My heart is with them, and we will continue to stand with them as they get a complete investigation into these situations.
All right. Well, let me ask you some questions of law if you can't handle the facts. Very simple questions of law, not trick questions. Is it lawful for federal agents to shoot and kill a person for engaging in peaceful protest and nothing else?
That's the weakest
That's a yes or no
fucking
question.
thing
Each
I've
instance is
ever
a peaceful
heard your
protest. No, it's
fucking
not.
Okay,
faggot
good.
ass
Is it
say.
lawful for federal agents to shoot and kill a person for filming them on a public street? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Is it lawful for federal agents to shoot and kill a person just because that person is lawfully carrying a holstered firearm under the Second Amendment in state law?
No.
And finally, yes or no, is it lawful for federal agents to shoot an innocent person or even a criminal suspect just for driving away from them, according to the Supreme Court?
No.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you got the law right, and I hope you would rethink what you said about two good, honest, faithful American citizens and what that means to their families when you say that as Secretary of Homeland Security. And your ICE guy has already retracted that, and you should retract it too. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary Noem, for being here today. Also, I want to acknowledge the angel families. There are very few jurisdictions that don't have angel families. Very, very few. Thank you for your courage and your willingness to be here today. I am grateful that the ranking member at least knows, Secretary Noem, that under your jurisdiction, there's the Coast Guard, there's FEMA, and a whole host of other agencies, TSA being one. He listed some of them. He's chosen not to fund them. How outrageous is that? How outrageous? So, Secretary Noem, before I turn to my questions, I want to establish the insanity of what sanctuary jurisdictions are doing and why it matters. And by the way, I'll just say, Mr. Chairman, on the CDL issue, I have a Bill 7200. I'd love to bring that in because it would require states to do E-Verify before they grant a CDL. We might save some more lives. Let's start with ICE immigration detainers. From October 2022 through February 2025, state and local jails declined more than 25,000 ICE detainers. In more than 1,400 additional cases, they failed to provide proper notice before releasing an alien from custody. That's not symbolic resistance. That's operational non-cooperation. It undermines federal law, increases the risk to law enforcement, it increases the risk to the person arrested even, and it results in the release of removable criminal aliens back into American communities. This administration, the Trump administration, the Noem administration, is enforcing the tools Congress provided. We expect cooperation, not obstruction. The consequences are not hypothetical. ICE data from FY 2025 shows that sanctuary jurisdictions released offenders with homicide charges or convictions, and I'm going to highlight just several examples. Rami Jalal Naisan, an Iraqi national with 28 arrests. Chicago ignored 3 ICE detainers. 15 of his arrests occurred after the first detainer was issued. Valdemar Zibik, a Polish national convicted of attempted murder after stabbing his wife and daughter, was released despite an ICE detainer. Alexander Pascual Pedro, arrested for aggravated criminal sexual abuse of a child, released despite a detainer, later convicted of solicitation to meet a child, and then arrested again for domestic violence. Ismael Gomez Urzua, deported 4 times, 3 detainers ignored despite arrest for narcotics, fleeing police, and weapons violations. Then Humberto Navarrete Romero, an illegal immigrant, was arrested for many crimes but released into the community repeatedly. He went on to allegedly rape a woman on a trail in Fairfax County. Abraham Gonzalez, a Venezuelan gang member, arrested in Denver for aggravated assault, motor vehicle theft, and felony menacing. Denver gave ICE only 1 hour's notice before forcing officers to arrest him in a public parking lot where an officer was assaulted. Those aren't policy disagreements. Those are public safety failures. A willful desire to hold the community, or put the community in danger. Beyond those individual cases, we've seen tragic losses around this country, not just of the angel families here today, but Laken Riley, killed by a Venezuelan national unlawfully present in the U.S. Rachel Morin, a 37-year-old mother in Maryland, raped and killed by an illegal alien from El Salvador, later convicted of first-degree murder. Jocelyn Nungary, 12-year-old girl in Houston, sexually assaulted and murdered by 2 Venezuelan nationals unlawfully present in the U.S. They have been charged with capital murder, and we could go on and on.
Sounds like domestic
So,
terrorism
Madam
to you
Secretary,
too, huh?
what is the value of an ICE detainer, and why is it such an important public safety tool?
Well, a detainer that we would lodge with a local law enforcement jurisdiction lets them know that when they are going to release that individual out to the public, that we would like to take custody of that. When we have detainers that are honored, we can go into a courthouse, we can go into a jail or a prison, and in a safe environment, take custody of that individual, take them to a detention center, and remove them to their home country. When they don't honor our detainers, that individual is released out into the streets. And what we know for a fact is hundreds and hundreds of times, thousands of times across the country, those individuals reoffend. And what they're doing by not honoring detainers is creating more victims.
When ICE issues a detainer, you're not asking local officers to conduct immigration sweeps in neighborhoods. You're requesting simply notice before release or a brief, lawful hold so you can assume custody, right?
That is correct.
If ICE is requesting a short hold, that means that the individual is already in state or local custody.
Correct.
And individuals in jail are there because there was probable cause for arrest, and in many cases because they've been convicted of crimes, right?
Correct.
And so when these sanctuaries policies are enacted, they put the community at harm, they put your agents at risk, and even the perpetrator at risk. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back, but I have some UC requests.
Gentleman's recognized for UC.
Thank you.
Well,
Radical rhetoric by sanctuary politicians leads to an unprecedented 1,300% increase in assaults against ICE officers and a 3,200% increase in vehicular attacks. Which sanctuary jurisdictions have released the most criminals?
Objection.
Virginia Governor Spanberger faces blowback after releasing illegal immigrant who stabbed a woman to death.
Objection.
Spanberger urged to cooperate with ICE after alleged killing by illegal immigrant.
Objection.
Sanctuary cities pose an unacceptable risk to public safety.
Objection.
When did safety become a license to defy the law? The dangers of sanctuary cities.
Objection.
The DHS shut down a reckless gamble verging on madness.
Objection.
Can we finally agree that sanctuary cities are a failed experiment?
Without objection.
The not so fine line between sanctuary and threat.
Objection.
DHS funding remains in limbo as GOP lawmakers warn of retaliatory terror attacks.
Objection.
Democrat rep whines about DHS harassing illegal alien he brought to State of the Union.
Objection.
New Maryland bill means more victims of migrant criminals, DHS warns.
Objection.
If you're an illegal, stabbing someone isn't enough for this country to lock you up.
Objection.
Coast Guard addresses recent media reporting.
Without objection.
Current shutdowns impact on immigration agencies from DHS.
Objection.
U.S. ICE examples of egregious criminal aliens released into Illinois.
Objection.
The Independent Police arrested and charged Rafael Govia Romero.
Without objection, I think the gentleman may set a record here.
Yeah,
Set a record.
February 18th, 2026, response to Representative Gosar's letter from Secretary Noem.
Without objection.
Another response from Secretary Noem dated February 4th, 2026 to Gosar.
Without objection.
And also, finally, DHS OIG highlights covert testing of TSA's checkpoint security screening effectiveness.
Without objection.
Thank you. Yield back.
Gentleman, yield back. I recognize the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, welcome to the committee. It gives me an opportunity to
I mean,
show
that
you
was
the
a
8
lot,
letters that I've sent to you
but
over the last
holy
year,
shit.
only one of which have been replied to. So it gives me an opportunity to ask you the questions and try to get an answer. One of the things you're most famous for, probably your quote of quotes, is we're going to go after the worst of the worst. The murderers, the pedophiles, the rapists, et cetera. In my letters, I said I agree with you on those things. People who are in this country illegally or not citizens who commit those crimes should be deported. But the facts show that most of the people that you have stopped and tried to deport have not committed any of those crimes. In fact, they've committed no crimes at all. I've got a study here from the Justice Department that shows that less than half as undocumented immigrants are less than half as likely as U.S.-born Americans to be arrested for homicide. And the pattern holds for assault, sexual assault, robbery, burglary, theft, and arson. And they're half as likely to be arrested for drug offenses. That's an NIJ study. In Tennessee, there was a study that was just in the Commercial Appeal, our local newspaper.
Wait. They're half as likely to be arrested. They're not half as likely to actually do the crime. They're half as likely to be arrested for the crime. Holy shit, you cannot be that fucking retarded. No. They're half as likely to be arrested for a crime. Doesn't mean that they didn't do the crime. They just weren't arrested for the crime. Holy shit, you stupid shit stain. But then again, hey, you're going to talk about Tennessee here. You, a white man who ran in a black district, on record, on camera, who said that black people love you, and then insulted the living shit out of them. You said black people love you and then insulted the living shit out of them, saying they were too stupid to get IDs because they didn't know what the fuck to do. They didn't know where the DMV was. Holy fucking shit. Here we go, though. Let's listen here, Mr. Cohen. Let's listen to the fuckery you're going to have here.
Paper in Memphis that shows the same, that they are very unlikely to commit offenses. For the folks that are here and your families, I'm sorry. It's terrible what happened to your children or your family members. But they are more likely, and citizens are more likely to be attacked by United States citizens who are not undocumented, who came here and are born here. They're more likely to commit these crimes. So why do you continue to talk about the worst and the worst when all the statistics show we're not stopping the worst and the worst? We're doing what Stephen Miller wants to do and set a record of deportations.
Can I respond to you now, sir?
I hope you will now.
Okay,
It's
good.
been a year.
Well, thank you for your letters, and we responded to those. When I came into office, there was years of letters that Mayorkas did not respond to, that we had to backlog, and we respond to all the letters that he received as secretary. In fact, one of those letters was
I just want to hear about the letters I wrote to
567
you.
days old.
Just tell me about the letters I wrote to you.
I have responded to over 1,490 letters that I've gotten from members of Congress.
You could have
in
done
the last 12
1,498
months.
and done mine
That's
as well.
just individual letters.
I don't care about everybody else. I just want to know about my shit. Why didn't you write mine? Because I'm more important than everybody else. You had 1,500. Bitch, I go before everybody else because I am Cohen and black people love me. This fucking faggotry needs to stop.
Sometimes they had 60 to 70 signatures on them, and we responded to every one of them.
Tell me about the worst of the worst.
The worst of the worst, sir. I think You've offended the families behind me today with that.
I did not intend to, and I think it's wrong for you to suggest it.
You're commenting on the fact that
No, faggot,
the
you
individuals
shut your
are violent
goddamn
reoffenders,
mouth. You
and you
did
keep talking
offend
about the
them.
fact that these individuals that are in this country illegally don't harm families. These
No, I didn't say
families
that. I
behind
said
me-
they're less likely than people born here. I
No,
didn't
the
say that they don't do it.
vast majority of these people behind me lost their children due to drugs, overdoses from drugs that came over the southern border. They died from their kids being hit on accidents on the roads that illegal drivers were driving. Truck drivers, Marcus Coleman and Delilah's father has told the story over and over again.
Oh, that's true at a given. That's true at a given, Ms. Nome. But you say you're only going after the worst of the worst, and you're not. Go after the worst of the worst. And if you did, people wouldn't find your department to be the worst department in the United States of America.
We do targeted enforcement based on intelligence and go after the worst of the worst. When we are on those enforcement actions, if there are people with those individuals, we confirm their identities as well to make sure that they have legal status in our country. We need to make sure that people understand that when you come into this country illegally, overstay a student visa, if you don't go in for your court appearances, if you're out of legal status.
If I were her, I'd say if you don't shut the fuck up without goddamn showing me any fucking respect here, I'll come after your ass too. I don't give a shit. I'll do it. You either show some goddamn respect or you shut your motherfucking mouth to me, boy. Because I ain't playing with you. You gonna sit there and over some made up bullshit that you made up in your fucking head and then you demand I answer you before anybody else? Who the fuck do you think you are, faggot? You don't demand shit from me, because the next time you even try to demand shit from me, you will be the last person in line. Anybody that makes a request after you will go before you. You don't demand a motherfucking thing from me. That's all it takes. And I guarantee you, the faggy little son of a bitch would have a come apart and then fucking shut the fuck up. You don't demand a motherfucking thing from me. I work for the American people, not you. Sit your fucking racist ass down and wait your goddamn turn like everybody else, because you are no more important than any other person out there. As a matter of fact, the American people are more important than you. Sit the fuck down. Shut your goddamn mouth.
Claiming my time, Madam Secretary, please. That's one issue. Another issue is the fact of training. And an ICE Academy has Ryan Schwank, a former instructor and immigration and customs enforcement attorney, joined ICE in 2021 and resigned February 13 because he wanted people to know that he received secretive orders to teach new cadets to violate the Constitution by entering homes without a judicial warrant. He says the time, the studies, the constitutional law and deadly force have all been cut down. Instead of doing 8 hours a day, they do 12 hours a day.
So the gentleman you're referencing was detailed to FLETC for training for a couple of months. He's a trial attorney. He was never there before we changed the curriculum. He was only there for a couple of months after we had changed it and made sure that it was 6 days a week, 12 hours a day. All of the individuals received all the training they did before.
I've got 27 seconds left. And then 27 seconds left. I reclaim my time. I taught police law. You get more learning in the less time you give them. If you more time, they learn less because their brains start to go other places. Do you have any people?
There ain't no way this stupid faggoty son of a bitch said the less training they have, the more they learn. After fucking years of saying that police need more training, this motherfucking faggot just said the less you train them, the more they learn. Wait a minute. Isn't there an argument about that? How they were not training ICE agents and CBP agents, how they actually relaxed some of the requirements on them, because if you've had that training before, there's no reason to go through it again. Isn't that a thing? So they're already doing it, and you're sitting here complaining about how they need less training and it would be more effective if they got less training. But police need more training because they're shooting black people by the thousands in the street every year. What the goddamn fuck is this retarded shit? Like, seriously, you cannot follow this and actually try to make this an actual fucking argument. There's no way in hell you can. Motherfucker, you were just saying police need more goddamn training just a few years ago, and now you're saying they need less goddamn training. Holy fuck. I don't know what to do with this stupid shit here. Other than hang these motherfuckers out to dry. That's it. That's the only thing we can fucking do. Start to fuck over again. Holy shit, start over again. This motherfucker for years said police need more training. They're not trained enough because they're shooting black people in the streets by the thousands. And then just a couple of years later, police need less training. Because their minds wander when they're trained like that, when they have to go through that much training. What the fuck just... This is your taxpayer dollars at work.
That you've hired who were January 6 offenders?
Not that I know of.
Can you go in your records and tell me if anybody who you hired was a January 6 offender?
I'll get back to you on that.
Thank you.
No.
Gentleman's
Get
time
back
has
to
expired. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary.
And you can't hire anybody that was in the Capitol on January 6th. You can't hire anybody that was in D.C. on January 6th. You can't hire the old woman that was respecting the velvet ropes because she was arrested on January 6th. Yep. You see how that goes? We made up some shit. We made it all up. Straight up. We forced it to fucking happen. We threw tear gas and rubber bullets into the crowd to make sure that the crowd would actually react to a predetermined situation that we had control of 100% of the time. And because the government set it up, you can't be an agent now. Even though you were pardoned. You can't be an agent because Orange Man pardoned you. It wasn't Biden that pardoned you. It was Orange Man. So you can't be part of the government now. It's time this faggotry stop.
Noam, I'd be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to thank you for your service as governor during the COVID epidemic. When so many governors and mayors use their power to limit freedoms, I think you, along with Ron DeSantis, exercise great discretion by trusting the people that you worked for, basically your citizens, to make their own decisions about vaccines and mandates and lockdowns. So my hat's off to you for your service there. And I know the job you have now is extremely difficult. Today, here on the dais, it's going to be partisan, I know that. But keep in mind that the majority of Americans support the work that you all are doing, and we want to make it easier. And we want to make it safer for the citizens and for your officers who are carrying out this difficult work. So one of my questions is deals with body cameras. I've talked to my local law enforcement, sheriffs and police departments in my district, Republicans and Democrats who hold those offices, and almost unanimously they support body cameras, and so do the officers and deputies who work for them, because they believe it protects the officers as much as it protects the citizens.
I don't understand why they weren't done from the very fucking beginning.
So I want to ask you for an update on body cameras and your opinion on that. That's something that the Democrats have demanded, but it's something that I think might just be common sense. So what's your thought on body cameras?
Yes, we certainly are working to get body cameras on all of our officers. CBP has had them on many of their agents that interact with people for the last several years, but they haven't been many times supported financially for running the systems that run the body cameras. Also, ICE has body cameras deployed, but we're not funded for body cameras right now. So that's one thing I'd like to ask you all to do. I have said that we will deploy every body camera that we have, and we are doing, I think we now today maybe have 14,000 body cameras on agents that are out doing enforcement, but clearly we need tens of thousands more. And we need to be able to maintain them, have the analyzers that can go through the video to make sure that it is a situation that it's analyzed for these investigations. And I agree with you. Our officers overwhelmingly, we train 130 different federal agencies and law enforcement officers at FLETC under the Department of Homeland Security. Overwhelmingly, they support body cameras because they give you the full context of the interaction. They can't, it's just not a snippet of 10 seconds that gets posted on the internet that people are trying to make claims on what really happened there. It'll give you the full context of the interaction to know that these officers and prove out that they followed their training.
So as a former member of Congress, I appreciate that you respect that we have the power of the purse. I do think we have allocated enough money, the current shutdown notwithstanding, to DHS, but perhaps we need to go, and ICE, perhaps we need to go back and make sure that your use of that money for body cameras wouldn't violate.
Yeah, you were pretty prescriptive in how you assigned that dollars to us. Even though ICE got $75 million, it was pretty prescriptive towards detention centers, contracts, and airframe in order to move individuals out of the country. And so the body cams and their maintenance ongoing into appropriation bills into the future needs to be addressed.
I know it costs money to keep all that video around, and that's what my local law enforcement talks about. The ones who haven't adopted them, they just can't afford to keep the records like they're supposed to. But I hope we make sure that you have the funding for body cameras. I've only got about a minute left, but there was a memo about whether you need an administrative warrant or a judicial warrant to enter into residences. And I'm a strong proponent of the Fourth Amendment, and I think it would be helpful if we stuck to that. I know there are exigent circumstances sometimes where you're in pursuit or something of somebody, but I think for entering a residence or private property, it would be helpful to have judicial warrants. I'll give you 30 seconds to give us your opinion on that.
Well, I would tell you that all of our officers and at the department, we follow the Constitution and respect the amendments. The Fourth Amendment is incredibly important. In the 400,000 different instances where we've detained someone under administrative warrant, only 28 of those have been used to go into a home. So it's very rare, not very often. It is legal, it is justified, and it is the tool that you have given us as a body and that the Supreme Court has confirmed. So we do use it, but it's very rare when we do.
All right, with that, I yield back to the chairman. Gentleman yields back. The chairman recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Noam,
Oh, my
last
God.
month, your Immigration and
Has
Customs
Guam tipped
Enforcement
over yet?
Director Todd Lyons confirmed that the Department of Homeland Security is conducting an investigation into the brutal, cruel, and senseless killings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension Superintendent Drew Evans loudly and publicly complained when, in the minutes and hours after your agents shot Alex Preddy to death in broad daylight, your DHS agents excluded BCA and Minneapolis police from accessing the crime scene. Your agents continued to physically block state and local law enforcement access to the crime scene, even after they were presented with a search warrant issued by a judge that authorized their appearance at that location, the crime scene. And so, with you having excluded them, that left your department's agents uniquely positioned to clandestinely seize and control all of the physical evidence from the crime scene, including body camera footage, phones, firearms, ballistic evidence, and other physical evidence.
No, they're not supposed to.
Your attempts to
But
hide the
apparently
evidence from
they have
state and
more
local law
rights than you
enforcement
do.
forced Minnesota officials to go into federal court to obtain a temporary restraining order, preventing you from destroying or altering the evidence and ordering you to preserve the evidence. Madam Secretary,
I mean, that's
who was
standard,
it
though, faggot.
that ordered you to deny state and local law enforcement agency access to the Alex Preddy crime scene? Was it Donald Trump? Was it Pam Bondi? Was it Kash Patel? Or was it Corey? Whose idea was it?
Congressman, I will tell you it is not my role as the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security to conduct investigations at the federal level.
I'm
That
asking,
happens on
I'm asking
the
who
Department
was
of
it that
Justice.
instructed
Those
your
decisions
agents
are
to
made,
deny access to the crime scene to state and local law enforcement
I wish
agencies?
there would have been more local law enforcement there that day.
Well,
The reason that
well,
that
they were there,
was
but
such
your
a violent
agency
scene was because we
prevented them
didn't
from
have local law
accessing the
enforcement
crime
out there
scene.
supporting
Who was it
the
that gave that order to deny access to the crime scene?
Sir, I don't make those decisions.
Well, who made the
I will
decision?
tell you that
Was
within
it
the
whose
agency,
decision was it?
Within the agency, for
damn,
instances
this
that
is
there is
Corey's idea.
investigations, they go through the office of
Okay, well, you're
PR,
not
and
going
then
to
also
answer.
beyond that,
You're not going to answer my
the
question.
ICE
That's
goes to
fine,
the
ma'am.
incident.
I'm going to reclaim my time. As the Secretary of Homeland Security, you are the ultimate overseer of your department's investigations into the death of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. Isn't that correct?
We conduct investigations within ICE and CBP.
Okay,
that are
fine. You're
internal
responsible for it. That was my
to
question.
the officers to make sure they follow
Within
the rules and
hours
training.
of these killings, you jumped before the cameras on national TV and lied about these victims, labeling them domestic terrorists. Before the
They
investigation
are
had even
domestic
begun.
terrorists. They
Even
use
your own
violence
ICE
and
director has now
intimidation
admitted
for
that they
political
are
gain.
not terrorists, and that kind of comment could bias the investigation. Secretary Norm, will you acknowledge that your lies labeling Ms. Good and Mr. Preddy as domestic terrorists could bias the DHS investigation into their killings?
These investigations are ongoing. They're
Well, couldn't
internal and
your
external.
comments have
The
signaled
Incident Review
what
Committee
the
within
conclusion of
ICE
the
will determine
investigation
any
should
actions
be?
that will take it, and within CBP, it's the National Use of Force Board that does those
what you
evaluations.
did
They'll
was
continue
actually
to do
prejudice
that.
the investigations that your department is conducting, Madam
Oh, my
Secretary.
God, no, she didn't.
You know, it's no mistake. Your department has a pattern of obstructing investigations. A federal judge has lambasted your ICE director for lying in court, and you, the Inspector General, just yesterday revealed to the public, your own Inspector General, who was appointed by Trump, has revealed that your department has been obstructing his independent investigations into your department and into your department's ability to investigate others.
That is not true. In that letter that he sent to the Hill yesterday,
I want to enter into the record for unanimous consent two articles that document the fact that the Inspector General says that DHS has systematically obstructed its work. It's a Wall Street Journal article dated March 3rd, yesterday.
Objection.
And also a Politico article, internal DHS watchdog, Noam, is obstructing our work.
Objection.
How can the public think that you will give...
Gentleman's time has expired. You've asked for two unanimous consent requests. Without objections, written into the record. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Secretary Dome, thanks for being here today. Despite the undeniable increase in terrorist threats at the border and in the interior of the United States, Alejandro Mayorkas repeatedly misled this committee and the American people by asserting that aliens entering our country were being properly vetted and screened.
Yes.
When I asked him many times about whether or not the border was secure, his response was, secure did not mean migration had stopped. It simply meant that resources had been deployed, enforcement processes were in place, and legal authorities were being used in a proper way. Completely ridiculous. My question is related to the vetting process, though. Can you just elaborate a little bit on how you had to reform and change that process compared to where we were under Secretary Mayorkas?
Well, if you're talking in specifics to programs under USCIS that were being utilized by the Biden administration to allow access into our country, we have put on pause a hold on green cards and naturalizations from 39 different countries of interest that the president had identified with the State Department. And Operation Allies Welcome has been a huge conversation as well. Those individuals are being revetted, and they're being revetted by going back and interviewing them under the refugee program. Every year there's to be an in-person interview conducted in order to keep that status and to see if this individual is working to become a legal permanent resident or not. That was not happening at all. There was no interviews happening. There was no looking at social media and what they were out there putting on the internet as far as thoughts and opinions and how they were being successful assimilating into getting a job, or how their kids were doing in school. Those things, all that vetting is being done and background information now to make new determinations on individuals, not just that were here under that program, but that came in under the Biden administration that we know that due diligence on vetting wasn't done.
So there's another small change I hope you could just discuss, and that is former border chief and now with CBP Commissioner Rodney Scott. He testified to our committee in 2023 that an illegal alien was only screened against U.S. criminal databases and not against databases from the alien countries of origin, which makes no sense.
That's
I mean,
correct.
obviously, somebody that didn't live in the States suddenly crosses the border illegally, and the only thing that they had been utilizing was some kind of database, which obviously did not include the individual that illegally crossed. I'm wondering, that must have been something you eliminated almost immediately or changed. I'm just wondering if you could discuss that.
No, we do all that due diligence now, and it's very difficult to get adequate vetting from a country that doesn't have a stable government as well. So when there is that situation and they can't provide you with any information, that individual is not allowed to participate in any of the programs that would allow them to be here on a workman's visa or a student visa or information. If we can't do that vetting ahead of time and know truly who that person is and why they're in the United States, they're not admitted. And one thing I would say is that since I've been secretary, we've signed dozens of security agreements with other countries. With Central and South America, we have to share information to be able to give us their criminal. I've gone there and had them come here so that we could agree to share that information in the future. In the Middle East, incredible partnership on getting access to that. CBP has one of the world's largest databases of information on travelers around the world, and how we cooperate and coordinate with these other countries helps us know when they're coming into our country. And I even negotiated the first extradition out of Honduras to help an Angel family here in the United States to prosecute someone who was just convicted the other day of 21 years in prison for murdering Sarah. And that's the first time that country had ever extradited anybody for murder to the United States. And so by engaging on these cases, we not only get closure for families and justice for them, but we also do due diligence on who's in this country and what their intentions are when they get here.
And just the final thing I would ask you to comment on. The face-to-face interviews are critical, right?
They are.
And they were not being done under the Biden administration at all.
They were not.
And it can be a brief interaction, but oftentimes it's when they determine whether or not this person is in the States and in a good status. Is that not true?
That is true, and they placed a lot of weight on a letter of recommendation from another agency. So many times, some of the other protocols were not checked if they just had a letter of recommendation from someone else in the federal government. We've stopped that, and even if we do get someone who recommends someone as a refugee, we still vet them thoroughly.
Thank you. I yield back, Chairman.
Thank you. I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell.
Secretary, you have referenced many times the families.
Oh, my God. Mr. Swallowswell.
And I see the families, and I see your pain, and I see your loss. I see those who are still with us but have been hurt and changed. And I'm sorry that this has happened to you. And I see you. I know my colleagues see you. Our country sees you. And I thank you for being here today.
Oh,
Secretary,
my God.
My question for you is, do you see families like Miguel Lopez, who was a neighbor of mine in Livermore, California? Miguel had lived in Livermore for over 30 years. He raised his 3 children in Livermore. His youngest is a senior at a local high school, just finished his football season. Miguel worked at a winery where my wife and I were married almost 10 years ago.
Everybody cares, faggot.
Miguel had done everything that was asked of him, went to every immigration proceeding
You were
that he
fucking
was supposed to
Chinese
go to.
spy. I don't think you should be talking
And in
about
April,
your
was put in
wife.
handcuffs as he was following the orders of the court and going to the proceedings. He was arrested and sent to Mexico over a judge's objection that he not be sent to Mexico and he stay in the United States. Every Sunday night, his wife Rosa and the family have a dinner, and there's an empty chair at the dinner table. Miguel's not there. I went and saw Miguel in Mexico. He doesn't have a job. He's not able to provide. And he said his Spanish isn't even that great because he hasn't been there for 30 years, and it's hard for him to communicate.
So?
Do you see the pain of families like Miguel Lopez, someone who did not commit a violent crime but has been separated from his family and is not providing, is not working? Do
Congressman,
you see that pain?
Did he have a criminal record?
Did Mr. Lopez have a criminal record? In 1995, he pled to a lesser nonviolent charge. But do you see the pain?
I do see the pain, and I wish people would do things correctly. If they're not in legal status in this country, they can return home. We will pay for them to return home.
Yeah.
I hope he got the $2,600 he could have gotten.
Do you think that makes up for not being with his family?
It helps because we have agreements with these countries where they are helping to facilitate housing.
It was a nonviolent
training,
crime, Secretary.
But then he gets the chance to come back the right way. Now that he's waited until he's been detained and deported, he will never get the chance to come back to the United States.
It was a
So I wish
nonviolent.
he would have made the right decision and decided to go home to help his family and him to be together. They have choices that
shouldn't
they
uphold
can
their
make
laws
to be
because it was
together,
a
and we're
nonviolent
hopeful that they
crime.
will continue to do that.
The president also, by the way, is a convicted felon, if you want to talk about criminal records. Secretary Noem, did you or your staff fire one of your pilots recently?
No.
What
No
a
pilot was
stupid
relieved of their
fucking
duty?
faggot.
The story
Not
in
that
the,
I'm aware of.
so the story, and recognizing you're under oath, the story in the Wall Street Journal was incorrect.
that individual was not fired. And do you know how many years it takes to get a military officer to be fired? That story was
he asked to not
completely
fly the
inaccurate.
next day?
It was not accurate, and I was surprised that the Wall Street Journal would print that many inaccuracies in one article.
Well, the Wall Street Journal is not a liberal newspaper of record. Well, tell me
I don't know
then,
what it is anymore.
tell me then, has a single ICE agent or CBP officer been disciplined since you've been Secretary of Homeland Security? As we've seen women dragged through their streets by their hair and thrown into unmarked cars, people chased through the fields and factories where they work, public executions happening in our streets. Has a single ICE agent or CBP officer been disciplined?
Yes, they have.
How many?
I don't know the number. I can get that for you.
Do you think that number is important?
I think that it's wise and smart, and what we're doing is accurate according to the law by doing those internal investigations through the process that's set up. There's an Office of Professional Responsibility that does the investigation, and decisions are brought before the National Use of Force Board, and they review each incident as objectively outside of that law enforcement encounter, and then give a decision for it.
Has anyone been fired? Has anyone lost their job?
There could be.
Well, I'm not asking if it could be. I'm asking, has anyone been fired?
I'm certain that they have. That happens once in a while when there is a need for someone to be
For conduct
held
related
accountable.
to enforcement actions?
We hold our law enforcement officers accountable and are grateful that they serve, that they put their lives on the line, and also recognize that when these situations that they follow their training and the legality of the course to how they interact with the public.
Yield back.
Gentleman yields. I recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
I don't think that worked out in your favor there, Swalwell.
How many countries does your department currently list as recalcitrant? That's question one. Question two, have you notified the State Department of those countries' status? And let me set the questions up a little bit before you answer them. So question one is, how many are listed as recalcitrant, and have you notified the State Department? So at the end of the Biden administration, they had listed 13 countries as being recalcitrant, which means they were delaying sending, or they were delaying or completely refusing to accept return of their nationals when we attempt to deport them. You know, the list includes Communist China, Cuba, Russia, Pakistan, Somalia, and others. And under the Immigration and Nationality Act, DHS notifies the State Department that a country is non-compliant. Is DHS notifying the State Department of people who that are here in this country from recalcitrant countries?
Yes, but all that decision-making is made in conjunction with the State Department. They help us with that. The travel documents for our detainees that need to be returned back to their home countries, those are coordinated and produced by the State Department. That's why individuals within our detainment centers at times will wait for that paperwork to come through so that they can be returned home. Some of those countries that don't receive their own citizens home, the State Department helps us through diplomacy means to agree to that. Some limit the amount they will take each week, and then we have third country removals as well, where someone from their country, if they can't return there, we may place them in another agreeable country that will host them so that they're out of the United States.
Yeah, one of my biggest concerns is that in 2023, a Chinese government official openly bragged about allowing that they did not allow the United States to repatriate Chinese illegal aliens. We know they are the greatest threat out there. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit a witness report on that matter.
I don't see shit that shows up in the chat.
So, do you know, are we still issuing visas to Chinese nationals, given their long time and unapologetic refusal to cooperate with our deportation efforts? It doesn't seem like China's changed the way they're doing business. Are we still issuing visas to Chinese nationals?
I believe that we are, but I can get an answer back to you.
If you would, that would really be appreciated. Before the Biden administration left office, they put out a rule that was built upon the Obama administration's Guam Commonwealth of Northern Mariana Islands visa waiver program, and essentially allowed Chinese nationals to be able to sidestep the visa process that we have and gain entry into the Mariana Islands with no visa. And myself and Senator Scott have introduced a bill in reference to this. And as a result, after the Obama years, or actually during and after the Obama years, you saw this explosion of birth tourism, where actually Chinese mothers were having more children on the CNMI Islands than United States residents. And I think that's really a big national security, public safety, and immigration fraud concern. And I sent a letter to your agency back in February, and we have not received an answer. Can we get an answer to that?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, I just met with the governor there, and we talked about them wanting that back, and then, but me recognizing that they needed to come in compliance with some of those security concerns first. So yes.
Do you know, are Chinese nationals still being admitted on the CNMI, sidestepping the normal visa process?
I don't believe they're sidestepping the visa process. They do come as tourists. I believe, and that's one of the things that they would like to have is address some of their tourism industry and how it's been struggling because we've been so strict about what happens there in regards to Chinese nationalists.
Do you believe that birth tourism, like I referenced earlier, that we saw this explosion during the Obama years, do you think that has been brought to heel under this administration?
I do.
Yeah, if you could provide some information in regards to that, that would really be appreciated. I would just ask one final question. Are you actively, we've seen the immigration fraud, right? And my district runs right up to the Twin Cities in western Wisconsin, as well as across America. Are you actively rooting out the Department of Homeland Security, that immigration fraud that is going on? Because I can tell you my constituents are very concerned, like when we see with the truckers. I mean, I-94, as you're well aware, 20 miles from Minneapolis leading into western Wisconsin. They're very concerned about this. Are you guys dealing with this immigration fraud?
Yes, we are. We are, and we've already, revoked national naturalization and citizenship and legal permanent residencies from thousands of people because of immigration fraud. And now investigations are ongoing into prosecution.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Secretary Nolan, for being here today. I served on active duty in the United States Air Force. I agree with you that we must have strong borders and that undocumented immigrants with final removal orders or committed violent crimes should be deported. Now, the reason the overwhelming majority of Americans have turned against you is because you have engaged in corruption, strayed from your mission, and abused your power.
We haven't.
Masked, anonymous federal agents have killed 3 Americans. Federal agents are illegally conducting surveillance of Americans exercising their First and Second Amendment rights, and your agents are arresting people who should not be arrested. I'm now going to show you a slide of Liam Ramos. This is a picture of your agents.
I don't know how the fuck you think you can speak for me, faggot, but no.
Let me ask you, did Liam commit a crime?
Liam was not detained. His father was, and his father abandoned him. And when they went to try to return Liam to his mother, she wouldn't come out of the house and get him either. So therefore, Liam's father chose to take Liam with him.
I believe you're not telling the truth. School officials at the scene say that people in the house saying they
she
could take
is
care of
telling
Liam.
the truth.
And a
It's
federal
been
judge
reported
rejected
multiple
the
fucking
arguments that your
times.
agency made. The federal judge stated, in fact, that this incident originated in, quote, the ill-conceived and incompetently implemented government pursuit of daily deportation quotas, apparently even if it requires traumatizing children, and then he forced your agency to release Liam, fly him back all the way from detention center in Texas back to Minnesota, and release his father as well. Now I'm going to show you another picture. It's of Amalia, who is a toddler that ICE also detained. Let me ask you, did Amalia commit a crime?
No, she did not. She is with her family.
Right. And the reason she's with her family is because she almost died in ICE detention until folks brought a lawsuit forcing the release of Amalia. Now, you may wonder, well, why is ICE going after children? And it's because study after study shows that immigrants, both documented and undocumented, commit less crimes than native-born Americans. So I'm going to put up this slide from NPR. It actually describes also...
If you're talking about per capita, no, because that's still 100%. If you're talking about individual cases, yes, because there are more Americans than there are illegal immigrants, you stupid fucking asshole.
A study that in Texas, immigrants committed less than 37% of crimes compared to native-born Americans. And this has now resulted in your agents having to go after people, such as children, who should not be detained. So now I'm going to show you a video from New Jersey where 4th and 5th graders are running away from ICE agents.
Students running from the presence of ICE agents. That's what the Lindenwood School District says happened this morning as children waited for their school bus.
I'm going to show you a second video, this time from Minnesota.
How are you going to play 5 seconds worth of
children being
something?
dropped off at school.
How are you going to play 5 seconds worth of something? What the fuck?
People are trying to get their kids to school, and you're out here threatening and terrorizing people.
So, Secretary Noem, will you commit to stopping ICE from doing operations at or near school bus stops, school drop-off locations, and school
That's the
campuses?
cheesiest
Our ICE
fucking
officers do
dumbest
targeted
shit.
enforcement operations, and they follow the same protocols that other law enforcement do. And having those interdictions happen not in public places.
This
That they do it
motherfucker
to where
tried
a
to
situation
play
in
like
someone
2
is
seconds
more
or
isolated
something
and
and
alone
just
so that
be
they can
like,
protect
"Look,
any people
this
that
is
would
what
be
you're
around at that
doing to
point in
people."
time. So those clips that you show are not the full encounters of how those folks were evading law enforcement interdiction and ended up near that school. Those law enforcement officers did not target that school or conduct their operation near there. The evolving situation on the ground would have been helpful to have local law enforcement backup on the scene to help secure locations. And these individuals and law enforcement officers follow the same enforcement techniques, use of force
So thank you.
techniques,
I'm
and
going to
training
reclaim my
that
time.
others do.
I just showed you a video
You're
with ICE
proving me
officers at a
wrong.
school drop-off location.
I
So your
need you to
refusal
shut
commit
up.
to stopping these operations at or near schools and drop-off locations is why you're failing. So I'm going to show you this video that encapsulates
She's
why you're
not
failing.
failing.
For my entire life, but sorry. I watched 4th and 5th grade kids run away from our own government. I never want to see that again. And I'm not going to stand by and watch my neighbors run away scared. It's not Camden County. It's not New Jersey. It's not the United States. I love the United States. I love New Jersey. I love Camden County. I love Lindenwood too. But that's not what we are. It's not who we are.
It is not who we are. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Madam Secretary, if you need break any time.
Yeah,
just
we're all
have your
not
team let us know.
crazy
We'll be
little
happy to do that.
fucktards like you
we
all.
do have a couple who got to run, so we're going to try to get a few more if that works.
You bet,
Okay,
absolutely.
Let's go with
You're
the
right.
gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Nas, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you,
Let
Mr. Chairman, Madam
people go.
Secretary.
It's
Thank you
not
for being
who
here.
we are.
I'm pleased with the results we discussed. To the Angel families, I'm going to apologize for my colleagues. They issue crocodile tears, they issue fake sympathy, and then they continue to defend the open border policies
Yes.
that enable preventable crimes that brought you here today. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed that they are still continuing to defend illegal immigration and act like it is not a mortal wound to this country. Your country failed you, and I'm sorry. Madam Secretary, very quickly, does illegal immigration help or hurt the quality of health care for Americans?
It hurts the quality of healthcare.
Does it help or hurt the quality of public education?
It hurts the quality of public education.
Public safety?
It hurts public safety.
What about the quality of social safety nets?
Yes.
Does it help or hurt?
It hurts. It diverts the resources away from American citizens who need the service of those programs.
Does it help or hurt local law enforcement?
It hurts them, stretches their resources too thin.
What about the availability of housing?
It's driven up housing costs.
What about the cost of insurance?
Insurance is higher.
What about wages for American workers?
They steal wages out of pockets. In fact, one of the most compelling stories, if he could ever get the chance to tell it, is Marcus's. He was a truck driver for years. When he worked for that company, he was paid 70 cents a mile. He said now they pay their drivers 40 to 45 cents a mile because they're all illegal aliens.
Does it help or hurt American children?
It hurts American children.
What about low-income families? Does it help or hurt Americans who are on the lower spectrum of the income table?
Yeah, it hurts them. And most of our public housing and assistance, many of them were filled with illegal immigrants instead of families who really needed the help.
Yep. And the number that I find most staggering as a federal law enforcement officer that is neglected over and over and over again is since the year 2000, 1.3 million Americans have lost their lives because of drug overdoses. Nobody talks about that cost. Yes, Americans are involved, but that does not happen without open borders and illegal immigration. That's an incalculable cost. Lost families, lost creativity, lost culture. Talk about a blight on our country's future. Losing 1.3 million Americans in 26 years. And rather than condemn this blight, elected Democrats, activist judges, activist bureaucrats, rather than assisting you in getting illegal immigrants out of the country, rather than just simply saying, if you're here illegally, leave. They fight you at every turn. Can you please describe briefly the obstruction that you've had to endure in trying to remove people who are here illegally by my friends on the other side of the aisle?
Well, activist federal judges many times force us to cease operations or to stop detaining individuals while we go to appeal and have to win at a higher court that is more fair and recognizes the legality and the constitutional rights that American citizens have and how our law enforcement operators and officers do their work each and every day. So it is.
What about local law enforcement and sanctuary jurisdictions? Have they obstructed your efforts?
That's one of the reasons why you see so many of our agents in an area when we have to do a targeted enforcement, is that we also have to, because we don't have the back of local law enforcement, have to secure the scene and make sure we're prepared for any kind of a situation that might come up.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to close with this. Do any of the members of the audience and the Angel families who are here for your own personal tragedy, if you believe that the open border advocates in the Democratic Party care more about you as opposed to illegal immigrants, I want you to stand up. Not one person. Not one person is standing up. Not one person on the other side of the aisle is committing to help you, Madam Secretary, remove people who are here illegally. And it really ticks me off when people say they have not committed a crime, so we shouldn't deport them. What that is saying in another sense is we want an American to be victimized from someone who is here illegally before we take action. That's disgusting. If you're here illegally, you should leave the country. That should not be too radical.
Gentleman yields back. I have a couple unanimous consent requests from the ranking member.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Politico,
right.
April 25, 2025. Judge says 2-year-old U.S. citizen appears to have been deported without due process.
Objection.
And The Guardian, January 27, 2026. 5-year-old deported to Honduras despite being U.S. citizen is the latest child victim of Trump crackdown.
Without objection, the committee will be in recess for 10 minutes, and then we will resume with the Secretary.
All right. Any other breaks that they take? Yeah, one. And it's about the same as the votes. Yeah. Okay.
Committee will come to order. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Washington for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Secretary Noem, do you know what the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution says?
Search and seizure processes.
Yep. What about it? Huh? What about it? What about search and seizure?
It guarantees the right to a lawful search and seizure.
It protects individuals against unreasonable searches and seizures by the government. And I ask you that because I've sent you 3 different letters going back to February of 2025 raising concerns that you are unlawfully detaining U.S. citizens in violation of the Fourth Amendment. It was not until yesterday afternoon, more than a year after I sent you my first letter, that I finally received a response from you stating that ICE has detained 18 U.S. citizens. I want to introduce you to just 4 of the U.S. citizens unlawfully detained by ICE who are not even included in the 18 individuals that you cite in your response to me. They're in this room with us, and I invite each of you to stand as I read your story. Patricia O'Keefe was monitoring ICE agents when they deployed pepper spray into her car vent without provocation. They smashed her car windows, pulled her and her friend out, arrested them for, quote, obstruction, and detained them. Patricia saw an entire area dedicated to detaining U.S. citizens. An ICE agent also said, quote, "You guys have to stop obstructing us. That's why that lesbian bitch is dead," end quote. Referring to Renee Good, ICE detained Patricia for over 8 hours. Ryan Eckler was monitoring ICE activity in his car when ICE agents blocked him and took his photo, then appeared to use that photo to go to his neighborhood and try to intimidate him. He was still in the car when they approached him, pulled him from his car, and put him in leg irons. Ryan was detained for 6 hours. ICE agents shot Wesley Powers with a pepper ball while he was peacefully protesting ICE activity. ICE detained him for 8 hours, gave him no medical assistance, leaving him in clothes that still had dangerous chemical residue. When doctors examined Wesley after his release, the medical professional opinion was that what ICE agents did to him constituted assault.
Hey, I
Edmund
bet you they
Higgins
won't
is a
fuck
U.S.
around
Marine
again,
Corps
will
veteran.
they?
While legally observing ICE, he honked his horn a couple of times, and when he saw agents driving down a narrow road, he actually drove away. But agents chased him until he sought refuge at a local police station. When agents drew their firearms and pointed them at Edmund, well-trained local police officers diffused the situation, but your agents still insisted on detaining Edmund for 6 hours.
Wait, you mean to tell me that this dude was being followed by law enforcement and did not stop for law enforcement? And then he was arrested because he didn't stop for law enforcement and ran to a local police station where the local police will protect these people? Holy shit.
Secretary Noem, yesterday in the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing, you stated that ICE agents may arrest U.S. citizens in the situation where they were obstructing law enforcement or in situations where you have reasons to doubt that they're U.S. citizens. Is that still your position?
I said, or probable cause.
So let me ask each of the U.S. citizens in the audience who were detained. Raise your hand if you were not charged with any crime following your detention. Not a single one of you were charged with a crime. Now raise your hand if any of you were not even asked to prove that you were U.S. citizens during your detention.
Okay, so every single one of them committed a crime, but they were not charged by the Justice Department for committing a crime. So if they were not charged, if they were not put in handcuffs and processed through the system, then they were not arrested. I'm sorry, that's not how that goes. They were detained. You were detained at one point in time when you were put in handcuffs and processed through the system. That is an arrest. Yeah, I mean, you could argue you are arrested once the handcuffs go on, but I've seen handcuffs go on with no arresting, and that's because they're detaining. And to detain somebody who looks like they're nervous and wants to run or something like that, yeah, they will throw the handcuffs on. They're not arrested. They're detained. So, yeah. But you're going to sit there and say that these motherfuckers were arrested and no charges were filed. And we're going to cry about this. Hold on. Now, every single one of these stories that she set up, they actually did something to break the law. But they were not charged for breaking the law. And now she's crying about this. This is the same damn woman that sat there and cried about the Epstein files being released, and we even need to know the victims' names so we can praise the victims and hold them up. And then as soon as it was released, she was asking Pam Bondi if she will apologize for doing exactly what the fuck this bitch wanted. Detention can be up to 72 hours. Yes. You have to be detained and questioned to be under arrest. Yeah, I would say that too. And even if they just handcuff you and bring you down to question you, yeah, that still happens too. Detained and questioned. Yeah, okay. I'll go with that. I'll go with that one too. That sounds right. You can be questioned and not arrested, or detained and not arrested. Yes.
Not a single one of you were even asked about your citizenship status, making it clear that DHS agents simply don't care that they're arresting U.S. citizens. Now please raise your hand if you were detained by ICE simply for legally protesting or monitoring ICE activity under your First Amendment rights. All 4 U.S. citizens have raised their hands that they were detained simply for legally protesting or monitoring ICE activity. Secretary, these are not 4 isolated incidents. ProPublica's reporting puts the number at over 170 U.S. citizens detained in just the first 8 months of the administration, which doesn't even include Operation Metro Surge in Minnesota. None of these 4 U.S. citizens were charged with a crime. None had their citizenship questioned, and all were lawfully exercising their First Amendment rights. Do you have anything you want to say to them or the millions of American citizens across the country that are watching this and horrified?
Glenn, here's the thing. I don't even think you'd actually have them really mess with you. Honestly. Let's just, okay, they're coming around. They're trying to arrest people. Hey, you got ID? You'd give it the fuck up, right? You got ID? Oh, yeah, that's right. Black people are too stupid to get IDs, so I guess they're going to get deported. But hey, would you just give them your ID? You prove that you were an American, even by the way you're talking to them and everything. You'd be like, all right, so this dude is actually an American. It's not like they're going to detain you and then just be like, hey, you need to go get your fucking, have somebody get your birth certificate and bring it to us right now. They don't do that shit. So these people that are being detained like this are doing something that they would be, local law enforcement would be questioning about, local law enforcement would stop them for, local law enforcement would arrest them for. They're doing the same shit. I mean, the dude did not stop. He didn't even try to say anything to the dude. He did not try to signal in any way, I'm going to pull over where I feel safe or anything like that. Like, you can do that with local law enforcement. Like a cop gets behind you or something, you can call up the actual police station, just be like, look, supposedly I got this officer behind me. This is an area where I don't feel safe. Please radio to the officer behind me that I will pull over in a lit area. You can do that. That's fine. They'll actually allow that. But this motherfucker let nobody know while he ran to a local police department that's known for fucking protecting these people. Why? You're an American fucking citizen. Why would you run from ICE like that? Why would you not just pull over and just be like, hey, do we have a problem here? It makes no fucking sense. Unless you're actually trying to do some shit. Unless you're actually working out there to try to disrupt them or anything, that's when it would make sense. But other than that, why the fuck would you do these kinds of things? I mean, you really think that ICE agents are crapping up American fucking citizens and deporting them just because? No. They'll detain them. They will arrest if they do something criminal. But no, they're not doing that shit.
At what your department is doing.
Well, context is critical in each of these situations to know the full range of what happened in each of these situations before and after the incident and their arrest.
Secretary, not a single one was charged with a crime. Not a single one, and they were detained. And let me just reclaim my time for my final seconds. DHS is supposed to be protecting our residents and upholding constitutional protections, but you've turned that on the head. You have actually turned the United States government against its own residents, and you've had multiple chances to take accountability, to apologize to these folks and others across the country, but you have failed to do it. Yours is a case of failed leadership, Secretary. You need to resign, be
so the residents can goddamn kill them, but you can't arrest a single fucking person.
From New Jersey is recognized.
Holy
Thank
shit!
You.
What?
Secretary, thank you for being here. Sorry you got to go through some of the stuff you're going through today, but I guess that's what they tell me. It's part of the job, right? I don't know where to begin because, I mean, I guess we begin at the beginning. Let's get back to the real elementary issues here. Why we are where we are. This does not happen in a vacuum. And the first thing I want to talk about, just to put it in context, is the open borders. Millions upon millions of people let into our country illegally, purposefully, knowingly, without question, even at times knowing that they were criminals, that they were indicted or convicted from their country of origin. We still let them in, and we release them on these people who've done nothing wrong, these people who have brothers and sisters.
It'd be hilarious, Glenn. For some reason, you get stopped by ICE, and they figure out that you're like an Indian, and they think you're off the reservation, and you start the whole mass migration of Indians back to the reservation. That shit would be fucking hilarious, dude. I would die laughing as we go through all that shit. Everybody starts screaming, Indians must go to reservations. That would be fun.
There's mothers and fathers, aunts and uncles, children who died. So I'm going to ask you some simple questions, and I know you know the answers to them, but I want to bring this back into context. Under the previous administration, with all that you've seen now in holding this office, did we allow known criminals in our borders in the United States of America, dangerous people? Did we allow them?
Yes, sir, not just criminals, known and suspected terrorists.
And terrorists, thank you.
Yes,
people on the terror watch list. Across the country, we've seen crimes committed by individuals who were here unlawfully. We know that. I could mention Laken Riley. I could mention Rachel Moore, and I could mention Kayla Hamilton. I could mention just this last week, as you know, Stephanie Minter. I'm not going to go into their stories because, to be honest with you, if we went into the stories in depth enough and even hear from the families, I think most of us would be in tears. It's awful. It's horrible. It's un-American. It disgusts me that it happened. There was no reason to have it happen. If immigration law had been enforced properly, would those crimes have been prevented?
Yes, if those individuals were not allowed to be in this country, if we had a secure border and they weren't allowed to come in, they wouldn't be here to commit those crimes.
Thank you. Now, you'd think the folks on the left would want to fix this. They created the chaos, but you'd think they would want to fix it. One of the ways to fix it is to work with federal law enforcement when they are on the street to do crowd containment, to do other things that help the federal officials. Because one of the reasons that we see everything that we see on the street and we see those videos is that local law enforcement, when you talk to them off the record, they're not allowed in these blue cities, sanctuary states to help out. The job of ICE is not really crowd control. That's something they should do. And by the way, let's talk about what a peaceful protest is. A peaceful protest, you're holding placards up, you're chanting, you may be giving speech. You're not spitting on federal agents and law enforcement. You're not kicking them. You're not shoving them. You're not beating them. You're not screaming in the ear. You're not have high-powered whistles in their ear. You're not kicking their vehicles in their taillights. That is not a peaceful protest. Go and you talk about New Jersey. I'm from Jersey, right? Go in New Jersey on the Garden State Parkway, and a police officer or a trooper comes along, spit in his face, start pushing him around. What do you think they're going to do to you? They're going to arrest you. Those people shouldn't have been doing that. Protest, yes, it's in the best spirit of America. That was not a peaceful protest. Would you agree?
I would agree, sir.
So the second danger is the lack of cooperation. The next danger, again, my friends on the left, they say they want to fix it, how terrible everything. The second danger is when we don't cooperate, it leads to even investigating further, and you find out that these sanctuary cities and sanctuary states, my home state, I was so hurt to see that our governor went out and said that she's going to have a portal. The Department of Justice is suing, and I know that's not your responsibility, the Department of Justice, but think about it. I want everybody here to think about it when you walk out the streets today. You're going to have a portal in New Jersey so that you can report where federal agents are, so you give the criminals that more of a head start and a chance to get away. Secretary, is that right?
It's correct what they're trying to do, but we're not, I will tell you that there's a lot, it doesn't have to be that way. We've got 1,400 different agreements with local and state law enforcement officers that partner with us under the 287G program, and it helps them financially. We're willing to reimburse them for overtime and for their assistance in these situations, and it works wonderful, and the public is safe, and that's why you don't hear about situations in Minneapolis, the violence, you don't hear about that in Memphis, where you have a mayor
or another state, exactly, because they don't allow this to happen. They're allowing the chaos. The real danger isn't cooperating. We should cooperate. The real danger is open borders. The real danger is releasing these people that we've released into the public. The real danger is not cooperating with federal law enforcement. The real danger is the politicians who do this for political gain. I am going to finish up and yield back, but just let me say thank you for what you do. They created a horrible situation here. We're trying to make it safe for America. Thank you, Secretary.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Secretary Noem. To the survivors, to the families, the Angel families today, my condolences. I believe rapists, murderers, bad people, with or without documents, citizens or not, do not belong on our streets. Again, my condolences. And Secretary Noem, you talk about targeted enforcement. I have a report here from my Orange County Sheriff, Orange County, California, sanctuary law state. 323 referred to ICE in 2025, 52 of them not picked up. So you talk about targeted enforcement, you're not picking up some of the worst when the local sheriff is calling you to please pick them up. You need to work on that, Madam Secretary.
I will, sir. If that is the case, we will fix that.
And I'm happy to give you this report before you leave.
Thank you.
I'm going to submit it also for the record.
Objection.
And Madam Secretary, is your department detaining U.S. citizens?
No, we are not. We have,
Have you taken any American citizens to your facilities to be processed?
if they are children and families that want to stay together, then they have the
Adults,
option to do that.
adults.
And they have the option to do that.
Have you detained American citizen adults?
I think there have been individuals that had probable cause that came into detainment or an identity that needed to be confirmed.
You
and
talked
they were released
earlier-
when their identity was confirmed and released.
You talked earlier about context. I'll give you a couple of examples. Willie Winder, U.S. citizen, North Carolina. Saturday morning, sitting in his car, waiting for food from a local restaurant. DHS agent approached him, asked him if he was a citizen, gave that agent his real ID, and then 15 minutes later, he was allowed to go finish ordering his food. When he came back out of the restaurant, another CBP agent approached him. When he was getting in his truck, they broke his truck window, dragged him out of his car, and handcuffed him. Showed his ID, but they didn't believe him. Moments later, they released him. Yoshi Villamar, U.S. citizen, again, North Carolina.
Okay.
Owns a landscape business. CBP agents grabbed him from behind, pushed him to the ground. His workers, his brothers were shouting, he's a U.S. citizen. They still took him. Despite having identity, show him a U.S. citizen, he was still carried out. Again, they weren't at a protest. These individuals were just minding their own business, going to work. So, Secretary Noem, when I was growing up, ICE agents would stop me out in the street, and they would ask me, are you a U.S. citizen? And my answer would be yes, and that was enough. Today, that's not the case.
Did this motherfucker say when he was growing up, ICE agents would stop him? ICE didn't exist back then. INS did, but not ICE. I get what you're trying to say. Yeah, people would look at you and just be like, hey, you little guinea fuck. I don't even think he's a... Yeah, but, but I get it. I get what you're saying. But it wasn't ICE back then, was it?
So what would you say, what do you suggest I tell my citizens back home have a passport with you all the time?
No, I would tell your citizens to be grateful they live in this country where President Trump is
We
upholding the
are,
law.
but ma'am,
Those that
if
are
you're
here
stopped as a
illegally-
U.S. citizen out in the street
those that are here
and you tell
illegally
people U.S. citizen and you're still held,
return back to their
that is not the country
before
we're
they're
supposed to
detained. That we
live
will
in.
voluntarily help them self-deport if they would like to.
These are American citizens, ma'am. Do I tell my children to carry a U.S. passport?
No, I would not say they would have to.
But they're
I would say
stopped,
if
and
they are legal
sometimes
citizens,
they
don't
take
have
those
anything to worry
passports,
about.
your agents throw them out, and they grab them anyway.
Yeah,
You're
if
terrorizing
they're a
American
U.S.
citizens.
citizen, they have
Let's
nothing
turn
to
another
worry
one.
about.
Okay, databases. One of your ICE officers in Maine recently told an
shit.
observer that they're creating a database. Are you creating a database, ma'am?
No,
of
we're not
Americans?
creating a database.
Let's watch a video here.
To record.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah, why are you taking my information down?
Because we have a nice little database.
Oh, good.
And now you're considered a domestic terrorist. So.
We're videotaping you? Are you crazy?
Tom Homan, who works for you, on Fox News recently said he wanted to create a database of people arrested during protests at ICE operations.
Needs to.
What are you going to do with that database?
I don't know why he said that. We're not creating a database.
But he did say it. He works for you. He's
He
not
doesn't
an
work for
agent,
me.
he's an
He works
employee.
he works for the president. He doesn't work for
He
me.
also works for you, ma'am.
No, he doesn't.
What do you want to do with that
No,
database?
he doesn't.
We're not
This is a
creating
database of American citizens. Ma'am, I'm out of time, but what I'd like to do is send you a list of these questions that I've asked of you.
In the
and have the opportunity
hierarchy,
to answer
he's on
them.
the same
To be
kind
clear
of field.
and to be on the record. Thank you.
If anything, she
Madam
would
Secretary,
be
thank you for being
above
here
in the
today.
hierarchy.
Gentleman yields back with asked unanimous consent
Holy
to the
shit,
record of statement
what?
from Mr. Coleman, and then also a further document that he put together about Delilah's story. Without objection, those will be entered into the record. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I thank the chairman. Madam Secretary, thank you for joining us here today. One of the individuals that are sitting behind you approached me during the break and said something to the effect of, it is a gut punch to listen to our colleagues on the other side of the aisle characterize this situation the way they are, and that they are not remotely understanding the impact on American citizens who lost loved ones directly due to the specific policy choices of the previous administration and the policy choices my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would put in place right now if they could and if they were in power. Your predecessor was impeached. Your predecessor, Mayorkas, was impeached in part because he lied to me under oath in this room when he declared that there was operational control of the border, and he knew full well, and evidence indicated by his own admission, that there was not operational control of the border. My question for you, Madam Secretary, is, do you believe that many of the victims behind you, represented behind you, and the thousands of others of victims, fentanyl poisonings and otherwise, would have been alive today if the policies of the current administration had been in place and in force under the previous administration, under Biden and Mayorkas?
I do, sir. I believe that many of these victims, their situations were preventable. They didn't have to happen.
And this direct assault by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle on ICE, right? Is this not an environment created significantly by they themselves? When you have the Minnesota governor calling ICE enforcement the modern day Gestapo, when you have the Minneapolis mayor telling ICE to get the F out of Minneapolis, when you have the Illinois governor claiming the United States is essentially becoming Nazi Germany, when you have House Minority Leader Jeffries calling for people to, quote, fight President Trump's enforcement agenda in the streets, end quote. Does that not create the environment that they decry right now, undermining ICE and endangering citizens, the very citizens you have behind me who expect us to do our job and secure the border and secure our communities?
Yes.
Yeah, I can't believe the way that they abuse these law enforcement officers who take an oath to go out and to protect this country and put their lives on the line, and many times live in these communities. They live in these communities with their families as well, doing these jobs, and recognize that their lives are put on the line too while they uphold the law that this country was built on.
Am I correct that on day one, President Trump signed Executive Order 14159, protecting American people against invasion, which invoked turn away authority and refers asylum seekers to file for asylum in safe third countries like Mexico?
That is correct.
And did the president also sign a proclamation declaring a national emergency at the southern border, directing resources for the border wall?
That is correct.
Did the president also sign an executive order securing borders, ending mass parole, such as the illegal CHNV program that was abused by the previous administration?
That is correct.
So did that not change things immediately within a day because the president came into office despite the protests by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that they needed to pass a ridiculous piece of legislation that would codify 5,000 people a day? My question here is, now I want to turn it back on Congress. If we have a future Biden and Mayorkas, will those policies be able to be reversed on day one?
Yes.
But, right. So should not this Congress do what we did in H.R. 2 in the previous Congress in codifying changes to asylum, parole, and the abusive policies on catch and release that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will 100% abuse if they're put back in charge and endanger the American people? Does Congress not need to pass that bill, codify it, send it to the Senate, and force the Senate to make that law so that no future president can endanger the American people?
Yes, please do that, and I believe President Trump has asked you to do that.
One last question in my 45 seconds. I'm sure the Secretary is well aware of what just occurred in Austin, Texas, a place where my family lives. A shooter went into a bar and shot up a bunch of University of Texas kids and other citizens in Austin.
Yeah.
That shooter was wearing a sweatshirt that said property of Allah, had a Quran in the back of his car, was wearing an Iranian flag t-shirt under the sweatshirt. That individual came to the United States in 2000, overstayed his visa, then applied to be able to have LPR status on the back of an alleged marriage, then 6 years later got citizenship under Obama, then tried to get citizenship for two different named women, then was arrested for a hit and run in 2022. That individual is now alleged to potentially have some ties to terrorism or whatever. My question for you is, We've had so much mass immigration. Is not the president's policies on pausing certain countries' immigration a positive thing to stop that kind of stuff that we just had unfold in Austin? And a follow-up, should we not statutorily pause immigration to prevent those kinds of people from being in the communities of the United States?
Time has expired. The Secretary can respond.
Yes, we have a real threat from countries that are sending us people that we have not thoroughly vetted. So we need to pause so I can go back and re-vet all those individuals, make sure that they are here and that they aren't here to do us harm. The other thing that I would say is I would recommend you fund the Department of Homeland Security. It tells the whole world that the Democrat Party has their priorities screwed up because they won't fund their own homeland. They won't defend where they live, where their families live, where Americans live. They're choosing to risk the homeland for a political point. And so I would ask that you would vote to fund this department so we can have all of our assets on the field and make sure that we're defending and protecting this country.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. You'll back.
Young lady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Noem, I come with concerns today that under your watch, the Department of Homeland Security has created a culture of chaos and fear in our American lives and endangered our constitutional liberties. I want to focus on a particular aspect of DHS's misconduct, which should concern every American, and that has to do with DHS's ever-expanding practice of labeling anyone who criticizes this administration or DHS actions as a criminal or a domestic terrorist. Time and again, we've seen this administration use the full power of the government to silence or intimidate people who disagree with it, and nowhere is that more true than with the Department of Homeland Security. When people have dared to speak out or push back, they've been assaulted, arrested, and now even killed. But what may have flown under the radar is that over the past year, DHS has been ramping up its use of a lesser-known tool known as administrative subpoenas or summons. Under your leadership, DHS has sent record numbers of these summons to tech companies like Google and Meta, Reddit, Apple, Microsoft, and Discord, demanding, without legal authority or probable cause, that these internet companies unmask social media accounts and hand over the identity of the account users so that DHS can spy on them. Many of these requests have targeted accounts speaking out against brutal immigration enforcement tactics and speaking up to help people understand their rights or support their neighbors. This is core, protected First Amendment speech. So I want to look at two recent examples of these DHS summons involving Americans in the Philadelphia suburbs, which I represent. In September, DHS targeted Facebook and Instagram accounts run by Montco Community Watch, a grassroots group that provides information about public ICE activities in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, and shares civil rights and other resources to support its diverse community. DHS demanded that Meta turn over the identity of the administrator. In November, DHS demanded that Google share the address and other private information of a retired gentleman who hosts gatherings of friends to write postcards to elected officials after he sent an email to a DHS official identified in a Washington Post article asking that the agency consider decency in its efforts to deport an Afghan refugee who'd been an ally to American troops. Your agency asked Google to conceal its request to unmask him, and then Homeland Security agents showed up at this gentleman's home to interrogate him. These are just two examples, and in neither case was there any evidence of threats or criminal activity. Now, these two American citizens were able to secure lawyers and challenge these illegal demands in court. We've seen that DHS's bad faith requests don't hold up and have been forced to withdraw these demands because they don't withstand legal scrutiny. But not every American who's targeted has the time or the wherewithal to challenge the federal government, and that is the point. These efforts to unmask the administration's opponents are clearly designed to intimidate and silence those who oppose the administration's and particularly DHS's lawless policies. So, Secretary Noem, can you tell us how many of these administrative summons DHS has issued in the past year?
This is Scanlon. Scanlon is the woman that I said looks like Richard Crane from Poltergeist. You know, the preacher guy. Holy shit, she is frightening.
Two technology platforms seeking the identity or personal data of users who've criticized this administration and its actions.
The individuals that work at the Department of Homeland Security and specifically in investigations follow all federal laws and constitutional laws.
I understand that you may not agree with this. Can you tell us how many subpoenas or administrative requests?
How many of those have been filed, and I will get that back to you. I do not know that off the top of my head. What I would say,
can you tell me who it is that administers that program? Is there anyone who's in charge?
I don't know which department or agency you're talking about, because USCIS would do some of this. Homeland Security Investigations does the vast majority of our investigations into financial fraud, into immigration fraud, into fraud when it regards to what's going on in Minneapolis.
So it could be a number of different agencies.
Beyond that, we also have CISA, which is our cybersecurity agency.
You have defended DHS's actions repeatedly as using legal tools, but both the courts and DHS's own Inspector General have advised that DHS is misusing these tools in violation of the law and the Constitution. And that's exactly why no government agency is allowed to spy on Americans simply because they're sharing their opinions online. So I would request that you do provide that information to the committee.
If any
it's spying on people when they're exercising their First Amendment rights. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The lady yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Secretary Noem. I understand you have a lot on your plate and have an extraordinarily complex job protecting the homeland in its entirety. And as I know you understand, my job is to represent my constituents. And I did need to bring up today a few specific ways in which right now my constituents are not being well served by your department, and see if we might be able to find a way forward. So there's a grant from one of the counties that I represent in Plumas County. It's a hazard mitigation grant worth $2.5 million called the Plumas County Ignition Resistant Construction and Dispensable Space Project. It includes home hardening and defensible space in partnership in a partnership between Plumas County and the Plumas County Fire Safe Council to mitigate no less than 64 homes in this rural fire-prone region to reduce and or prevent physical damages to residential properties resulting from wildfires by conducting defensible space measures and residential retrofitting to be more fire resistant. I should note this is a county that has already been struck by one of the worst wildfires in state history. So this has been through all of the approvals, through Cal OES, through FEMA, and since June of last year, it's just been waiting for your signature, which I understand is a new requirement that anything over $100,000 needs the Secretary's approval. So our office reached out in December of last year because there was a time issue with December 31st being the date that matching state funds were going to expire. We didn't hear back, and that deadline passed. Luckily, we got an extension from the state. So then in January, after the extension was given until February 1st, our office requested a meeting between me and you. There was not a meeting granted. Luckily, the extension of the state funds was extended until March. So in February, the grant remained unsigned. Our office has heard nothing. We've gotten no updates from the Department of Homeland Security. We've been in constant contact every week. So do you have any idea why it is we can't get movement on this?
I don't, sir, and I'll find out for you, but I will tell you that it is not with my office. If this is a grant that has been held up, it's been held up at FEMA, and I will get to the bottom of it. What I also would say is that I do not have a requirement that I sign off on grants of $100,000. I do have a requirement on reviewing contracts because I found incredible fraud and inefficiencies and theft from American taxpayers in government contracting. But grants, I do not, and that fund specifically would have came out of FEMA, and I will find out and get that answer for you.
Everybody knew
I appreciate that.
was
Would it be
a
possible
thing.
to set up a call within the next couple weeks if we
Maybe
have
we
any
can figure it out here within a half hour of this committee being over.
Perfect, because this is, I agree with you. It's very important to be vigilant with these funds, but wildfires cost a lot of money.
Oh, I understand. And we've had 60 disaster declarations since President Trump's been in office, 41 of them major disasters. FEMA is dispersing funds on grants and relief and public assistance and individual assistance twice as fast than it ever has in its history. So
I appreciate that. I can't speak to other projects, and if that's true, that's great. But there's that project in my district. There's also a project with the Placer County Water Agency. They've been waiting since August of 2024 for a budget modification on a project that's necessary to keep water flowing from the pumps there during public safety power shutoffs associated with wildfires. We've been waiting to hear since August of 2024. Is that something you might be able to look into for us?
I'll look into. And the one thing that I think is good for everyone to be aware is that in order for FEMA to disperse funds, at times there has to be invoices turned in, costs proven out in order for that matching dollar and that grant to be awarded. We have found incredible fraud in some of these grants that were run by the Biden administration, where they were diverted to DEI projects or to projects that had nothing to do with why that grant was created, and we're getting it back on mission. I'll look at those too, and I will ensure that we look at them and make the right decision as to getting those paid out if they are due and if they fit the program and if they aren't fraudulent.
I appreciate that, and they're not. I can assure you. And we got one more, which is in El Dorado County. This is a $25 million project. Funding has been approved. There's matching state funds. Covers 525 homes for high wildfire risk. They've been waiting on the NEPA approval since January of 2025. Another very important project for fire mitigation in my area. So I just wanted to bring this to your attention. I've been very critical of Governor Newsom and the state leaders in California for not taking the issue of fire mitigation seriously, not doing what they should. So I do feel like I need to advocate with equal force for making sure that we're doing everything we can at the federal level to keep our citizens safe. And I appreciate
I think what happened there was tragic and a failure of local leaders to protect people and to help them. We will do all that we can, and President Trump is committed to. But yes, the failure by Governor Newsom and also by Mayor Bass was incredible.
I agree with you there 100%. Thank you, Madam Secretary. I got that.
That was.
Back the unanimous consent request from the gentleman from Texas.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to insert the record an article from the Hill Country Community Journal, Kerrville's hometown paper, outlining, and it's titled, Kristi Noem Joins Governor in Support of Kerr Community, Tours Areas of Destruction from last summer. I was personally there. Secondly, I'd like to insert into the record an article titled, Trump Recounts Daring Texas Flood Rescue Reunites Camper with Coast Guard Swimmer at State of the Union for the record. And I thank the Secretary.
Without objection. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Madam Secretary. Thank you for being here. I want to discuss in greater detail the expansion of advertising in your department under your tenure. And I believe you testified regarding some of these matters yesterday in front of the United States Senate. In particular, I want to discuss the department's $220 million ad campaign. This is the ad campaign that featured you at Mount Rushmore. You're familiar with this ad campaign, correct?
I am familiar with it. It was an ad campaign that was...
I'm going to ask you some questions about it, Madam Secretary. So, as I understand it, this is a $220 million ad campaign. It's split between two contractors. One of those contractors got $143 million. That contractor is called Safe America Media, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That company is affiliated with a former political director of the National Republican Congressional Committee. Now, yesterday, you testified, I think I'm quoting you right, you said, quote, or in reference to this contract, that, quote, it went out to a competitive bid. Do you stand by that statement?
It was a no-bid contract where two vendors were
It was a no-bid
chosen.
contract.
If it would have been a no-bid contract, if I'm using that correctly, it goes out to two different vendors.
Correct, so it was not a
Many
competitive,
media-
let me try to explain what the discrepancy, because a competitive bid is very different than a no competitive bid, and I'll just explain why. We know that your testimony yesterday, when you said, again, I'll quote, it went out to a competitive bid, is untrue. The reason we know it's untrue is because under federal law, your agency is required, whenever the agency decides to skip competitive bidding, to file a notice with the public explaining why. And in this case, your agency filed a notice. You're aware of that, right? Justification and approval for other than full and open competition. Your agency made a decision not to proceed with competitive bidding And one of the contractors that got the award was this Safe America Media Company that received $143 million.
Many
right?
vendors got the chance to look at that contract and participate in it.
Well,
so that is why the two of them were
that's
chosen.
inaccurate. Madam Secretary, I'll read from the notice from your agency. Given the immediate action to significantly reduce illegal immigration and border crossings, DHS identified 4 companies. 4 of the hundreds of thousands of companies in the United States, you identified 4. One of those is this Safe America Media Company. Where's Safe America Media headquartered?
I don't know.
I don't know either, Madam Secretary. We can't find it. We can't find a website. We did find an address that's registered for this company. Do you know where that address is?
Is there a problem with this contract?
I'll tell you about it.
According to
Madam
law,
Secretary,
it was done by
the
premier
address is
officials.
registered to a political
It was
operative.
dollars that were spent
Madam Secretary, the
to
company,
inform
and then I'll give you an
people
opportunity to
of the
respond.
laws.
The company is registered to a political operative in Virginia. Do you know, just by way of example, whether this company that received $143 million in taxpayer dollars, has it ever done work for the government before?
I don't know. I can't.
The answer is it has not. And do you know why we know that? Because it was incorporated 8 days. 8 days
I can
before
understand
this contract
this.
went out. You
I
want
can
the American
understand the
people to
problem
believe
behind this.
that this is all above board? Yes, that $143 million of taxpayer money just happened to go to this one company that doesn't have a headquarters, doesn't have a website.
This is money laundering. This is open money laundering at this point. Yes. This is something that just started out, got a government contract from her. They're right to call it out.
Has never done work for the federal government before and is registered apparently or attached to a residence from a political operative. And of course, one of the subcontractors of that contract, as you know, is a political firm that's tied to you back when you were governor of South Dakota. The reason why I ask these questions is that this is taxpayer money. And I presume, I don't know this for a fact, but Senator Tillis noted yesterday the way in which your agency is blocking the Inspector General from 11 different investigations that it is trying to conduct. I don't know if this happens to be one of them. I certainly hope it is, because eventually the facts will become public in this regard. And there are serious laws implicated, conflict of interest laws, federal procurement laws that I believe
all
merit...
followed, all done correctly,
all done
legally.
correctly. 14
billion impressions from that marketing campaign.
Sure.
It was money spent in this country and in 8 different countries that illegal migration was coming from.
Madam Secretary,
overwhelmingly effective.
We all
$49
understand the
billion.
argument that you've made, that somehow this ad campaign on Fox News of you at Mount Rushmore has led to millions of people self-deporting. You're using
why do you think
millions
they
of
did
dollars of
self-deport?
taxpayer
Had they not known?
money in this way. It is fraud, and ultimately, I think there's going to be accountability. And I yield back.
Can I speak to the IG?
Yes, you can.
The IG has been told repeatedly, in writing, verbally, on the phone, that he can have access to anything at the Department of Homeland Security. He can. He doesn't need my permission to come and brief members of Congress on the Hill. He just needs to provide a scoping memo, which is what every single IG gets from every single department and agency. All intelligence agencies require a scoping memo. He just hasn't done that. He wants unfettered access to every single thing in the department, and that's not the process, and that's not any other IG has demanded that.
The gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Secretary Noem. Thank you for being with us today.
I understand.
I would like to take just a moment to talk about the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency at DHS. As I understand it, the mission of CISA is to lead the national effort to understand, manage, and reduce risk to our cyber and physical infrastructure. And CISA works to protect energy grids, pipelines, hospitals, financial networks, water systems, and all of the other sectors of critical infrastructure in the U.S. Is it a correct characterization that CISA itself plays a critical role in monitoring threats against the cyber and physical infrastructure of our country and working to prevent such attacks against our homeland?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, CISA has had billions of interactions stopping threats online from attacking not just our country for a national security reason, but also our critical infrastructure, our electrical grids, our telecoms, our water systems. We work with state and local offices and agents and governments every single day to help them secure their systems as well, recognizing they feed into the protection of the federal government as well.
Isn't it also true that if a hostile nation or proxy launched a coordinated cyber attack against our domestic critical infrastructure systems, that CISA would play a lead role in coordinating the federal response to that attack?
That is correct. CISA is charged with identifying vulnerabilities that we have in our systems, and then also recommending mitigation measures that people can take to harden their systems. So we hunt down the bad actors and then harden systems to prevent those cyber attacks.
And particularly right now, given the ongoing tensions in the Middle East, do you expect that Iran and its cyber proxies may actually attempt retaliatory cyber actions against the United States and its infrastructure?
Of course.
Yes, and they do. They do on a regular basis.
With that backdrop in mind, is part of CISA's workforce furloughed right now?
Yes, they are. About 2/3 of that agency is not in the office because the Democrat Party has chosen not to fund the Department of Homeland Security.
So there are components of the Department of Homeland Security and CISA specifically, as we've been discussing, that are dedicated
Giving
to protecting
aid
the critical
and
infrastructure
comfort
of our
to
country.
those who levy
A
war
substantial
against you.
portion of those staff right
That's
now are
cyber
furloughed because
warfare.
Democrats have refused to fund the Department of Homeland Security. Is that right?
That is correct.
See how
Secretary
easy
Noem,
it
does
gets.
CISA also have a role in protecting our nation's elections infrastructure?
Yes, the agency and the department is charged with protecting critical infrastructure, and elections are deemed critical infrastructure under the statute and law.
You touched on something a moment ago that is also particularly important as it relates to elections, and that is CISA's work to partner with state and local officials to make sure that everyone understands the threat landscape, preventive strategies, threat mitigation. Share with us a little bit more about CISA's work, particularly with state and local election officials, to make sure that our elections are secure.
Well, CISA works with other intelligence agencies to identify where there may be vulnerabilities in the election system, what kind of technology or components are easily susceptible to hacking, and then reporting that to states who are charged with running elections, and letting them know where those vulnerabilities are. We can give them mitigation measures that can be taken to help protect those systems, and what else they could do as far as recommendations on after elections doing auditing as well, to ensure that if machines are used or if they are hooked online or had access to individuals who could...
Other than the little story about the media thing that she did, media campaign. Other than that, I don't see anything so far that would have actually warranted her move in any kind of direction. As a matter of fact, I think she's actually doing really well. So maybe that is a thing. Maybe that is the whole point. That's clearly money laundering. We can't be having all that shit, especially if you're the head of the Department of Homeland Security and you're straight up money laundering. Holy fuck. I can understand it. I understand it. Okay.
Be involved in hacking or corruption, that they have the ability to audit their election afterwards to ensure that it was accurate and that American citizens had their ballots counted.
Are these efforts by CISA also being negatively affected due to the shutdown of funding to your department at this time?
Yes, everything at the department is being affected right now. We have over 100,000 employees who are furloughed. We've got even law enforcement officers, security officers. TSA is not funded. Those individuals are showing up every day and working without any pay to keep our national security at the front and center for people that are traveling by planes across this country, and they continue to do that. It is incredibly impactful on our administrative processes, on our contracting offices, on our ability to work across departments to share information. My hope is that today you are all successful in passing a funding bill for this department so that we have all of our players on the field to defend the country.
And in your opinion, Secretary Noem, does the Democrats' failure thus far to agree to fund the Department of Homeland Security result in a risk to our national security?
Well, we are doing everything that we can to defend the country and to protect the country. We'll continue to do that. They are making our job very difficult to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The unanimous consent from the gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Thank you. I'd seek unanimous consent to introduce an article from the Washington Post dated February 3rd, 2026. Homeland Security is targeting Americans with this secretive legal weapon.
Without objection.
Also, an article from the New York Times, February 13th, 2026. Homeland Security wants social media sites to expose anti-ICE accounts.
Without objection.
And finally, a report from November 16, 2017, the Inspector General of Department of Homeland Security. Management alerts CBP's use of examination and summons authority under 19 U.S.C. Section 1509.
Objection.
Thank you.
Ranking members recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I seek unanimous consent to enter the record of ProPublica article, November 14, 2025, titled "Firm Tied to Kristi Noem Secretly Got Money from $220 million DHS Ad Contracts."
Without objection. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Noem, you claim that you are going after the worst of the worst. If you were doing that, I would really be cheering you on, but this simply isn't the case. That's false. Rodney Taylor, who is incarcerated at Stewart Detention Center in Georgia, he's a prime example. He's 47 years old and works as a barber. When he was 2, he was brought to this country legally on a medical visa to address his extensive disabilities. He needed a medical care for a deformed left foot, a missing right foot, and 3 fingers missing on his right hand. Rodney has had 16 different operations and has been a double amputee since the age of 10 years old. Rodney received a criminal conviction when he was 17, nearly 30 years ago. However, Rodney was pardoned by the state of Georgia by Republican Governor Sonny Perdue. And since then, Rodney has lived a law-abiding life and has a green card application that's now pending. And no administration, including the first Trump administration, has sought to remove Rodney from this country. In January 2025, he entered ICE detention, and his health has deteriorated quickly since then. Rodney has experienced several health challenges, including bone spurs in his back causing severe pain. Rodney sought medical care multiple times while detained, but was rejected. He is unable to use a wheelchair because his right hand only has 1 full finger, making it impossible for him to push it. He's unable to walk on his prosthetic legs because he's lost 20 pounds, so they simply don't fit him anymore. On top of this, he's at the mercy of other detainees just to get food, since he can't get himself to and from the cafeteria. Rodney's disabilities make it nearly impossible for him to shower. He went 6 days without showering because the detention center lacked the appropriate medical equipment. When he finally got a shower stool, he found moldy showers covered in feces and bodily fluids just yesterday. He was threatened with disciplinary action if he tries to use that shower stool. Rodney must crawl through that muck and squalor of feces and bodily fluids to enter and exit the shower. This is despicable. It's inhumane torture that no person should have to endure. And today, we have Rodney's wife, Mildred Donis Taylor, and her daughters.
There ain't no fucking way. I don't fucking believe that.
Secretary Noem, can you honestly tell Rodney's wife and family and the American people that are watching that these cruel and unusual conditions are acceptable under your watch?
I'm not familiar with this case, and I will certainly look into it and ensure that this center where Rodney is at is held to the same standards as all our federal detention standards, which are the highest in the nation, overwhelmingly in comparison to other detaining facilities at the local or state level. The other thing that I would say,
I'm reclaiming my time.
is that at any point, Rodney
Did you just hear me? What I
has an
described?
opportunity
Did
to
you
leave
just
that
hear what I
detention center.
described? He has to crawl through mold and feces and bodily fluids just to take a shower. He can't even get medical care.
Every
This
one
is
of our
absolute
detainees-
lunacy, and you know it.
Every one of our
Member
detainees
Jayapal,
gets medical care
reclaiming
within
my
12 hours
time,
of being
reclaiming my time. Ranking Member Jayapal, myself, and 20 of my colleagues, we wrote to you about Rodney's treatment more than 2 weeks ago. Yes or no? Have you actually read the letter?
No, I have not heard of this case, so
Okay,
I
let
will
me
see
tell
what
you,
that
I have the
is
letter
about.
right here. And would you like to read it? Because I'm more than happy to bring a staff
That'd be
member
great.
down to it.
That'd be fantastic.
Absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I will look into the
So
case.
then, if you're going to look into the case, can you tell us how long it'll be before we actually get a response from you? Maybe 2 weeks?
I'll get you a response.
Because
Get the information.
we deserve an answer, and Rodney's family definitely deserves an answer, because this is inhumane treatment. And this leads me to believe that there are so many other detainees that are being treated exactly the same way, and this is despicable. Secretary, will you promise his wife and this committee and the American people that you will review? You've said that, but I want you to make a
I
formal
damn
promise
sure
that you'll
don't
review
believe that
Rodney's
shit.
case
I want to hear
and
the
provide
actual
a thorough
story of what
response
the fuck's
on whether
going
it's in
on
the
with that,
public
though.
interest to keep him in these conditions, and we'd like to know within the next 2 weeks. Are you telling me within the next 2
Absolutely.
weeks?
I will review this case and
Good.
get a response back
Good.
to you
I will be
and to
following up
Rodney's
with
family.
you as much as it possibly takes.
I do want you to know,
Rodney
Mr.
is
Chairman,
not the
if I may
worst
say-
of the worst. I reclaim my time. Rodney's not the worst of the worst. This is truly a miscarriage of justice, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Secretary Noem, I want to go a little bit different route here on some issues that are very important to Wyoming. There's a very important enforcement issue related to my constituents in Wyoming. Sugar beet farmers are important for Wyoming's economy and the economies of so many other states. Unfortunately, foreign entities are circumventing our laws to bring in sugar and displace these hardworking farmers. I know that there is a Section 1516 petition in front of the CBP right now challenging these imports. And would you please commit to us today to quickly addressing this petition to ensure that our laws and trade agreements are being enforced?
I will look at that.
Thank you. Under the leadership of the House Judiciary Committee, this Congress is proposing decisive action to punish sanctuary cities and states for their illegal actions. Because the reality is that these so-called sanctuary jurisdictions should not be receiving the benefits of federal policies and programs while they are actively, intentionally, and publicly violating federal law. The Department of Commerce estimates that over 1.1 million foreign college students contribute over $50 billion annually to the communities where they attend school. The states receiving the majority of this benefit from the federal student visa program are sanctuary states, such as California, New York, Massachusetts, and Illinois. It is ridiculous for these sanctuary jurisdictions to profit from the legal immigration system while aiding illegal immigration. Secretary Noem, understanding that the student visa program is jointly run by DHS along with the State Department, have you considered applying scrutiny over student visas for students seeking to attend schools located within sanctuary jurisdictions?
Yes, we are, and we're using the SUVIS program to do a lot of that work in partnership with the Department of State. I would say that the Department of Education has been very helpful as well in working with these universities and colleges to ensure that they recognize the benefits of being a student here in this country, being here on a visa, that it is a privilege that is afforded to those individuals, and that the cities in which they're located in should be working with federal law enforcement officers and public safety officials to ensure a safe environment for everyone.
Well, I have introduced legislation. It's called the No Student Visas for Sanctuary Cities Act that would cut off student visas for schools located within sanctuary jurisdictions until they comply with federal immigration law and they certify that compliance. I would appreciate the opportunity to work with you to implement this much-needed check on these rogue cities and states. Would you commit to working with me on that?
I'll work with you on that.
Wonderful. One of the most dangerous consequences of the Biden-Harris border crisis is the rate and ease by which illegal aliens without basic qualifications like English language proficiency have obtained commercial driver's licenses or CDLs. President Trump's April 2025 executive order restored English language proficiency enforcement on our highways and rightfully brought heightened scrutiny to this issue. For example, over 50% of New York's non-domiciled CDLs were issued illegally to foreign drivers, while California has admitted to doing the same for approximately 17,000 non-domiciled CDLs. Unfortunately, these actions have tragically cost countless American lives, with many others being critically injured, including that beautiful young woman who just left the room. Secretary Noem, can you speak to how your department has partnered with the Department of Transportation and state and local law enforcement to help catch illegal alien truck drivers?
Yeah, it's been a great partnership to help get this public safety threat off the roads. The Department of Transportation has jurisdiction over the actual CDLs and those driving schools, which some of them they've found and uncovered are fraudulent. They don't train anybody. They just hand out for a fee a driver's license to someone that they go and get on the road. And not only are they putting people in danger, but they're also undercutting our American workers. And truck drivers have lost their jobs because they can't work for as cheap as these illegal aliens do. And I would say, and Delilah's father's one of them.
That's
right.
Said
he can't pay his bills at 40 cents a mile, but these illegals can because they're on public assistance when they come, because they've been facilitated in, they don't pay taxes, and then they can undercut American workers for jobs. What else I would say is that we work with our local and state law enforcement where we can to do interdictions on our roads to get as many of them off the road as soon as possible. I know the state of Indiana lost 6 people in just a very short period of time from these drivers killing innocent Americans and civilians.
I'll just give you some stats from the state of Wyoming, the least populated state in the nation. Earlier this year, the Laramie County Sheriff's Office led a 3-day operation with support from ICE that resulted in 82 commercial trucks being stopped, 32 illegal immigrants arrested, and 51 tickets being written. How important are these types of federal-state partnerships to your operations when it comes to removing these dangerous actors from our roadways?
Oh, they're very incredible because the state and local law enforcement know how to make these operations effective. They know where we should be, where these truck drivers are, how we should do enforcement, and we partner with them in a task force model to do immigration enforcement.
Thank you for that, and I yield back.
The lady yields back. Unanimous consent from lady from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a unanimous
this-
consent request, since Secretary Noem claims not to be
That
familiar
wasn't
enough
her
with this case.
strongest
From
one.
March 2025, a CNN article covering Rodney's story. From June 2025, a Fox article titled Protests as ICE Detains Disabled Atlanta Barber Despite State Pardon, covering Rodney's story. An article from September
California
2025 titled
CDL
Detained by
driver,
ICE when that
Christie
Barber
is
was amputated
correct.
legs. Petitions for release. And lastly, I'd like to also submit
Well, I
the
mean,
letter
of
that
course
Ranking
she
Member
is.
Dry Paul, myself, and all of our colleagues sent to Secretary Noem in
I
February.
mean, it's
Objection,
fucking
Jelly from North Carolina.
incredibly retarded.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
that's a glass.
Secretary Noem, Hurricane
It's
Helene
incredibly
tore through western
retarded.
North Carolina almost a year and a half
But let
ago,
these
killing more
people
than
have
100 people and causing more
licenses.
than $60 billion of damage. 2 months later, Congress passed a bipartisan disaster package, which included $29 billion for FEMA Disaster Relief Fund covering several states. And yet, despite this, countless North Carolinians have spent 2 winters paying mortgages and taxes on homes that are unlivable and may not even exist anymore. They have been waiting in limbo for your department to sign off on recovery funding. And I know Representative Kiley raised similar issues in his state. North Carolina's counties have had to step up to fill in the gap, spending their limited taxpayer funds on recovery and repair, with the expectation that they would swiftly be reimbursed by the federal government. And yet, many...
Yo, hold up. So you mean to tell me a natural disaster that happened under Biden, where even people were saying that, hey, it's a Republican, don't give him any kind of help and anything like that. Now you're screaming about how they're not giving you the help you still fucking need? 2 years, what, a year and a half, 2 years later? You still fucking need this help because you didn't want to give it to Republicans? I think that's a failure on your part, not the federal government.
of these counties have not been reimbursed until this week, but we'll get to that. Meaning that they have had to use all their money and not have money for their essential services, public schools, EMS, other public services, healthcare, and everything else. And I have met with some of the county executives who have struggled with their budgets while recovering from Helene. These delays in paying out this desperately needed recovery funds are simply unacceptable. And you heard that from my Republican senator, Senator Tillis, yesterday. Your new policy, and it is a new policy, requiring your personal sign-off on expenditures over $100,000 has contributed to many of these delays, creating a bottleneck, blocking reimbursement for hundreds of millions of dollars of disaster funding that stand directly between...
Yo, bitch, that ain't her fault. How many times have you didn't you just shut down the government not too fucking long ago in the first goddamn place? So you took, what, 45 fucking days of nobody getting any shit? Now it's a partial shutdown and nobody has anything. You did that. So how is it her fault that you're not getting the shit you need? Oh, wrong one. There we go.
North Carolinians and that relief. In fact, Senator Tillis, as I'm sure you remember, lambasted you and the failure of your department in dispersing these funds. And then magically about $80 million got released today, for which we're thankful. But we shouldn't have to have a U.S. senator or a representative or another representative come to you directly to get you to do your job. But we also know that you had time to sign off on the purchase of 2 luxury private Gulfstream jets for your personal travel, $170 million. And we've heard about the new Boeing 737 that you're in the process of outfitting. Evidently, you were satisfied that there was no fraud, waste, and abuse involved in the jets. But meanwhile, could you tell me whether you found any fraud, waste, or abuse in these North Carolina expenditures?
You know, Congresswoman, what I would tell you is that Joe Biden failed North Carolina.
Listen to me. I asked you a direct question. Joe Biden provided greater relief. Joe Biden showed up. Joe Biden didn't lie about what was going on in the ground. I don't even want to get into what Donald Trump did during the campaign, the misinformation that was put out there. And you cannot find the time until my senator berates you in public.
You see how pissed off she is that she was going to bring it up?
Individual members of Congress should not have to come to you. Our counties, our struggling counties in the western part of the state, are some of the most rural counties. They are poor counties. They do not have the money to front for you.
In the months that we have been here, we have deployed billions of dollars, billions more than what the Biden...
I am reclaiming my time. You have been too slow. I have heard this from Republican county commissioners. I have heard this from administrators. I have been in the western part of the state. I know exactly what's going on, and you have turned a blind eye while
you're busy
Congresswoman.
trying to deport American citizens. And now
remind you.
I want to get back,
will
reclaiming my
remind you.
time, to the second point that Senator Tillis made. You have not responded to him and the people of North Carolina about why you have picked up U.S. citizens. You've heard that from Representative Correa. Why you have intimidated people who are here lawfully, and why you are threatening the economy of one of the most prosperous states in this country by practicing malpractice. You should resign or be impeached. I yield back.
Chairman, may I answer that question? The state of North Carolina has received billions more in Helene relief disaster assistance than President Biden did. In fact, every single
because we appropriated the money.
Every project has been obligated. It's been paid out. The state manages the response, and those counties get their funding from the state, which has been allocated to FEMA dollars.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
She just straight up admitted to stealing that shit. If the funding's been going your fucking way this entire damn time. If it's been going your way this entire time and you still need more after more after more and no money's going out because you say no money's coming in, but yet we have records of money going the fuck out. You just admitted to stealing it. Holy fucking shit. But then again, remember the government was shut down for 45 days not too fucking long ago. So that was on them. There is a partial shutdown of DHS, isn't there? So that's on them. So because no money's flowing from DHS for that shit, somehow it's her fault that you fucked over everybody else. Say what? What up, Dragonfly? How you doing? I'm going to get through as much of this as I can.
Thank you for being here. The hypocrisy of my colleagues on the other side when they talk about appropriating money and yet refuse to appropriate money for your department. The gentleman from North Carolina talks about doing your job. Would it help you do your job to actually have an appropriations bill passed by this House?
Well, yes, and I would remind them that the disaster relief fund is overcommitted right now. There are $4 billion there that is committed due to litigation. Another $3 billion we keep for major disasters are oncoming. We've had over 12 states impacted by major disasters that haven't received a dollar yet in the last month, and that disaster relief fund is overcommitted and needs to be refilled through that appropriations bill for us to continue to receive and help states like we have in North Carolina.
So relief for the people of Western North Carolina is being held up by the failure of...
Theirs have been paid. We have deployed billions of dollars. I have every month released hundreds of millions of dollars to North Carolina in projects where they've come in and improved the project, and it's at that stage to where it can be obligated to their state.
Is preparedness... No, I will not yield. Is preparedness for future disasters in North Carolina and other states being held up by Democrats who refuse to vote for appropriations bills that would fund your
Right now, the department, because of the lack of funding, has
No.
to prioritize actions that are life and limb and crisis situations. We aren't able to do training. We aren't able to go out and do the daily business work of contracting and grants. And
Let me quote some more hypocritical Democrats who are refusing to vote for appropriations measures to fund Homeland Security, but are saying things about our efforts in Iran. Congressman Subramaniam says we need to get serious right now protecting Americans in the Middle East. Does it protect Americans here in Virginia to not fund the Department of Homeland Security, or does it endanger their safety?
It endangers this country when we don't fully fund the Department of Homeland Security. And I will tell you that it endangers us because the whole world knows that this Congress is not funding
Correct.
the Homeland
Let me quote
Security
another
Department
Virginian,
right now.
Don
I'm telling
Beyer.
those who hate us the most overseas know right now this department does not have money to defend us.
Let me quote Congressman Don Beyer, who says,
Because when you're angry,
there's a
you're
shocking failure of
irrational.
leadership that needlessly puts American lives in danger to be
People haven't learned to control
active
that
right now.
anger yet.
What kind of danger does it put American citizens in right now to fail to fund the Department of Homeland Security?
Every day this country faces threats, and the department sees them, stops them. When you hear no bad news, that's a good day for us. That means that we've done our work and we've stopped threats, and millions of those happen every single year that our agencies are working on. When we don't have the funding to have every single person on their job and on task, that makes us vulnerable.
And again, the hypocrisy blows my mind when Senator Mark Warner, co-chair of the Intelligence Committee in the Senate, says that the president is putting American lives at risk in Iran. What kind of risks is Senator Warner putting Americans in when he fails to vote for a Department of Homeland Security funding bill?
Well, and Iran has said that they will retaliate. And we know how they have threatened us, how they threatened us on our homeland, and they threatened our leading officials as well. So those threats are very real and exist, and
Yes,
we are
and
on
this was purposely
a tempo
shut
that is
down
higher
for
than
that
usual.
fucking
And let me talk
reason.
about my own governor, Governor Spanberger. Just a few weeks ago, an alleged
will say
MS-13
it's
gang member,
highly
Christian
fucking
Medrano Umanzor, was arrested in Strasbourg.
suspicious
Thanks to the
that
cooperation
this
of local law
shutdown
enforcement, ICE
happened
officers were able to
right
confirm
before
that he was
we
wanted
did
on a
this to
detainer and
Iran.
custody of ICE on a charge of illegal reentry. But
Highly
late last month, Fairfax
suspicious.
County Police Department charged an illegal alien, Abdul Jallah, with fatally stabbing Stephanie Minter at a local bus stop. Now, he was arrested over 30 times for various crimes, including rape, malicious wounding, assault, and larceny. But our governor now says that she demands a judicial warrant before she will have cooperate with ICE on this. That is remarkable to me that she would be putting Virginians' lives at risk and risk releasing this man back into the Fairfax County community. Talk about how a judicial warrant is different from an administrative warrant and what that would do to your ability and the ability of your department to enforce our immigration laws, to remove dangerous illegal aliens, and to protect the citizens of Virginia.
Yeah, administrative warrants are the legal tool that we have been given by this body to go out and do immigration enforcement. And we've, in over 400,000 different instances, used those effectively, and very rarely used them to ever go into somebody's home. But in that situation in Virginia, the people that live there should be alarmed that they don't have a governor that can make a common sense decision like that, that we would not want someone like that on the streets impacting the safety of the citizens of Virginia. You've had a dramatic downgrade in governors recently. I feel terrible for the people that live there. I'm sure that by the next election, they will choose better.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, a unanimous consent request.
Holy
Enter into the record a tweet from the Department of Homeland Security responding to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Howard's comments
downgrade in governors.
Objection. Gentleman from North Carolina for unanimous consent.
Yes, I have three, Mr. Chairman. I ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record a climate power article titled Kristi Noem Gutted Disaster Response.
Objection.
And then a
she's
unanimous
trying to
consent
get a little
request to
jab
enter into
in.
the record a Guardian article
She's trying to get a
titled
jab
A Bar,
in.
Kitchen, Flat Screen TVs, $70 million DHS is eye
This
for
bitch is trying to
deportation.
get a jab in.
And then the last one, a press release by my colleagues on the Appropriations Committee, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem spends $200 million taxpayer dollar money for a pair of Gulfstream private jets.
Without objection. Gentleman from Vermont is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Noem, I want to start with your testimony in front of Congress last year. You said, quote, I think it's shameful to see the defense of individuals who break our laws. We are a nation of laws. If we are not a nation of laws, we are no nation at all. Do you stand by that?
I do.
We are a nation of laws. And obviously, in a nation of laws, agencies have to comply with lawful court orders. Secretary Noem, since you took over the department,
Hey, Belent, who wiped your ass today?
how many times has DHS violated a court order?
We always comply with federal court orders. I believe the instances that you're talking about are times when a judge has issued an order and notification came to us in a period of time that was a large enough gap to not meet the deadline. So we may have missed
Secretary
a deadline.
Noem, if I
We've
could,
never violated
if I
a
could,
court
Secretary
order.
Noem,
We've always
I have
followed
the numbers
federal
handy
court
right
order.
here because last week a federal judge appointed by George W. Bush identified 210 times when your agency violated court orders. And one judge has said about ICE has likely violated more court orders in January of 2026 than some federal agencies have violated in their entire existence. Now, Secretary Noem, you have said repeatedly that your department is, quote, following all court orders. But just because you keep saying it does not make it true. And Americans aren't stupid, and they can see what is happening, and judges are also sounding the alarm. In a case where you
Yes, they
attempted
fucking
to
are.
deport Ramesa Erzturk
There
because of
are
her
way
First
too many
Amendment protected
stupid
rights,
people. That's the
First
problem.
Amendment protected speech, the judge said that you and Secretary Rubio had engaged in an unconstitutional conspiracy, and that you both failed in your duties to protect the Constitution. And frankly, those words
If there
are
weren't too
absolutely
many
shocking.
stupid people, you
and the
wouldn't have
reality
been
is that you
elected.
refuse to acknowledge, and you're doing it here today, you refuse to acknowledge that your agency has broken the law. Since you have been at the helm of this agency, has anyone at DHS lied to a federal judge?
No, we comply with all federal court orders. I'm surprised.
So
that
is your
it would be
testimony that
shocking
you
to
have not?
It should not be shocking.
Is your
to you that we
testimony
face-
that no one at ICE has violated a court order or has lied to a federal judge? Is that your testimony?
To my knowledge, I'm not aware of any situations where that's happened.
So when
I
you
will
look
tell
at when you look at what the court said in the Erzturk case, it said the court rejects this testimony from ICE's leadership as disingenuous, as squalid, and dishonorable. So we have a federal judge who has rejected testimony from ICE's leadership because it wasn't true. So the head of ICE, Acting Director Todd Lyons, lied in sworn testimony. Has he been fired?
No, Todd Lyons is a good man who has
Have there been
spent
any,
decades-
Secretary
has
Noem, have
spent
there been
decades
any
protecting American people
consequences?
and in law
Has there been any
enforcement.
consequences
good
for
man.
him lying to a federal judge? That's what I want to know. Are there any consequences for someone under your
It's
leadership
common knowledge that
lying?
we have activist judges out there throwing opinions.
Just because we think he's lying, we're just going to go ahead and just fire the man just because we want to say he's lying. Because a judge doesn't feel he's telling the truth. A fucking federal judge, like I was saying last night, we ain't putting a check on this shit. A fucking federal goddamn judge. A lower court. This would be like janitor level of the federal court system. A lower court fucking judge tells everybody what the fuck to do. No, I don't accept that. I do not fucking accept that. And just because they don't like something doesn't mean that they get whatever the fuck they want. That's not how any of that plays out in any way, shape, or form. So I don't understand why the fuck we keep going on about this goddamn dumb shit. About how these judges are actually, all these fucking, injunctions and shit like that. We know what the fuck's going on with it. We know what the fuck's going on with it. You're fucking us up just so you can sit there and say that our Republicans couldn't do shit. Donald Trump's failed fucking administration. Jesus fucking Christ, I saw it the first goddamn time. I've been seeing it the entire time I've been watching this shit. Ever since I started paying attention to these hearings, all you motherfuckers have done is try to turn conversations to something that they're not. Or basically try to justify how you can rape, pillage, and plunder every citizen in this country. I haven't heard any difference for the last, 4 fucking years I've been listening to this shit constantly? No fucking different yet.
You have said repeatedly, again, I just want to bring us back to my question. You have said that we are a nation of laws. Yes. Nobody is above the law. You are not above the law. Todd Lyons is not above the law. No one working for you, nobody working for you is above the law. So I want to say this, Secretary Noem. It is shocking to Americans right now to see that you can sit in front of this committee and continue to cover for people who are working under you. You're in charge now. This is your DHS. The buck stops with you. The fact that you have people working under you that are lying to federal judges and that you're not going to take responsibility for that and hold them accountable to that is shocking. And I think Americans deserve so much better than that. And your employees have regularly ignored court orders and lied to judges. Now you're covering up. And I just want to say, this conduct alone is impeachable. And I want you to know that Americans will get accountability for the damage that you have done, for the lawlessness of aspects of DHS, for killing innocent Americans, for terrorizing children. They will get accountability. And you are the Secretary of DHS for now. And you think you're immune from accountability, but I promise you this, one day,
it's an impeachable offense for us to fuck ourselves up
and when that day comes, we will still be here. And we will still be seeking accountability. And in hearings like this, we are going to continue to prove your guilt.
It's an impeachable offense for us to fuck ourselves over.
Madam Secretary, can you feel the righteous indignation going on the other side right now? It's kind of remarkable a little bit when you think about it. They talk about accountability and impeachment for you and probably everybody in the admin should they ever gain control again, which is hopefully not. But the funny thing is accountability, why don't they own up to their own failures, right? Like we're sitting here for 4 years with a wide open border. The former ranking member, not the current one, but the former one said that we were imagining a border crisis. Do you think that we were ever imagining a border crisis, Madam Secretary?
No, not at all. In fact, we lost 4,000 lives because of that invasion, of people coming into the country and that mass invasion that we saw going on. And 30% of the young girls and women were raped during that invasion as well. They never speak of that.
And
now people who lost their lives
now we fast forward on accountability, Madam Secretary. We talk about accountability. They're sitting over there not funding your department, right? In an active conflict on an international stage. We have members of the Coast Guard who are being fired on right now by the Iranian and their proxies, and they're not even getting paid for that. Is that right?
Well, we have one more paycheck ability in the Coast Guard to pay them, but they are choosing not to fund those individuals that are at war. So we have doing extraordinary measures to take care of them and their families, but they have chosen to not fulfill their paychecks by not funding this.
And all the great people who work at TSA, all these folks, if they have private jets, I'm sure a few of them do, but most of us actually fly through regular airports, and they go through TSA, and those people have a smile on their face, greet them. They probably don't even say anything about funding them because they're just too scared about it. But like these people are working tirelessly, and they're not getting paid. Yeah. But they're still collecting a paycheck, I'm sure. They haven't foregone their pay. So they talk about accountability and impeachment, all this stuff. I think the buck stops with them. I mean, they had the government for at least the first 2 years of the Biden administration and didn't do shit. And then we come in, they yell at you, and they get big mad and scream about you and impeachment, but they're not even doing the basic fundamentals of what they're supposed to do. Sorry, that was like a sidebar, but my gosh, like the righteous indignation and hypocrisy is just alarming. I look at this, Secretary, and 10 million people under the last administration, encounters on the southwest border. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
About 10 million? 8 million
obviously
were entered, including 6 million released in the interior, 2 million got away. It could be more, obviously, right?
Yes.
100%.
For 45 consecutive months, the southwest border encounters exceeded 100,000 a month, 160,000, and peaking at 15,000 a day. Do you remember what Jay Johnson, your many predecessors ago, said how many people it would be a crisis at the border if they were crossing per day? Do you remember that? I mean,
don't remember.
Jay Johnson, Democrat Department of Homeland Security Secretary under Obama, said 1,000. We were 10,000 a day for the majority of President Biden's term.
Right.
Isn't that so? They halted construction of the border wall, right? They terminated the Remain in Mexico policy. They restrict ICE enforcement and expand mass parole programs. They support sanctuary jurisdictions, right?
They do.
When you stop deterrence, when you restrict removals, you do all these things, that kind of creates a pull factor to come to the country illegally, does it not?
It does.
Now,
they have sanctuary cities. Illegal aliens that come into this country know where they can go, where elected officials will protect them.
And now under President Trump and your agency, that has been reversed. What a difference, what a different day. You just needed a new president, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's incredible what President Trump has done with partnering with mayors and governors who will work with us to lower murder rates, victimization, how they have made their streets safer, and their communities are growing, their economies are doing better. We would hope that every single city would see the benefits to working with President Trump.
Well, Madam Secretary, I appreciate you being here, appreciate the work that you do. I'm going to yield the remainder of my time.
We're not going to say that.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Earlier, Madam Secretary, you said context is important. I think that is well said.
Not going to happen.
And I understand there are investigations going on. The Democrats have brought up some tragic situations that have taken place, particularly in Minnesota. But I do think context is important. Have agents been doxxed? Have ICE agents been doxxed?
Yes.
Have ICE agents been
YouTube guy
harassed?
talking.
Yes.
Have ICE agents been physically attacked?
Yes.
Have ICE agents been screamed at?
Yeah. Yes.
Have ICE agents been cursed at?
Yes, sir.
Not by the gentleman from South Carolina, but people on the
Right.
street. Yeah. Have ICE agents been spit on?
Yes, sir.
Have ICE agents been stalked? Have they been tracked online?
Yes, and they've had an 8,000% increase in death threats against them and their families.
I was getting at that. Have ICE agents' families been threatened? And have ICE agents had their pictures and addresses posted online?
Yes, they have.
I think context is important.
YouTube
want to keep that
magistrate
in
of
mind
fucking
as we go
retards
about
for monies.
with our oversight responsibilities. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 5
I
minutes.
mean,
We're
they
trying to
only
get 2 more in,
push 'em
and then we got to go to
to
votes.
certain
Normally, they're
people.
situation in the House right now. They typically wait on this. So we'll go with the guy from the gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman and Secretary Noem. I'm glad that you finally made it here. I know you're busy using our tax dollars to trample on the Constitution, to enrich yourself, and to cosplay
this
as law
fucking
enforcement for
retard.
your camera crew. We've seen it. You've led the
Holy
campaign
shit.
of terror by masked armed criminals in my district in Chicagoland and around the country. You celebrate the murder of American citizens with the same enthusiasm that you showed when you killed your own puppy. You symbolize the cruelty, corruption, and incompetence of this administration and the Republican go-alongs. Your thugs at DHS brutalize the American people, and you lie and smear victims to cover up these crimes. Let's talk about 2 examples in my district. On September 12th, an ICE agent murdered Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, who had just dropped off his kids at school as he tried to leave a traffic stop. I said the officer sustained, quote unquote, severe injuries. Sitting there here under oath, do you stand by the claim that the officer was severely injured, yes or no?
I don't know the case you're speaking to specifically.
The whole country knows and you don't know. Let's play the clip of the agent talking about his injuries.
Oh, shit.
What you just heard was
How
the
are you gonna
agent
play
himself
2
describing
fucking
his
seconds of
injuries
something?
as quote unquote nothing major, which means your agency lied to cover up the unjustified murder of Silverio by an ICE agent. Let's talk about Marimar Martinez, a U.S. citizen who was shot 5 times by Border Patrol agent Charles Exum. You were asked about Marimar at yesterday's Senate hearing, and you should be familiar with the case by now. DHS has repeatedly said that Marimar was a quote-unquote domestic terrorist who, quote-unquote, rammed federal agents with her vehicle. Sitting here under oath, do you stand by these claims, yes or no?
Congressman, we've seen a 3,000% increase in.
Do you
people
stand by the
weaponizing their
claims? You've
vehicles.
had an opportunity to look into the case, yes or no?
We have a changing situation on the ground all
Yes
the
or
time.
no? You're familiar with the case. It was brought up yesterday.
I'm familiar with the case.
Let's play the clip and see what we see as evidence.
All right, it's time to get aggressive, get the out, because they're trying to box us in.
We're gonna make contact and we're boxed in.
We are boxed in.
All right, we're fine, man. All right, out of the car.
Be advised, we've been struck, Don't move.
The 5 shots that you heard against a U.S.
Holy
citizen.
shit.
So the agent said they were going to make contact.
They're gonna make contact. We are boxed in. That means they are attacking the fucking caravan, you stupid fucking faggoty ass retard. Holy shit. Your own goddamn evidence fucks you. We're boxed in. That means they are going down the street, down a residential street, trying to box in an ICE vehicle to attack it. I say yes. Open fucking fire. Lay waste to everybody because they are trying to kill you at that point in time. Yes, I agree with the ICE officers there. Your own fucking video fucked you in the ass. Goddamn. You have to be retarded.
Rammed their vehicle into Marimar's, immediately lied about it, and then shot her in cold blood. And then DOJ dismissed all charges against her. I wonder why. So once again, DHS lied to cover up its crimes.
I wonder
and this
why.
morning, you took back to social media. DHS continued to double down on her and lied again. Let me be clear. You are a disgrace to this nation, and you should resign or face impeachment. And every crime, including the murder of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez and of Marimar, must be fully investigated and prosecuted. But while you are, to borrow a phrase, the worst of DHS secretaries, the agency has been rogue and lawless since its inception in 2002. It was set up to expand surveillance and undermine civil rights by falsely labeling immigrants and protesters as terrorists, as we just saw. That's exactly what it's doing, and exactly why DHS must be dismantled and the immigration system must be rebuilt from the bottom up. That's why Americans all over believe that this agency has gone too far.
It's racist.
Mr. Chairman, before I yield back, I request unanimous consent to submit for the record
It's
this Fox
goddamn
interview article
racist.
dated February 5th,
It's racist 'cause they're going
2026,
after people that
entitled
shouldn't be
More
in
Than
this
Half the
country.
Voters Think that DHS Secretary Kristi Noem should be removed. And with that, I yield back.
Without objection. Madam Secretary, I have one more, then we'll have to take a break for votes, and we'll come back for a few more
This is
members
the
to ask their
dumbest
questions. Gentleman from
fucking
North Carolina,
shit.
recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you,
up.
Madam Secretary, for your presence here today. I must say, as a freshman congressman and sitting through the hearings such as this, I'm absolutely appalled at the lack of respect and decorum that is shown for a member of in your position as a secretary. And I apologize for that. And let me say also, on behalf of North Carolina, thank you. Thank you for serving. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your commitment and your passion
we don't want to talk about
to your
that, though,
job
right?
and what you are doing. And over the past year, you and I know that liberal activists have taken to the streets to protest ICE and Border Patrol, often impeding law enforcement in the process. And among these protests, I'm curious whether you've ever seen the left express anger at the individuals that I have pictured here, or for the people I have pictured here in my hand. This is Fletcher and Schuyler, you may recognize. This is a couple from my state of North Carolina. They were killed in a head-on crash, and the suspect is an illegal alien with a prior DUI. Secretary Noem, are you aware of any protest or outrage over the deaths of Fletcher and Schuyler?
No, I'm not.
This is Nate. He's a 21-year-old student at the University of South Carolina. He was killed by an illegal alien in a hit and run. Secretary Noem, are you aware of any protests to lock up his killer?
No, I'm not.
This is Ruby. She's 25 years old. She was killed by an illegal alien who shot her in the head and dumped her body on a Michigan highway. Secretary Noem, have you heard of any calls for her killer to be punished and deported?
I'm not.
No. And this is Ivory. Ivory is 7 years old. She was killed by a drunk driver who was in our country illegally. Secretary Noem, are you aware of any protest to lock up her killer?
No.
The answer, of course, is no. And as I've watched the pictures of the angel families here, how my heart has broken in just witnessing and watching and seeing the pain and hurt that you have felt. And thank you for your time and your efforts in being here today. There are dozens more Americans who have lost their lives at the hands of illegal aliens who should never have been in our country. But the media and the Democrats seem to want us to forget them. And the bottom line is clear. Democrats have it backwards. Rather than demand justice for these Americans, they defund law enforcement officials tasked with ensuring their killers are sent out of our country. Right there in Charlotte, North Carolina. Let's take a moment and look at some of the people that the Democrats have shut down the Department of Homeland Security so these could stay in our country. These on this board right behind me are just examples from Charlotte, which I represent a small part of. Humberto Pizada Rodriguez, a known MS-13 gang member from Honduras, convicted of trespassing, public disorderly conduct, giving false information to a police officer, and 3 counts of illegal entry. Hector Maldonado Garay, a previously removed criminal alien from Honduras, convicted of 3 counts of simple assault, 1 count of aggravated assault and shoplifting. And Jordan Renato Castilla Chavez, a criminal alien from Costa Rica, arrested for indecent liberties with a child, first-degree exploitation of a minor, attempted statutory sexual offense with a child less than 15 years old, and solicitation of a child by a computer. Secretary Noem, these are just 3 examples of dangerous individuals arrested by DHS during Operation Charlotte's Web just this past November. And do you think average Americans want MS-13 gang members on their streets?
No, they don't. And we were proud to do that operation. 1,379 individuals were arrested and detained and removed out of that community, and it's much safer today.
And every day, we see Democrats and left-wing activists spend more time advocating for these criminal aliens than for American victims, which was exactly the president's point in his State of the Union address that drew the picture for the entire country. I have so much more I could talk about, but my time is up. Again, Madam Secretary, thank you for your service. Thank you for your commitment. And on behalf of North Carolina, I thank you. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlemen, yields back to our angel families. We're going to take a break now. And if you have to leave, I understand, but we really appreciate you being here, and we God bless you for what you've had to endure as a family. Secretary, we will take a break, 30 minutes more or less, and we'll be back as soon as we can. With that, the committee stands in recess.
All right, give me a second. I got to pee. I'll be right back, and I'll fast forward it.
Committee will come to order. The gentlelady from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Secretary, for joining us. Finally, you are in charge of protecting the homeland. And so your judgment and the judgment of your senior staff can be the difference between life and death. So I think that judgment would need to be unassailable. Why then, is the question, have you made Corey Lewandowski your de facto chief of staff who possesses an unchecked level of power at DHS? Under your leadership, this person has done things like fire your FEMA administrator while sitting behind your desk, which is your job to do, lobby to build the controversial detention facility known as Alligator Alcatraz, which has turned into a legal boondoggle costing Florida millions, and have veto and reviewing and signing power over large DHS contracts and grants, which again is your job. DHS has critical agency components like the Secret Service, FEMA, Border Patrol, cybersecurity, So does Corey Lewandowski have national security experience, military experience, law enforcement experience? No. He is a lobbyist, a failed campaign manager, which is causing my constituents who are waiting for their FEMA dollars and me to wonder what are his qualifications for this job. So according to the Wall Street Journal, you and Mr. L have a close relationship that has made President Trump, quote, uncomfortable. The president reportedly denounced Corey Lewandowski as your chief of staff due to reports of a romantic relationship between the two of you. So instead, you designated him as a special government employee, a position he has had well beyond the allowed 130 days and requires him to disclose if he is making money off of his position. Trump knows that this guy is shady. Corey has a decades-long record of physical battery, sexual harassment, illegal lobbying for a Venezuelan oil company, and bringing a loaded gun into a federal building. Despite being fired or removed from virtually every position he has ever held due to misconduct, he now wields unchecked, unconfirmed, undisclosed power over your department. This person has no experience running anything close to Department of Homeland Security or even advising someone in your position. He is unqualified, which again has left my constituents and I wondering why he is your top official. So Secretary Noem, at any time during your tenure as Director of Department of Homeland Security, have you had sexual relations with Corey Lewandowski?
Mr. Chairman, I am shocked that we're going down and peddling tabloid garbage in this committee today.
Reclaiming
and
my
ma'am,
time.
one thing that I would tell you is that he is a special government employee who works for the White House. There are thousands of them in the federal government.
So reclaiming
and
my
as an
time,
advisor,
Secretary, it is
has
okay for
no,
you to be
no
offended
authority
by
to
the
be making
question.
any
It is
decisions.
okay for you to
has
be
no
offended
authority
by the
to be
question.
making
But it is
decisions
also a
in any
real
of your positions.
question.
So what I would say
And
to
you
you
should be able to
is
answer
that
the
what we do at the Department of Homeland Security
clearly
every single
and without
day,
any hesitation,
every single day is to protect
if
this
someone
country
is
and to
asking
make
if
decisions.
you or any federal official is sleeping with their subordinate, that should be the easiest. You should be wanting to answer that question because it is not about your sex life.
That you have brought
It is
that
about
up.
your
So
judgment.
that kind of garbage
It is
has
about
been refuted
reclaiming
for
my
years,
time so
and
that
you
I
need
can
to
hear myself.
recognize-
Time belongs to the gentlelady from California, but it'd be nice if you would let her respond.
I will. I want to let you know it is about your judgment and decision-making. It is about the 260,000 employees that work under you that want to make sure that you are giving information and making decisions clearly. It is about conflict of interest. It is about a national security risk. Department of Homeland Security was created right after 9/11 to protect the homeland. And DHS has circulated an internal bulletin to law enforcement partners warning that the conflict of the war we're in could inspire lone actors or small-scale cyber activity inside the United States, according to a memo obtained by ABC News. So American lives are at risk. The people who work for you are at risk. And they want to know that the person at the top, you, are making decisions clearly without any sort of cloudiness. And that they're your decisions because you're the secretary who was confirmed. That's what this is about. Saving the lives of Americans
Holy
and not
shit.
costing them millions of dollars and not having a secretary who's compromised in her decision-making. And Mr. Chair, before I yield my time, I would like to
Holy
enter into the
shit.
record some articles and I'm asking for unanimous
No,
consent.
I'm the good guy by
Noem tightens her
attacking
grip on
your
DHS.
character.
Lewandowski fired FEMA admin.
Without
Also,
objection.
okay. The next one is Kristi Noem secretly took a cut of political donations from ProPublica.
Without objection.
Kristi Noem fires pilot over a blanket, but is forced to reinstate him to fly home. Wall Street Journal.
Without objection.
Lewandowski taking out trash at Noem's D.C. home. Daily Beast.
Without objection.
Barbie's Mile High privacy chamber with alleged lover exposed. Wall Street Journal. How Corey Lewandowski became Kristi Noem's gatekeeper at DHS.
Without objection.
A pilot fired over Kristi Noem's missing blanket and the constant chaos inside DHS. Wall
Objection.
Street Journal. Police charged Trump campaign manager with assault. PBS News.
Without objection.
Woman who accused Corey Lewandowski of assault speaks out. I don't want this to happen to anyone else. CBS
Objection.
News. Lewandowski's firm quietly inked deal with Venezuela-owned company, Politico.
Objection.
List of U.S. cities raising security amid Iran conflict, Newsweek.
Objection.
Kristi Noem, I have a few more, I'm sorry. Kristi Noem misled Congress yesterday about top aides' role in DHS contracts.
Objection.
Policy number 10271 from ICE. It is an anti-fraternization policy prohibiting romantic or sexual relationships between supervisors and their subordinates. And with that, I yield.
Without objection. Gentleman from Texas, recognized 5 minutes.
Thank you,
Just
Mr. Chairman.
because you're
Madam
getting
Secretary,
dick and
your
I'm
predecessor
not,
came
I'm
before
gonna
this
get
committee
mad
several
at you.
times over the last 4 years I was here, I believe, for all of those. One of the
I mean,
things
it
he
is
claimed
wrong.
in
I
an
will
interview with
admit
the Washington
that,
Post
but
in January of
that's what it was
2023,
about.
when we're talking about Mr. Mayorkas, he said that the overwhelming number of inadmissible aliens flooding our border under the
I'm mad
Biden
at you
administration
'cause
did
you're
not
getting dick
affect the
and I'm
CBP's
not.
ability to intercept dangerous drugs. He also, just before, he claimed, on of 2023, just before the Biden-Harris administration repealed Title 42, that people who cross our border unlawfully and without a legal basis to remain are promptly processed and removed. He lied about aliens on final orders of removal not getting due process. And along the same lines, he claimed before this committee that anyone who presents a national security or public safety threat is detained and put on a priority list for removal. I believe he also lied about the border being secure
boys are
and him doing
credible
everything to
fonts
enhance border
after
security.
Hillary
And I
Clinton.
also believe he lied on national TV about denying enhanced security requests to Trump's security detail, which we learned later that he in fact did deny. Am I mistaken here, or were we misled by your predecessor in this committee over the 4 years they were in control?
Yes, you were misled as to the
Sex
seriousness of
free
the situation of
corona.
that open
Yeah.
border and the evasion that was being facilitated, flooding our country with
That
millions
is
and millions
fucking
of people
weird.
that were illegal, and many of them that were public safety threats that we're now working hard to remove every day.
Well, I appreciate the work you're doing. Tell me, with respect to the shutdown of your department, is this going to make it harder for you all to prepare, for DHS to prepare for the FIFA World Cup?
Yes, sir, it is making it more difficult. Our work is to make sure that we can get assistance, training, resources out to local cities. There's 11 cities here in the country that will be hosting matches. Those matches will be held over 39 days. There'll be a lot of work need to be done during those days to keep our country safe and secure, and we need to make sure that we're fulfilling all the orders and contracts for the equipment that we'll need and get people trained and ready to go to make sure people can come by the millions to these matches and enjoy the camaraderie and the friendship and the sportsmanlike activities and that happen around those events.
What about, along that same line, the negative effect that the shutdown's having on the TSA retention rate? I worry about them. I see them at the airport. I know they're worried. I know you're worried for them. How is this affecting them?
Well, this is the third time in 5 months that TSOs, our transportation security officers, have been asked to work without pay. Have been asked to show up and do their jobs to protect our country without a paycheck to take care of their families. So they're patriots. They work to protect our country, but they have to take care of their families too. So some are sleeping in their cars. Some are covering shifts for other people so they can work a second job to pay their bills. Some are babysitting others' kids. They're trying to get through it, but this has been extremely challenging, and some are being demoralized to the point where they are considering another job whose paychecks are certain.
Well, I hope my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will help us to fix this quickly, and I will yield the balance of my time to Mr. Jordan.
I appreciate the gentleman yielding back, and I'm going to yield back. It's been a long day, Secretary. We appreciate you being here. It's next. The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Before I go, I just have a bunch of UC requests, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman, may proceed. It's going to be as long as the previous one.
You seem a little exhausted.
No, not at all. I just I think we're setting records, like Mr. Biggs, and now gentleman from California. You're going to go for the record?
If I'm being honest, I threw out 50 of them.
God bless you. So let's get started.
All right. A Vox article, the mess that Kristi Noem made.
Without objection.
Times article, Noem's spending rule causes delays at Homeland Security.
Without objection.
Politico, vote to overhaul FEMA canceled after leaked report.
Without objection.
ProPublica, Kristi Noem misled Congress about top aides' role at DHS.
Without objection.
The Hill, Trump approval rating on immigration at record low.
Without objection.
Wall Street Journal, pilot fired over Kristi Noem's missing blanket.
Without objection.
CNN article, sources describe how Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem's Gucci bag was stolen under her chair.
Without objection.
New York Times, late night is distracted by Kristi Noem's oversized hats.
Without objection.
And a Times article, some Republicans join calls for DHS Secretary Kristi Noem to step down.
Without objection.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your indulgence. Before I begin, first let me say to the
I'm sorry,
families that
that
are still
shit
here,
is
I'm
funny.
very sorry for your loss.
You
I
got
watched
fired
parents
for
in my
a
hometown
fucking
of Parkland
blanket.
bury their kids after the shooting at my high school at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, and I can't tell you that it was an out-of-body experience, and there's nothing like burying a child. So I am deeply sorry for your loss. Madam Secretary, welcome. Good afternoon. Thomas Massey mentioned Ron DeSantis' response during COVID. Well, you're looking at the guy who ran that response. I was the Director of Emergency Management for the state of Florida. For a Republican governor, I worked with the Trump FEMA administration during the Category 5 Hurricane Michael recovery. That Trump's FEMA was great. We got expedited reimbursement, a program that you got rid of or threatened to get rid of. And the Panhandle had one of the greatest responses after that Category 5 storm. The President said he wanted to reform FEMA, but that's not what you did. You basically destroyed the agency. Largest FEMA backlog in the history of FEMA. My state of Florida is owed $2.5 billion. You have delayed the FEMA disaster declarations even when the applicants meet FEMA statutory threshold under the Stafford Act. You want states to do more, yet you want to cut the EMPG program, which grants them funding to build capacity. Your office was involved in discussions of moving FEMA to Texas. You created a rule of anything over $100,000 has to come to your desk, a rule that has slowed down FEMA reimbursement, FEMA response, and we have empty regional offices. You have done the opposite of what President Trump wanted to accomplish, which was to speed up the process. Your policies have made the department slower. I didn't think it was possible to make FEMA more bureaucratic, but boy, you have exceeded all my expectations. In the Texas floods, you didn't put the urban search and rescue crews on the road for 72 hours. Days later, the FEMA urban search and rescue chief resigned in protest. You hired 2 people as the administrator with no FEMA experience. We're on our 3rd FEMA administrator in 14 months. Never in the history of the department has that ever happened. The president took presidential action to create the FEMA Council. I supported it. You opposed the FEMA Council. You delayed its beginning. The report has still not come out. The White House canceled your last council meeting and has held up the release of the report. But surprise, I have it. I have it. I want to thank the former FEMA employees that you fired who gave this to me. This report's never been seen in public before, okay? But this is it. This was the report. It was 122 pages, the original draft report. You and Corey Lewandowski then took the report and made it 23 pages. You cut out all the stuff that was put in by governors who had been through disasters, emergency management directors, FEMA experts, national security experts. You cut it all out. It's all gone. That's why the report's not been released. Sitting in the White House trying to figure out this mess that you created. So instead of getting the recommendations we need, now we have nothing. You called Corey Lewandowski a special government employee. I understand what government means. I understand what employee means, okay? But I don't know what makes him special. Now, I want to give you an opportunity to answer on the record to Ms. Cam Langer-Dove's question. I know you said it's garbage, and it may be, but I really think you need to say the word no into the record so that you can clear that up.
I think the ridiculousness of this and the tabloids that you are quoting and referencing are insane. And this has been something that I've refuted for years, and I continue to do that.
So it's a
what
no.
I would tell you is
we can move on.
in
Hold on.
what you're
Madam Secretary,
doing.
we can move on. I'm not going to belabor it.
This is what you do.
Hold on.
The socialist,
I'm not doing any of that.
liberal left,
Okay.
is you go off and you attack conservative women, and you say that we're either stupid
I haven't
or
said
we're
anything.
sluts.
All right, so listen.
And that's what you do.
Yesterday,
and I'll tell you,
Richard,
sir,
yes, reclaiming
I will
my
tell
time,
you,
Mr.
sir,
Chairman.
I
Mr.
am
Chairman,
neither of
reclaiming my
those.
time.
I
You
am
were
neither
asked by
of
Richard
those.
Blumenthal
This is from the
yesterday.
playbook.
You were asked
Out
by
of the
Richard
Democratic
Blumenthal
Party.
yesterday if Corey was involved in approving contracts. You said no. Do you want to correct that?
What I would say is that he has an advisor to the Department of Homeland Security, has no
Madam Secretary,
decision-making
do you want to correct
authority.
it? Yes or no? You
no
don't want to Correct,
No
it's fine.
decision-making
Not-
authority,
hold
no
on,
role
not,
in
not a problem. According to one of the FEMA administrators that you fired, there is nothing, including contracts, that is brought to you that he hasn't reviewed. In fact, a significant amount of DHS internal routing documents has his signature on it above deputy secretaries. Okay, that former FEMA administrator wasn't fired by you, the secretary. He was fired by Corey. It was Corey that called him into your office. It was Corey that made him to submit to a polygraph test. The $100,000 spending rule that you created that comes to your desk, you're not even sitting at your desk. It's Corey who's sitting there. ISIS said the Republicans should be happy at the job that you're doing. Really? You're looking at the person who single-handedly took the president's signature core issue, immigration, the issue that got him elected from 59% to 39%. 200 miles of border walls being held up by you. They had to bring in Tom Holman, pull out of Minnesota. I think the country needs a national divorce from you on biblical grounds. I mean, if Donald Trump was still apprentice Trump, he would look at you and he would realize you're the weakest cabinet member and he would fire you. And if the president said to you that only way DHS could reopen is if you resigned, I hope you would take him up on it. Now, I want to end on a happy note, Mr. Chairman, real quickly. The president gave all sorts of stuff out during the State of the Union. I don't want you to leave. I got you a new Coast Guard blankie, the one you lost. Okay, so this is for you. You don't leave empty-handed when you come to judiciary. Thank you, Mr.
Time, the gentleman has expired. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Secretary, thank you so much for being here. I apologize for the way you've been treated. To paraphrase someone, ad hominem attacks are the last refuge of the scoundrel. And I think the tabloid attacks you've been subjected to are ridiculous. This idea that you're, quote, the worst of DHS secretaries. Oh, really? Really? 8 to 10 million illegal aliens entered this country under Joe Biden and your predecessor. You've arrested 700,000 illegal aliens, 2.2 million have left involuntarily, 56% decline in fentanyl traffic, 21% decline in fentanyl deaths. You know, the Democrat colleagues claim that they have all this sympathy for the angel families, but they're not doing a darn thing to make sure there are fewer angel families going forward. You are. So thank you for your service and thank you for being here today. It's painfully clear that a series of failures of Biden's Department of Homeland Security left the country exposed to terrorism. In 2023, Sidi Mohammed Abdullahi illegally walked across the southern border where he was screened by border agents and then released into the USA. Would your border agents have let him in?
No.
I don't think so. A little over a year later, in October 2024, he opened fire on a Jewish man at a synagogue in Chicago. When the first responders arrived, he popped out of a nearby alleyway shouting, Allahu Akbar, and fired at the officers, carried out by someone who should have never been in the country in the first place. And I don't think your CBP would have let him into the country. The same month, federal agents arrested 2 Afghan nationals, Nasir Ahmad Tawahi and Abdullah Haji Zada, who were plotting an ISIS-inspired mass casualty event on Election Day. Tawahi admitted that he conspired to acquire AK-47s, 500 rounds of ammunition, 10 magazines to carry out a mass casualty attack. He entered the U.S. in 2021 on a special immigrant visa. Once again, a failure of vetting. I don't believe your DHS would have let him in. Last June, Mohammed Sabri Soliman attacked peacefully protesting pro-Israel demonstrators in Boulder, Colorado, who were marching for the release of hostages held by Hamas, shouting free Palestine. He hurled Molotov cocktails into the crowd, hospitalizing at least 8 people. Guess what? He entered the U.S. on a tourist visa in 2022, overstayed, and filed an asylum claim within a month. And was granted work authorization by the Biden administration. He had posted Muslim Brotherhood propaganda online for years, and still he received a visa. No vetting. I don't think your DHS would have let him in the country. Each of these incidents happened during a period when the number of terrorists encountered at the southern border skyrocketed. In 2023 alone, the Border Patrol encountered 169 aliens at the southern border on the terrorist watch list. Secretary Noem, I want to thank you for working overtime to fully screen visa applicants, check social media histories, enforce visa overstays, and not to release unknown illegal aliens into the country. Meanwhile, though, my Democrat colleagues have defunded DHS. They demonize the brave men and women of ICE, of Customs and Border Patrol, of other agencies. Can I ask you, how does this defunding of your department make our country less safe?
Well, the men and women at the department continue to get up and to do their jobs if they aren't furloughed by the lack of funding. So that's about 100,000 of them that are prevented from coming to work because of that. Those 100,000 people have duties and responsibilities that secure our homeland through different agencies and departments. For instance, the CWMD, it's weapons of mass destruction. We're the ones that go out and train all the individuals to detect any kinds of bombs, terrorist activities,
Those would be good people to have working right now.
It would be great to have them and help them assisting state and local individuals out there and governments as far as preparing for any kind of attack we may face. CISA is our cybersecurity agency. The majority of their employees are furloughed and not at work now. They help defend us from cyber attacks and threats to our homeland and critical infrastructure.
And we've been getting attack after
because we are national
attack.
security agencies, many of these employees are required to show up and work, and many of them are, but they're not necessarily getting a paycheck. And that's what I think is remarkable, is that they continue to do their work to defend the homeland, even though they're struggling at home and going farther in debt from not getting a salary.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chair, I have five unanimous, I know, about how ICE is obstructing state and local criminal prosecutions. A May 8th, 2025 article entitled, "He Faced a Possible Prison Term for Assault. Instead, He Was Deported." A December 26th article entitled, "As ICE Ramps Up Deportations, Texas Prosecutors Say They're Losing Key Witnesses in Criminal Cases."
Objection.
A July 12th article entitled, "ICE Deportations Are Derailing Colorado Criminal Prosecutions."
Objection.
A January 26th article entitled, "Prosecutors Stunned as ICE Let Suspect in $100 Million Jewelry Heist Leave U.S."
Objection.
And a February 13th article entitled Father Who Found His 11-Year-Old Murdered in Texas Nearly Deported by ICE Before He Could Testify.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Noem, about 3 weeks ago, you stood at a press conference and said, and I quote here,
Holy shit,
when it gets
Dan
to Election
Goldman.
Day, we've been proactive to make sure we have the right people voting,
This
electing the
fucking
right
faggot.
leaders to lead this country. We all know what you mean and meant by the right people voting to elect the right leaders, but I want to narrow in on a different part of it. What proactive measures have you taken to make sure that the right people vote for the right leaders?
The job of the Department of Homeland Security is to secure our critical infrastructure, and elections are deemed by statute in law
I understand
as
that.
critical
That's
infrastructure.
long
No, it
before.
is.
What proactive measures
So what
have
that
you
means is
taken?
that we go forward and identify vulnerabilities that may exist in that system, and then how that applies to elections is talking with states who run elections, identify and help them see how they can possibly be
I understand. Yes,
compromised,
this
and then we
needs to
offer
do that. But let's
mitigation.
discuss, if we don't mind, just to reclaim my time because I want to move forward, some of the other possibilities that have been floated for how you will take or might take proactive measures to, quote unquote, make sure that the right people vote and elect the right leaders. Yesterday in the Senate hearing, you were asked a couple times about whether you would or would not station immigration agents at polling sites. A couple of times you said you had no plans to do so. Is that still your testimony?
That is, I have no plans.
Okay, so we all know that no plans today can turn into full plans tomorrow, so it doesn't answer the question. And you're still, am I right, unwilling to say that you will not send DHS agents to polling places. Is that correct?
Why do you give a fuck so much about that?
That would actually happen. That must mean that you're indicating people would be showing up at the polls to vote illegally, or that you would
that's
want
interesting.
illegal
Yes.
aliens to
Okay,
show
so
up
let's
and
talk
vote.
about that because
Is
this is
that
the
what you
big
think will
voter
happen?
fraud theory, right?
No, it's.
You're
I'm
aware of
wondering
the
what you're
Heritage
concerned
Foundation,
about.
right?
Because I have not
Are
recommended.
you aware of the Heritage Foundation?
Yes, I am, but I have not
Okay, so
recommended.
the Heritage Foundation, correct me if I'm wrong, is a right-wing think tank, created, drafted Project 2025, and it's been on a crusade to convince the American people that voter fraud by undocumented immigrants is a big deal. You know what the problem is? Is that you never talk about any actual evidence. And in fact, the Heritage Foundation's own information, its own data, says that in the 32 years from 1992 to 2024, out of 2 billion votes cast, 10
I'd love to see ICE
undocumented
agents
immigrants
at fucking
were
polling
found
places
to have
too.
committed voter fraud. 10 out of 2 billion. Does that sound like a significant problem to you, that your answer about why you might put immigration
I never
agents
once
is
said
because
that I
there's
might
voter
put
fraud?
individuals there, and I would think that if you have one
So you don't
person
think that
voting
voter fraud is a
improperly
problem?
in election.
So is it your testimony you don't think that voter fraud is a problem now?
I didn't say that. I said I have
Do
no.
you have any evidence ever, any data,
There are illegal
anything?
immigrants that have voted in elections.
Yeah, they're
before
10.
That has happened.
They're 10.
And you
Do you
think
have
they
evidence
should-
more of that?
10?
Because the last
No,
30
there are
years-
arguing that they should
26
be
in
able
my
to vote?
motherfucking
Is that
state
your argument?
alone,
Madam
asshole.
Secretary,
Well, wouldn't
I'm
you want to
arguing
use
that
any
it doesn't
fraud
ever materially impact an election, and yet
We've had
you
elections
like to,
in
with
this
your
country.
snarky attitude, throw back that we want undocumented immigrants to vote, which is absolute bogus. In
Oh, it's
reality,
about your
you want to
snarky
create an
attitude.
excuse to terrorize our polling places. Not only that, are you familiar with this proposed executive order, 17 pages, that's been circulating?
I am not. What is it on?
It is a proposed executive order on establishing the security, integrity, and transparency of elections. And in it, it would propose that the president declare a national emergency, use executive authority to seize voting machines, and ban mail-in ballots. You've not seen this at all?
I have not read that, and I've not had those conversations with anyone at the White House.
You've not had any conversations with anyone at the White House. That's good to know. If you were asked to do any of those things, do you believe you have the constitutional authority to do that?
We are looking at the vulnerabilities to elections,
That's not my
making
question.
recommendations to states.
Do you
on what they
think
can
you
do
have
to
the
make sure they have
constitutional
secure
authority
elections?
to seize voting machines, to seize voter rolls, to prohibit mail-in ballots? Do you believe you have that constitutional
I've not done
authority?
an analysis on that, so I would not be able to speak as a
You're the secretary of the department that is in charge of maintaining election security. You don't know what your authority is or is not?
My authority is to identify vulnerabilities and to recommend.
Well, it would be
mitigation
helpful in
measures.
executing that authority if you knew what your authority was.
Time of the
I
gentleman.
yield back.
I do think the Secretary
Holy
knows the
shit,
right people
this
voting
dude.
are citizens, something that we have to be able to make sure that happens. And I assume that's what she was referencing when she made that statement.
You should look at the Heritage Foundation study too, Mr. Chairman.
No, I'll be happy to look at it. I just think citizens should vote. You guys think that shouldn't be a requirement.
So do we.
I now
So
want
do
to
we.
recognize
It's just
the
not an issue. It's not a
former
problem, and
Attorney
yet you keep
General.
talking about it.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now want to recognize the former Attorney General.
Oh,
the great
it's
member
a
from Kansas for
fucking
his 5 minutes.
problem, and
Thank
you
you, Mr. Chairman.
goddamn
Madam
know
Secretary,
it.
thank you for your
'Cause
time
we've
today. I think you have
almost
been
got all
very
7
responsive to the
million
questions
that
put to
showed
you
out
folks. They
from
may not
Joe
agree with your
Biden
responses, but I think you've
over
been responsive,
Barack
and I commend you on
Obama.
that. I have a handful of questions. They're a little bit eclectic, so forgive me if we're all over the map. I don't think we talked at all about the FIFA World Cup preparations yet today. I recall last summer we appropriated, it was $625 million specifically for use by I believe it's 11 cities that are going to be hosting World Cup sites, and that was intended for security preparations. I recall very well when we appropriated it because it was in the bill that all the Republicans voted for and all the Democrats voted against, but then all the Democrats put out news releases claiming the rest of the money was appropriated. At least in Kansas City, where I represent, that money has not flowed yet. At least that's what I'm told by the local communities.
She's in charge
We are
of
now less than 100
maintaining
days
voting
out.
security,
Our
said
law enforcement
ICE.
agencies
Oh, yeah.
really very much would like to be in a position to know what their money's going to look like so they can make the preparations. There are mutual aid issues to be done. There are personnel decisions to be made. And for us in Kansas City, perhaps uniquely, there are additional challenges because we have the state line down the middle of the road. So the pre-coordination is really critical.
Their impression is that the final sign-off, wherever that needs to come from, has not happened yet. What can you tell us about the status of those funds, and what can I tell them about what to expect?
Yeah, no, we want those dollars to get out as soon as possible. Of course, all of this is challenged by the fact that the department's not funded and doesn't have all of our employees working right now. But those dollars, there was specifically $625 million that was to be grants to the 11 cities and local jurisdictions that would be hosting the 7 to 8 matches that will happen in the United States. So those dollars will be there soon and are in the process, and I'm hopeful that you can deploy. We have the same issue at the department. We're working on purchasing drones to deploy across the country over these stadiums and fan fests that will be hosted so that we can complement what the local cities are doing, and that has been hindered as well. My hope is that we have the opportunity to get a funding bill passed, and so the department can get a lot of these things accomplished.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And I want to underscore, and I think you agree with me on this, how important it is that money flows quickly. And I want to assure you, my office and our team, we are happy to work fully with yours to talk with whoever we need to talk with in order to get that money moving, and thank you for that. Let me jump back onto the immigration side. There's been a lot of discussion on it today, and I'm thinking about the Minneapolis situation. I mean, it's possible that multiple things are true at the same time. It is true that we're in this mess because the prior administration let 10 million people into this country who should not have been here and wouldn't enforce the law against them. It is true that we're in this mess in some communities like Minneapolis because local authorities won't cooperate and agree and help now that we have an administration that will enforce the law. It is possible that there have been some individual actions in Minneapolis that we all looked at and said that should not have happened that way. I'm not asking you to comment necessarily, but I presume that the president saw it that way. He made some changes in Minneapolis, which I commend. I think those changes were prudent. I'm going to offer this as a comment and invite your response to it. Not in Minneapolis in particular, but more generally. There's a lot of angst. There's a lot of concern about some of these operations in some of the communities. Even in Kansas, we've had some targeted enforcement operations.
I'm speaking lowly because my wife's in bed.
And you get all the folks in the local community ginned up, riled up, worried. Rumors run rampant. I'll give you a real example. In a community in our state recently, there were some ICE arrests, and it went all over town in the ICE Watchers group. And there was an arrest at a church, and they'd gone into a school. And about 5 days later, ICE, I think out of Kansas City, the regional guys put out a statement and said, here's what happened. We came in, we were targeting 3 specific individuals. 2 had DUI convictions and final orders of deportation. 1 had a felony conviction for illegal reentry and a final order of removal. We found them. We executed a car stop. It was a car stop at a location. We couldn't just stop in the middle of the road. So they pulled into a parking lot that happened to be a church parking lot. It had nothing to do with the fact it was a church. That's where the arrest was executed. And by the way, we were never close, I said to the school that everybody was worried about. I say all of that to illustrate this. I really think it would be helpful if, as a routine matter, ICE and CBP, when they do these targeted operations, they would do what so many local law enforcement agencies do. When it's concluded, put out a statement, tell the local community here is what we did, who we did it against, and why we did it, and it would make it so much cleaner to avoid a lot of the worry and speculation. I just wonder where you are on that.
No, I think that's a great idea. We have put out dozens, sometimes in one day, what operations were after they were concluded and information so people could have all the details.
I want to know about the
doing
one
that at the field office
in my
level,
area.
I will have that conversation with ICE and see if we could do that.
I want to know why
because I don't believe they're doing that today, but
was
informing people
involved.
would be helpful when they know that they've done an operation against a targeted criminal in that area. That people might have questions. I appreciate that, and we will take that back.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I would encourage it because I really think it would go a long ways in calming a lot of the unnecessary concern.
You bet.
Thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
John from New York.
I just would like to introduce the proposed executive, a 17-page executive order that is circulating in the White House.
Objection. I'm from Maryland's recognized. Ranking member.
This is from Reuters, November 27, 2025. UC request. Officials criticize Biden vetting, but Afghan shooting suspect was granted asylum under Trump. And then September 29, 2025, Courthouse News. States sue DHS again over cuts to anti-terrorism grants for blue states.
That story.
The gentlelady
Oh
from
my
Texas,
God.
recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so
They're
much.
trying to bring that
and
back
Madam
up.
Secretary, you are almost to the
Like
end.
we don't
Congratulations.
remember that shit.
I just have a couple of questions. Are you aware that the law that was written by this Congress makes it clear that members of Congress are allowed to, entitled to enter any detention?
Representative Crockett, I apologize. I have to run to vote in another committee, Secretary, and Mr. Schmidt will chair, and you will get extra 15 seconds, but I apologize for that.
Yes, thank you
so much for
Mr.
your
Chairman.
testimony.
Appreciate it.
Are you aware that the law makes it clear that members of Congress are allowed to enter any detention facility at any point in time in which they choose to?
Yes, I'm aware of the visitation and oversight responsibility, and we work every day to try to accommodate members of Congress while taking into account the safety of those individuals that
Let me
are being
be
detained
clear.
there.
At any
And-
time, correct?
Yes, I understand there's litigation in this area.
No,
too,
no,
and so
that's not
we
my
are
question. I'm not asking you about litigation. I'm asking you what the law is, because let me put it to you this
There's
way.
an appropriations rider that talks about
Correct,
oversight.
and appropriations are law, because you are asking us to appropriate dollars right now for DHS, correct?
Correct.
And if we do that, you would take that as law, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that is what the law states, yet somehow, myself and another colleague, Congressman Castro, we ended up giving a 7-day notice to the Dilley detention facility because I had actually already gone to El Paso before. And when I went to that facility and I asked them why it was that they were requiring me to do something that specifically my branch of government had dictated was not required, they said it was because of you. They said you were the one that said that they were not allowed to allow us entry unless we gave a 7 days heads up. Is that true?
The law specifically states oversight and visitations, and we are working to facilitate those. And we're at that time working
did you give the instruction that members must give a 7 days heads up or not?
We had a policy in place that allowed us to get.
Were you the one that ordered the policy?
I'm responsible. I have a
Democrat
responsibility
member
for
of the
ensuring
US
everybody in the
House of
facility
Reps.
is going to be safe.
Texas
And that I
Okay, no, but that's not my
20th
question. Let
Congressional.
me tell you why we need to reclaim my time. The reason that I'm talking to you about this policy and you're talking to me about safety is because I did go into the Dilley detention facility. And let me tell you, they're not safe. This is why we need to conduct oversight, because your people continue. In fact, you have lost more lives in detention than anybody else. That is your record right now. So I don't expect that y'all are going to be the ones that are going to be best to keep them safe.
No,
this is why
that's
we're
not
supposed
true.
to conduct oversight and not wait for you to give permission. In fact, after I left the Dilley facility, we were informed of a measles outbreak that was taking place in that facility. And another question I have, are you the one that ordered it to be reopened because that facility was closed under Joe Biden?
Those facilities were opened with the new administration. I'd have to
Okay,
look
you're
and
part
see
of the
if
new
that was-
administration. Were you the one that ordered it to be open is my question.
I would have to see when it was opened because I wasn't sworn in until 5 days after.
Okay, well,
the
it was
announced.
reopened in
So I'd
March.
have to look at
It was reopened in March of last year.
Well, then I'm sure that contract would have been renewed while I was secretary.
Speaking of contracts, as I have actually, you know what? Let me continue on this line of y'all breaking the law. Are you familiar with a child by the name of Liam Ramos?
I am.
All right, so Liam was at this Dilley facility, and it just so happened that we had put in our 7 days notice, and y'all had grabbed him
Grabbed it
6
here
days
before
prior to
now.
our visit. So we were able to go and visit Liam. Are you aware of the court order that came down that released Liam from custody?
I am.
And are you aware that the judge said the case has its genesis in an ill-conceived and incompetently implemented government pursuit of daily deportation quotas, apparently
Eventually.
even if it requires traumatizing children?
She's
This court and
gotta-
others regularly send undocumented people
she's gotta
to
work
prison
out
and
her
orders them
entire
deported,
term
but
left.
do so by proper legal procedures. Are you aware of that?
Yes, and I would disagree with the judge on
I'm
several
sure you
We
would,
got
but can
till
you tell me
next
whether or
year
not you have a
before
law
this
degree?
bitch is
Can
actually
you tell me
really
whether or
gone.
not you have a law degree?
And she won't be
You have a
gone.
law degree.
No, I do not have a
Okay,
degree.
and you do understand, because I can go through a bunch of court cases and orders that I disagree with from the Supreme Court, that ultimately, that is the order of the court. That is what you follow, and if you have an issue, you appeal it up, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. The court went on to say, apparent also is the government's ignorance of an American historical document called the Declaration of Independence. 33-year-old Thomas Jefferson enumerated grievances against a would-be authoritarian king over his nascent nation. Among others were, he has sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people. He has excited domestic insurrection among us, for quartering large bodies of armed troops among us. He has kept us among, in times of peace, standing armies without the consent of our legislatures. Are you aware that he wrote that? Do you know that he was writing about ICE that falls under you?
The judge?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. With that, I will yield, but I do have 2 UCs. The first UC is ICE training with slashed records show corroborating whistleblower claims from the Washington Post on yesterday.
Without objection.
The second one is FEMA's response to Texas flood slowed by NOM's cost controls. This is out of CNN from July 10th of 2025.
Without objection.
Thank you so much.
I would ask unanimous consent to put in the record a document from DHS.gov titled "Illegal Alien with More Than 30 Prior Arrests Fatally Stabs Woman at Virginia Bus Stop. ICE requests Virginia authorities not release this public safety threat." Without objection. Is this a single one or is this multiple? Single. Okay. And also would ask unanimous consent to place in the record a document titled "Man Illegally in the U.S. with Criminal History Now Charged in Arrest and Homicide." Without objection. Seeing no other members seeking recognition, Madam Secretary, I want to thank you for your engagement today with the committee. We look forward to continuing to engage in conversation with you to carry out your mission in a manner that is the way we all want it carried out and the way I know you seek to carry it out professionally each and every day, correcting what needs corrected but never losing sight of what the objective is. I want to thank you for that. That concludes today's hearing. We thank our witness for appearing before the committee today. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness or additional materials for the record. Without objection, this hearing is adjourned.
Okay, so I got to get my ass to bed. I got work in the morning. We got a show to do tomorrow, but I just wanted to finish this one out. If nothing ever comes up, the other one about the committee markup, the bills that are running through the judiciary. If nothing else comes up, we'll do that one Tuesday. But for right now, I got to get the fuck up out of here. Hey, Adam, how you doing? I got to get the fuck up out of here. I got to get my ass to bed. Let me see who we got up. Who's still going? Yep, we'll take you to third rail, like always. All right. Here we go. All right. This is for the Rumble crowd here. Oh, that did not work because I didn't spell it correct. All right, and I will give the YouTube side the third rail link. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the shit out of you. This has been a long one, but I wanted to hear this, get things done in the background while I was listening, and I will admit this, I kind of understand the point of moving Gnome. if the whole thing about the media problem is the thing, if that is true, I understand it. I get it. But other than that, I will say this, ladies and gentlemen, appreciate the shit out of every single one of you. We will see you guys for a regular show tomorrow. Until then, have a good night.
And y'all don't know that I'm a soldier. I always felt like I'm alone when everybody thinks they know ya, and y'all don't even know I own ya. And now I'm ready taking over, 'cause every day I'm getting closer. Just look at everything I'll show ya. And now I'm ready, I'ma blow up.